competition. We just need to make sure that everything's working around the ground. I know the live stream is working. Yeah, we are. We've got the hats waving at the top of the Spenkarma Pavilion. There we are. Wonderful stuff. Thank you, gentlemen, for doing your duty this morning. The checks in the post. But the main thing is we've got some cricket, and I have to say I'm surprised we've got cricket, because on my journey down here this morning it was absolutely pouring with rain. But the good news is the rain seems to have cleared. It does feel quite humid and muggy, but we've got a game of cricket, which is the great news. The news in the middle is that Sussex have won the toss and they are going to bat first, and their team is as follows: Haynes, Clark, Tier, Simpson, Carter, Leon Cachet, Rogers, Lenham, Foreman, Crocombe and Campbell. So that's 4 changes from the win here over Surrey at the weekend. Charlie Tier coming in, Henry Rogers coming in, Bertie Foreman coming in and Jack Campbell. That at the expense of Tom Alsop, who's away with the 100 and followed up that very good 100 he got here with a half-century for the Trent Rockets. Ollie Robinson, who's back on 100 duty as well, although I don't think he's played a game yet with the Trent Rockets. Jack Carson misses out as well today, as does Daniel Ibrahim. So that's the news from Sussex from the middle. The wicket is exactly the same wicket has been used for the last couple of games in the 50 over competition, so it should be full of runs. If the weather's set fair, we should be in for an exciting day's cricket here against Essex. Talking of which, always my pleasure to welcome Dick Davis down here to Hove. Dick, really good to see you, and thank goodness the rain has gone.
Yes, indeed. Yes, good morning, Adrian. Good morning, listeners. Yes, I mean, we stayed last night in Hove or Brighton actually, and yeah, hadn't realised it was raining. We slept so well, but when we woke up this morning, yeah, there were very clear evidence that it had rained during the night. So the Essex side, they haven't changed it much for this competition, and there are no surprises in today's lineup, which reads Brown, Cushy, Wesley, Das, Benkenstein, Thane, Fernandez, Beard, Richards, Allison. Didn't check which Allison, I do beg your pardon, but I think yeah, I think Charlie's injured, I think, so Ben Allison and Jamie Porter, and yeah, that comprises the 11. Neither Essex nor Surrey really have got much to play for, apart from the cliche of pride, but also at this stage of the season, you know, it's cricket's a game of individual performances, you know, and contracts come up for renewal not too far ahead. So yeah, it is important from the individual's team point of view as much as from the team's point of view. Essex had a very good, and considering, you know, their performances this season, somewhat surprising victory at Trent Bridge on Sunday, but that was only their second victory of the season in this competition. Indeed, only their third in the last 2 years. They only won one last season, but that doesn't really take any, to my mind. Others disagree. They say, oh, it's only a development competition. Well, to my mind, it is a development competition, but the word only is totally out of place, because it, you know, it shows, not just for Essex, not just for Sussex, but all the other 16 counties. It's quite heartening, really, because it shows that there is a lot of young talent coming up throughout the country.
Well, there certainly is, and an interesting point you make there, Dick, because, you know, you talk to anybody around Leicestershire who won this competition last year, and it's done wonders for Leicestershire. You know, they went to that final at Trent Bridge, they beat Hampshire, and you talk to Richard Ray, the BBC commentator, and it gave the club a real fillip. So it's a competition that, I mean, Sussex have used this primarily to look at some of the players who haven't been able to force their way into the first team squad. Now, I wouldn't say they're all players, academy players. A lot of them are players who've been around the squad, just haven't had an opportunity. And Paul Farbrace has said continually throughout the competition he wants to see who's going to stick their hand up to force their way into the side for the rest of the championship matches, and who knows, the T20 quarter-final here against Lancashire. So there is plenty for the Sussex players to play for. It's going to be Ben Allison who's going to get us underway, bowling from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to Tom Clark, who's forward and plays it down the track. And there is no run. Sussex in there, now familiar. Well, I've called them pink shirts, but I think that's probably not strictly correct. Someone said they're cerise. I'm not really sure what colour cerise is. I think we could safely say that Essex's shirts are purple. Would you agree, Dick?
Oh yes, regal purple.
Regal purple, okay.
Yes.
as Allison wheels. It's a little bit of I haven't seen too much sawdust on grounds over the last few weeks. We've been very lucky with the weather. But there's a little pile of sawdust as in comes Allison. Round the wicket bowls to Clark, who with a model forward defensive plays down the track. And there is no run. Our emails are up and running. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us throughout the day. And as I say, fingers crossed, hopefully I had a quick chat to the groundsman before the match, and he was saying that, you know, there may be a little bit of rain around, but they don't think, fingers crossed, that it's going to be anything too substantial. Just a brief delay, because I think Tom Clark has had to do up his shoelace, and he's now putting back on his gloves. At the field, I should mention, there's a one slip in place, a third man, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg as in comes Allison. Around the wicket bowls to Clark, who defends to mid-on. And there is no run, so 3 deliveries, 3 dot balls. At this stage of proceedings, for those of you who haven't been following the 50-over competition, there are 3 distinct power plays. And in this particular power play, which is overs 1 to 10, the fielding side are only allowed to have 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. So plenty of opportunity for Sussex in these opening overs. As in comes Allison bowls and Clark drives down the ground. Just as I say that, he drills the ball down the road for 4, down the ground for 4 runs, and the ball bounces over the advertising hoardings. I think it's gone under a little trailer which is down below us, which is full of tyres, and the fielder is coming down. Have a look and see if he can see it. Yeah, you're gonna have to crawl. Oh, he's seen it. Well done. That's Nick Brown. It didn't quite go under the trailer. Nonetheless, a nice boundary from Tom Clark, who is on his way. And Sussex are 4 without loss. As Dick was saying, neither Sussex or Essex can qualify for the quarterfinals of this competition, but we will keep an eye on the other games as well, just to see who is going to make it through. As Allison is in, bowls and let go outside the off stump. And again, there is no run. The umpires today, James Treadwell, the former Kent spinner, who spent a bit of time here at Sussex back in the day. An umpire who I've not come across before, Caspar Viljoen, Viljoen, who I understand is from South Africa or South African origin. And Phil Whittercase, formerly of Leicestershire, is our 3rd umpire. So there's all the officials. And Allison is on his way. Final ball of the opening over. He's in and bowls, and Clark defends down the offside. So a tidy over from Ben Allison, just the one boundary, conceded a straight drive down the road. That's the second time I've said it, down the ground by Tom Clark. And the Sharks at the end of the over are 4 without loss. I can see the Sussex flag is fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard. There is no Essex flag, and there wasn't a Surrey flag on Sunday either, Dick. I don't know why. I don't know who's responsible for bringing flags, but anyway, the Sussex one is there.
Obviously, I can't comment on the Surrey flag, but yes, it's a feature, if not for the whole of the season. I can't remember early on. But yeah, quite recently, Essex don't seem to carry the flag around with them. But I mean, they do fly it at Chelmsford, so it's not as if they've lost it. But
yeah, it would be great, wouldn't it, to lose the county flag?
Yes, but, perhaps it's communication. I thought you were bringing it. No, you said you would bring it. Oh, I'll have a look in the boot of the car, but I don't think so. So it's Tom Haynes facing up to the bowling of Jamie Porter, using the hill to his advantage, and the very first delivery he bowls is outside the off stump of Tom Haynes, another left-hander. And Jamie Porter, by far the most experienced of the bowlers in the Essex lineup, and no mean practitioner either. And I say they take advantage of coming downhill, and bowlers will tell you that you know, although it can be an advantage, you've still got to learn how to use it. Otherwise, you run the risk of bowling a lot of no balls. And, yeah, so it's, and some bowlers, somewhat bizarrely, as one who's played a lot of club cricket in former years, some choose to bowl up. Well, again, that's outside the off stump, and Haynes was in at least 2 minds there as to whether to play it or not. And eventually it went through to wicketkeeper Fernandez, who's just got 1 slip keeping him company, Noah Thane.
I think I've seen when Jofra Archer's been playing here, Jofra has bowled as much up the hill as down the hill. So I don't think he... so you're quite right. And it is interesting, the amount of bowlers you see down the years who just struggle initially.
Yes.
But Jamie Porter would have bowled here enough to know, I'm sure.
Oh yes. Moves it now round the wicket to the left-hander. Well, they both are, as I say. That's nudged down to fine leg for 4 more runs. So the 8 runs have been scored, have crossed the boundary just in front of us on each occasion, and quite understandably, once you get anything on it, really, when the bowling's from the far end, it's the hill helps to give it a little bit of momentum over the rope, some 60 yards away or a bit further. So yeah, plenty to encourage both sides in the initial few deliveries. So that's met with the full face of the bat and totally defensive shot. 50 overs. We've noticed, or I've noticed, we're now getting to the back end of the season, that, and certainly the back end of this competition. I mean, this is the last match for Essex and presumably the last one for Sussex.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I think Surrey have already finished. They played here on Sunday, so they've played all 8. So 1 or 2 have played their full allocation of games.
Yes, but that's just play defensively, trickled out square on the offside, no addition to the score. But I've noticed it obviously more from the Essex players because I see them more regularly. But it's it is 50 overs. It's basic arithmetic. It's more than twice as long as a T20 match, and there's not the hurry that you think it is. But I've seen too many batsmen get out because they're still in T20 mode. There's plenty of time to build an innings. It's not all about trying to smash it out of the ground. And that's nudged away for a single down to square leg, fielding in front of one of the score. Well, I suppose that's considered the main scoreboard.
Yes.
And so the score goes on to 9 without loss after 2 overs.
No, I agree with you entirely, Dick. And although Sussex, Sussex's record, they've lost 6 of their 7 games, but I'm not sure that tells the whole story, because 2 of those defeats were just by 1 wicket.
Yep.
Another was just by 10 runs. And whilst they were beaten convincingly at Nottingham and down at Bristol against Gloucestershire, there have been some really close games. And I really enjoy the format. I agree with you. I think games can ebb and flow. You don't have to start smashing the ball around from over one.
No.
And we've seen some excellent. We saw over 700 runs here the game against Leicestershire. Ben Allison is on his way, comes in and bowls, and driven by Clark down the ground, and there is no run, fielded by a tumbling Nick Brown. I was just going to say that Tom Haynes, who doesn't play T20 cricket, and will be very important for Sussex going into the last few weeks of the season, particularly in the Championship. And sorry, it was Haynes who played that shot, I apologise. Has scored 316 runs in the competition at an average of 52. So going into those final 5 games, it's good to have Tom Haynes in decent nick. Allison in, bowls, Haynes defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. The last time we were together here, Dick, was for the T20 game on a Saturday, where Michael Pepper,
yes.
I mean Essex were never going to win the game. They were in all sorts of trouble. And Michael Pepper played an amazing innings. It's one of the best T20 hundreds I've seen.
Well, yes. I mean, obviously, we all get a little bit parochial, but no, it really was by any standards a superb innings.
Allison in, bowls, and Haynes drives nicely through the covers. That may not reach the boundary. The fielder is hot pursuit. In fact, he doesn't quite get there. An attempt at a sliding stop by Robin does, but as Dick was saying, the moment the ball goes through the inner ring here on this outfield, down the hill in particular, it really does race away for 4 runs despite a bit of overnight rain. Haynes goes to 5, and they took it to 15 without loss. That boundary that Tom Haynes clipped down here, it must have come off the pad then. I thought that came off his bat, but I was wrong. In comes Allison, bowls, and Haynes works this to backward point. There is no run. So my apologies, I've only just noticed that on the scoreboard, that in the previous over, it looked for all the world as if he'd just turned the ball down to fine leg. It obviously came off of the pad or the thigh pad. In the end, it all counts for 4 runs, but Tom Haynes is on 5, Tom Clark is on 4. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Dick Davis, your commentary team, and if you're watching via the live stream, supplied by Sussex County Cricket Club. As in comes Allison round the wicket, bowls. Haynes defends to backward point, and there is no run. I always give a shout out to Jack, the camera operator. At many clubs it seems there's several people operating cameras. We don't have that luxury here at Sussex, so it's Jack who does it on his own, and he's done a great job all season, so well done Jack, who will be getting very excited because he's also a big football fan as well, so
oh, right.
he'll be very excited that Brighton start their Premier League matches on Saturday, but he's got to concentrate on the cricket today. As Allison, no slips in place, which is quite unusual at this stage. In and bowls, and Haynes again defends, pushes out into the offside. So tidy enough again from Ben Allison, just the 4 runs coming off of the over. At the end of the 3rd over, the Sharks are 13 without loss.
And I suppose I ought to know, well, I don't know why I ought to know, are Brighton starting their season at home or not?
They are starting their season away at Everton.
Oh, right.
So that's a bit of a trek for the fans, but those who aren't going, I'm sure they'll be avidly listening to our coverage on BBC Radio Sussex. For me, I enjoy my football, I enjoy my cricket. It all starts too early for me. I mean, I struggle to get interested until the cricket season is over, but that's just me.
Oh, no, well, it's not just you, because I, for one, would join you in that thought, and there's probably hundreds or thousands who'd go along with that, as that's outside the off stump, and just stroked out to mid-off.
I think particularly,
Clark.
Sorry, Nick. I think particularly as well because we've had the Euros this summer. The first Test match wasn't until sort of halfway through July, and it just seems as if the cricket season is only to me, it's only halfway through. But actually, I was counting up the weeks. Depressingly, it's about 6 weeks to the end of the season.
Yes, it is. That's right. As Porter again down the hill, just played defensively by Clark, who has 4, Haynes 5 to his name, and Sussex 13 without loss.
When Essex won that game down here in the T20 Cup, I mean, they looked to be in a good position to qualify for the quarter-finals, Dick, but I guess they must have lost a couple of games after that because they were in the top 4 at that stage.
Yes. They come back to that after this delivery from Porter, which played it out backward of square on the offside. They'll go through for 1, they'll think about a second, and yes, they'll take it quite comfortably. Fielded by Aaron Beard at backward point. Well, he moved to that position from 3rd man. Yes, it came down to run rate in the end. I don't have a great memory for these sort of things, but I do remember that Essex scored. That Essex finished 5th, I think, just below the cut-off line, and they had a similar number of points to the side that came 4th, but an inferior run rate, which is, as in this case, proved to be so important. Porter in again, played defensively, trickles out the offside. Adrian mentioned the email address to talk to him, to talk to me. It's BBC Essex Cricket, no dots or anything, just a string of 15 letters, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. And that's whether you're an Essex supporter or, well, support of any version of cricket, really.
Yeah.
We cover them all as Porter again, that sort of bustling run up. That's whipped away nicely, but only getting in a single straight to Ben Allison, fielding down by the scoreboard. The wicket is pitched far further over towards the main scoreboard than the pavilion side. Well, I say far more. Yes, it is more. So it's a shorter boundary there than it is towards the pavilion. In fact, towards the pavilion, which is in the far opposite corner from us, it is, quite a long way. There's some threes to be had out there. Porter moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively out into the covers. So I'll repeat that email address for those who aren't familiar with it. No dots, just, well, not at the early stage, not before the outside. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com.
Lots of cricket to be played here at Hove over the last 6 weeks, or 6-7 weeks of the season. There were 3 county championship matches here against Derbyshire, Glamorgan, and the final game of the season against Middlesex. And there's the T20 quarter-final coming up against Lancashire as well. So Lots of cricket, so the ground staff will be busy. I don't know how ticket sales are going for the T20 quarter-final. Perhaps the media lads might be able to let me know, but I suspect they're going pretty quickly. So if you haven't got yours, might not be a bad idea to get online and get your tickets. We're into the 5th over, 16 without loss. Sussex, having won the toss and decided to bat first, as in comes Ben Allison, bowls to Tom Clark, who just checks his shot a little bit more bounce than he expected, and the ball played out into the offside, and there is no run. And then Sussex with away fixtures at Scarborough next week, and then a trip down to Bristol. And of course, all those games you can follow via the BBC website, full commentary on all of those games. Looking forward to going to Scarborough. I've never been, Dick.
You've never been?
Never been.
Oh, it lives. It's as good as everybody tells you it is.
Allison in round the wicket, bowls, and Clark forces into the covers, and again there is no run. Good tight bowling here by Essex in the 5th over, 16 without loss. Yeah, I mean, you hear nothing but good things about Scarborough. What makes Scarborough for you, Dick?
Oh, where do I begin? Well, for a start, Scarborough itself, irrespective of the cricket ground, is just a wonderful place. It's in two distinct halves. It's got a sort of southern beach and a northern beach, and it's really vibrant. It's, I speak as somebody who comes from Southend, and here we are in Brighton. It's sort of an amalgamation of the two almost.
Allison in bowls, again Clark defends into the offside. This time they do sneak a single to backward point as the throw comes in. Clark goes to 8 and the total 17 without loss.
I'd almost say, it sounds as if I'm working for the Scarborough Tourist Board almost, but it's all things to all people. You can make what you like of it, really. If you just want to sit on the beach, the beaches are enormous and sandy. There's boat trips if you want to sort of wander around. There's the castle, which is magnificent. It's just, and then we'll come on to the cricket ground in a minute.
Allison in bowls, Haynes defends. Well, impressed here by the Essex bowling. It's been very good line and length bowling, and all Haynes can do is defend down the offside of the track, no run.
And the cricket ground is in the middle of the town or city. No, town, I think. Yes, it is a town. Middle of the town, easy to get to wherever you're staying in Scarborough. You don't need to drive. In fact, you don't drive because there's virtually nowhere to park in the ground. But you don't need it because you leave your car wherever it was and walk.
Allison in bowls. Haynes uses his feet and drives the ball down the ground to mid on. Just a little sign of impatience there from Tom Haynes.
And then in a way, it's sort of stepping back almost 50 years. It's how like grounds used to be. There's rows and rows of wooden benches. You'll be glad to know the media do actually have padded, I nearly said padded cells, maybe that's more appropriate, padded chairs. No, it's just lovely. It's a big ground. Always seems to me to be very, very healthily occupied. They really, well, of course, in Yorkshire, it's almost a religion.
Allison in bowls, and Haynes plays a lovely shot. That was just a little bit too much width there from Ben Allison, and Tom Haynes, having looked a little impatient off the last delivery, waited for that and cut the ball firmly away through point for 4 runs. Nice shot, end of the 5th over, and Sussex on 21 without loss. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm sure there's going to be big crowds because both Sussex and Yorkshire vying for those 2 promotion places up to Division 1. We've had an email in from Charlene Ward. Hello, Charlene. She says, hi BBC commentary team from the county ground at Chelmsford, watching the reverse women's match. Enjoying listening to the early stages of the men's game while sitting in the sunny Ted Pearce stand watching the women get underway. As Jamie Porter is back in.
And it's bowled playing out into the offside, no addition to the score.
She goes on to say, hope we get some good cricket for the rest of the day. Best wishes, Charlene. And she goes on to say, sending this to Dick as well, since he mentioned the address, so you'd have had an email from Charlene. Okay. I don't know Charlene. Do you know Charlene?
I don't think so.
Right, okay. But
I'm always happy to make new acquaintances. As Jamie Porter from the Cromwell Road End. That's just to show you that I know the names of I've been coming here. I was thinking about it on the way in this morning. I think it was probably about 25 years ago since I first commentated on this ground, and somewhat reassuringly. And as that's played out with a full flourish of the bat, just misses the fielder in the cover's got a hand to it, so saved 4 runs, but instead it's just 2. Yeah, and in that time, I'm not suggesting it's sort of stuck in the past, it's not, but there are plenty of heartening reminders of what it used to be like as well. The deck chairs at the far end have gone, but apart from that, there are not too many obvious changes.
Yeah, I mean, they're only not here at the moment because the temporary stands are up for the T20 competition.
So they'll be back for the championship, the last phase of the season. Just played out to mid-on.
Yes, they will. I mean, I did hear, and we're hoping to speak to the chief exec over the next few weeks, Pete Fitzboyden, because I understand that planning permission has been granted for some development at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. So I'm not sure quite when that's due to happen, but some more permanent seating, I understand. So we'll have to get the latest on that. And I don't know. Obviously, there's been a lot of development here with the new apartments that have been built as well, Dick, and the new style cricketers pub.
Yeah, as you come into the ground.
Yep.
Yes. That's just worked well on the onside, but only straight to the fielder at mid-on. I'll just have a look to see if we've had any emails today yet. And yeah, we don't take emails during the T20 because it's
too quick.
It's just too. Everything's happening too quickly. But yeah, in this version, which is really the longest version or the longest days, because 100 overs, county championship, they don't bowl 100 overs. Well, what, 96?
Yeah.
Yes. That's just worked away backward of square. No addition to the score.
Yeah, I mean, I just coming back to this competition, Dick. I mean, I've really enjoyed it. We've been to some super outgrounds. We went to Welbeck Colliery up in Nottinghamshire. We went to Neath, where we played Glamorgan, up to York, which was a super day and a really good crowd. So we've been really lucky. It's been good, there's been good crowds. There's been some good cricket. So I get a little irritated when people dismiss the competition, to be honest.
Oh yeah, so do I. And, yes, I think there's the temptation to think that. I think the people that dismiss it are those that they like to see instant success rather than sort of building up for the future, which is totally understandable in a way, but so-called instant success isn't really instant success. It's built of careful planning over many seasons, and part of that planning is getting the younger players playing, as you said at the top of the show, and it obliges clubs to play players who for maybe another season or two would be waiting in the wings, but now because of the other competition, then all the clubs are obliged to blood some youngsters.
In comes Ben Allison, bowls to Tom Haynes, who cracks into the covers and takes a single. Sussex go to 24 without loss. I have to say, very impressive bowling here by Essex this morning from Jamie Porter and Ben Allison, very tight and controlled. I mean, looking at this Sussex side today in terms of who's played championship cricket, well, Haynes has, Clark has, Tier has, clearly John Simpson has, Ollie Carter has, Archie Lenham has, Henry Crocombe has. So 7 players in this side. I'm not sure about whether Bertie Form's played a championship match. In comes Allison bowls, defended by Clark down the track, no run. So there are players in the side. So for example, Henry Crocombe will be a very good example of a young player. He's only 22. He's played a lot of first-class cricket, something like 50 first-class games Henry has played. He's been around for a little while. Hasn't forced his way into the championship side this season, but he would be one of those who'll be looking at this game thinking, this is a real opportunity. If I get a stack of wickets here or bowl well, I'm in Paul Farbrace's thoughts for the rest of the season.
Precisely, yes.
Allison in bowls, and model forward defensive shot from Clark pushed out into the offside. There is no run. The same would probably be said for someone like Ollie Carter, who's played a lot of first team cricket. You score runs in here, you're knocking on the door. So, and that'll be the case today. People might be looking at today's fixture thinking, wow, there's nothing on it. Well, there's nothing on it in terms of qualification for the latter stages, but I suspect there's everything on it in terms of the latter part of the season. And I'm sure it's the same for Essex as well, who are not out of the race for the county championship. Allison in bowls, Clark defends to backward point, no run.
And what's really encouraging is it's not just the likes of you and I, Adrian, that think this way. But the home games in this competition, even when it got to the stage where it was obvious, or pretty obvious, realistically, that Essex weren't going to progress any further in the competition, there was still a heck of a lot of people watching the games at Chelmsford, and still, okay, the temporary stands are, certainly not full, but generally speaking, there's a lot of people in today, and because it's a longish day, maybe more will come in as the day goes on.
Allison in bowls, and again Clark defends. I've been really impressed by the Essex bowling this morning. Both Allison and Porter are right on the money, and Clark and Haynes playing very responsibly. Yes, it's interesting actually, because without the temporary stands there, if those 150 people that may be there, if they were in the deck chairs, the ground will look quite full, or people may have decided to come into the southwest corner of the ground. But as you say, it's a competition that I think has been really well attended this season. Allison in bowls to and he's going to get caught, is Tom Clark, and that's a rash shot, and he's well caught by Nick Brown, and he's rather giving that away, Tom Clark.
Yeah,
I think he got a little frustrated. Sussex are in the 7th over, but it was a little short. I don't think it was really the ball to attempt to pull. He got the ball high on the back, backed even, and Nick Brown came running in from mid-on, and in the end had to take a good low catch diving forward, and Tom Clark will be disappointed about that. He's gone for 10, and Sussex are 24 for 1.
Yes, I mean, it turned out to be a good catch with Brown running in, partly because for a short while it looks as if it was going to fall between two fielders, and is it yours, is it mine? And eventually it's always easier for the fielder running in than the one backtracking, and so eventually Brown decided it was his, but he had to run forward and then dive to pick it up.
He'll just be disappointed, Tom Clark. He's made some good starts in this competition. He made 24 on Sunday against Surrey, against Leicestershire last week. He batted very nicely and made 72. But I think a lot of these players will just be looking ahead to these games coming up, thinking, I need to spend some time out in the middle. So he'll be disappointed to have gone out with that shot. But the new man in will be Charlie Tier, young wicket-keeper batsman who won't be keeping today. I assume John Simpson will be pulling rank and keeping wicket. But he's impressed me in the competition, Charlie Tier. He batted particularly well up at York in the defeat against Yorkshire, and looks a good prospect. Having built him up, I hope I don't eat my words. But it's the end of the over. Another good over as far as Essex are concerned, with Sussex 24 for 1 after 7.
Yes, and Porter, unsurprisingly, continuing from the Cromer Road end.
Ooh. You keep going, Dick. That's fine. We've got rather noisy music.
And when it looks as if they're going to cross to Adrian for the 11:30 update, I'll leave Adrian to tell the story so far.
Yeah.
Which is that Sussex have progressed to 24 for 1. We have had one email from. No, we've had two, because we had Charlene as well, which we'll come on to. Tony emailed us, and he says, "Good morning, gentlemen." And Adrian certainly is, but I don't know. I've had my darker moments. As feel for LBW, I don't think so. No, it was an appeal born of optimism more than reality. Tony says, "As a lifelong fan of Essex cricket and an extremely passionate NFL fan of the Pittsburgh Steelers, it breaks my heart." That's really sort of over the top emotions expressed here. "It breaks my heart to have to watch the former wearing the colours of the latter's most hated rivals, the Baltimore Ravens."
Oh, right.
Well, wouldn't you have thought Essex Cricket Club would have taken that into consideration, Tony? Gosh. As that's overpitched. Played a good flourish of the bat, and it's caught.
He is caught. That is a terrific catch.
That is a terrific catch. I was just going to say it's well.
For Cushy, what a catch that is.
And it never got more than about a foot off the ground, and he pulled off an excellent catch. So the hosts lose 2 wickets within 4 deliveries.
Well, they do, and Tom Haynes likewise will be disappointed. I mean, he drilled the ball. I thought for a moment that it had bounced in front of Rose Cushy, but again, I just wonder whether both of those shots, Dick, to a certain extent, have been born of some very good opening bowling here by Essex. They've kept it very tight. Sussex would have hoped to have had more than 24 on the board after 8 overs. I don't think it was a bad shot by Tom Haynes, but it was a quite brilliant catch. I'll just take over,
Yes.
if you don't mind. The new man coming out to bat is going to be John Simpson, the reassuring side of John Simpson, who comes out batting at number 4 for Sussex, who has just proven to be an excellent signing for Sussex. As he comes out, I'm sorry, I'm slightly filling time here, waiting for my update on the radio, so apologies for that. But Sussex, having looked to have made a solid start, are all of a sudden in trouble here. 24 for 2. And funnily enough, the Essex lads were standing in the slip cordon there. Suddenly realised that John Simpson is another left-hander. So 3 of the Sussex top 4 are left-handers. And Porter is back to his mark. I'll just pick up commentary here, Dick, until we've done this this update to the listeners. So there is a slip in place now. Noah Thane in at slip, and John Simpson kicks his heels up, does a couple of knees bends, and surveys the field. You'll see there's a slip and a third man. Point cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short fine leg and a deep mid-wicket. As in comes Porter bowls, and Simpson plays a stylish 4 defensive, 2 mid-on. And there is no run. The total remains on 24 for 2. Both these batters on naught. Yes, hello, Sarah. As you rightly say, this is the final game for Sussex in this competition this season. Those 6 defeats out of 7 probably sounds a little worse than it is, to be honest, because 3 of them they've lost by very narrow margins. But they can't qualify for the quarterfinals, but still plenty of opportunity for some of these younger players to look to force their way into the county championship side over the last few weeks of the season. But they haven't made a great start here. They're 25 for 2 in the 8th over, and the 2 openers already back in the pavilion. Tom Haynes and Tom Clark both out for 10. So the skipper John Simpson is there, he's 1 not out, and Charlie Tier, young wicketkeeper batsman, yet to score. Right, hopefully they'll turn the music off. I'm just going to pull that out, Dick. Can you still hear me?
Oh yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
As Porter moves in, right up over the wicket.
Oh, that's tight. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That looked like a good shout from Jamie Porter. I'm afraid Charlie Tier was rather caught on the crease.
He was.
And Charlie Tier's got a first bowler. Had 2 wickets in the over from Jamie Porter, and that just looked a really good shout. I mean, we're not far out of line here, Dick, and I think he just got caught, didn't really get forward, and Charlie Tier is on his way, and now Sussex are in dire straits here. Well, not dire straits, but they're in trouble. 25 for 3, with your top 3 all back in the pavilion.
Yes, having lost those 3 wickets while only 1 run was added, they went from 24 for no wicket to 25 for 3. So yeah, I have indeed had that email from Charlene. She says
oh, sorry.
Well, it says at the bottom that how to pronounce her name. I can't recall. Did you read it out or not?
I did.
Dick. Yes, you did. Right. Well, I don't read it out again. But she's watching the reverse women's fixture at Chelmsford. So thanks, Charlene. And yeah, Sussex aren't having it all their own way here.
Well, they're certainly not. And I was talking about how opportunity might knock for players with these 5 championship matches remaining, and this is a player who has got an opportunity here, Ollie Carter. He's certainly not nailed on to play at Scarborough next week. There's a lot of competition for batting places in the Sussex top order, but certainly Ollie Carter can put his name in the frame here I mean, there's loads of time. That's the great thing about 50 over matches.
Yes.
I mean, we've still got 42 overs remaining. So there's all the time in the world. Sussex have lost 3 wickets. It's a good pitch. It's a reasonably quick outfield. It's a nice day. Get your head down and make some runs.
Too true. Too true.
You know, and he's got an opportunity. So, John Simpson waits, and Ben Allison with this very impressive opening spell from the Essex openers comes in around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who defends. I've already said that John Simpson defended stylishly, and he does. He just looks wanders away to square leg.
Yeah, like I can't sort of endorse Adrian's comments more, really, about the Essex bowling. I mean, it has been, well, how should we put it? Not too critically, a little wayward at times this season, but you know, whether some words have been spoken, which would be understandable or whatever, but yeah, the opening, how many overs is it on that board?
Into the opening 8 overs so far.
8 overs, yes, have been, almost every delivery has been there or thereabouts. That's just played out. Oh, sorry, it's you concentrating.
Right. Played out into the offside. Yeah, I mean, I would say that, you know, you talk about putting a ball on a sixpence. Well, I would say that Poulter and Allison have pretty much done that, you know.
Yes. Yeah, they have.
They've made the players play. They haven't bowled too much short stuff. It's just been very good controlled bowling by Essex. Allison, tall man, wanders down towards us, past a little pile of sawdust, and makes his way into bowl to the left-handed John Simpson, who's on 1. He's in and bowls, and Simpson drives nicely down the ground. Allison is down quickly, gets a right hand to it, and manages to take the pace off the ball, and the fielding's completed by skipper Tom Westley at mid-off.
And bowling like that Essex have been bowling, you almost, especially against young inexperienced opposition. Okay, John Simpson doesn't come in that category, but many of them do. You know, you can almost sort of weigh on their mind as much as their technique, because
Allison in bowls, Simpson plays defensively into the offside, no run.
Because particularly in this day and age of 20 over cricket, if not shorter, you know, a young player can think, oh dear, you know, it's getting towards the end of the over, you know, I've almost played out a maiden, and it can be weighing on their mind, thinking, well, I've got to look to score soon. Must keep the board going. And that can get them out, as indeed you said may well be counted for Tom Clark's dismissal. But you don't, you know, it's no sin in this version of the game to play out a maiden if the bowling deserves it.
Totally. And this bowling has deserved it. Allison in bowls to Simpson, who clips this nicely through mid-wicket. He's very, very quick between the wickets, is John Simpson, and he'll come back for a comfortable 2. He doesn't have to race to pick up those runs, but he does so. Simpson goes to 3, the total 27 for 3. One more ball to go in this, the 9th over. Just looking at Tom West now, we see Essex very rarely. We haven't played you in the Championship for donkey's years, probably since we went to Colchester a few years ago.
Cool, it was a few years ago.
It was, yeah. But I've always been impressed by Tom Westley, and when I've seen him in the T20 with his skippering, he's just always struck me as a good skipper. In comes Allison bowls to Simpson, who defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. Westley claps his hands at the end of the 9th over. Sussex having won the toss and decided to bat. They're in trouble here. They're 27 for 3.
Yes, I think Westley has developed into a very good captain. It's not an easy job, and it's certainly not an easy job in your first year or two at any level. You know, you're entering a whole new realm where you've suddenly not just got to think about your own game, but you've got to think about 11 other people's game as well, and the whole tactics of the team, which, you know, is something that most players don't have to consider. They just sort of have to concentrate on getting their own runs or taking their own wickets. But yes, he really has warmed to the job and built up his way into it. So yes, he is very, very competent captain. But you also, a captaincy is, well, so much of cricket is played down to third man, where it's fielded by Richards, who no doubt will win the action soon. He took a 5-wicket haul up at Trent Bridge on Sunday. Cricket is very much a cerebral game as much as a physical game. Whatever you're doing, whether you're batting, bowling, but in particular when you're captain. And Tom Westley, very intelligent and articulate fella, which is somebody you need. Well, a few players get away with being captain purely by leading by example with bat or ball, but generally you need a little more than that. I'm not saying that that's just played out in the offside. You can't expect everybody to be Mike Brearley and have how was he described as having a PhD in people or something
That's
like
right.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is very much a people position, like the manager of almost any small firm. Really, you've got to get the best out of your employees, but still keep them on your side. It's not an easy rather job, but those who do it well.
No, I just get the impression he's a good, solid county skipper, and he weighs in with runs as well.
Well, yes. As Porter moves in round the wicket.
Ooh.
Oh, we're thick inside half of the bat, and in fact maybe not even a half, a third of the bat, and it finishes up rather than driving it straight. Goes to short square leg.
I think John Simpson and Jamie Porter were just exchanging a bit of a joke there. They'll know each other, having played around the circuit for years.
Yes, indeed.
And I think John Simpson was shaking his head to say that was a dreadful shot. He knew it was. And I think Jamie Porter, he was probably agreeing as well. But to be honest, there is clearly there's batting to come for Sussex, but some young players. I mean, Zach Leon-Cash's only 20, Henry Rogers only 18, so Sussex need the experience of Simpson here, Dick.
They do, certainly.
If he goes, it could all get a bit messy.
But there's a long time to go. Oh, dearie me! Having said that, then Ollie Carter has managed to have 2 of his stumps removed, and well, if you're going to bowl somebody, it can't be much more comprehensive than that, to uproot 2 stumps, the middle and the off stump, and he seemed to play all round that.
Well, he did, and I did say I felt there was an opportunity knocking here for Ollie Carter, and he will be desperately disappointed to get out. Again, it didn't look like he got forward, really.
No,
I think it was the same with Charlie Tier, who was palpably LBW, and this is getting worse and worse for Sussex. 31 for 4. In terms of players to come, 20-year-old Zach Leon-Cache, who's been given opportunities in the competition, I think it's fair to say hasn't really taken them, so this is an opportunity. Then 18-year-old Henry Rogers, then we're down amongst the bowlers. Lelham and Foreman can both bat, no question about that. Crocombe and Campbell, with due respect to both, will probably be considered tail-enders, although in this day and age pretty much everyone can hold a bat. But if Sussex are going to post anything half decent here, someone needs to get their head down, and hope to goodness that John Simpson doesn't get out, because this is not good as Zach Leon-Cache makes his way out.
Zach Leon-Cache.
Yes, his I didn't realise this until the other week. When we were down in Neath, one of the press corps came up to me and said, "Oh, did you know that Zach Leon-Cache's mum was a tennis player and got to the 3rd round of Wimbledon?" And I said, "No, I had no idea," but I said, "I'll go." He said, "But I think that's right." So I went out to the middle, and Paul Farbrace very obligingly called over Zach and said, "Zach, is this the case?" And he said, "Yes, it was." So there we are. His mum played tennis and got to 3rd round at Wimbledon. You must be pretty good to do that.
Well, yes, certainly.
But it's not tennis Sussex need now, it's runs, and he's got a real opportunity here. Not easy against the quality bowling of Porter and Allison. I wonder whether Tom Wesley might be inclined to keep these 2 on,
Well, he may well, yes, as Porter moves in and bowls to him, and Leon-Cache just plays that out onto the onside. But there's still time to make a big recovery. I'm trying to think back. I could look it up. But when Pepper got his century in the T20 competition, I think when he went in, Essex, or at one stage anyway, Essex were in a lot of trouble and looked as if they were going to lose by a lot of runs. And
totally.
I'm sure they'd lost at least 4 wickets. So Sussex could still mount a very, very challenging total. That's just played defensively, trickles out in the offside, no addition to the score.
Yeah, Sussex made 207 for 2. Daniel Hughes made 81, Tom Clark 72, not out. In reply, Essex were in all sorts of trouble. You're dead right, Dick. After 10 overs, they were 96 for 5 and looked completely out of it.
Yeah.
And then Michael Pepper made 120 not out. Charlie Allison, who I presume is the brother of Ben.
Yes, a younger brother.
He made 44, batted really well, and in the end, they had 9 balls to spare at the end of the match.
As Porter moves in, bowls, that's worked away backward of square, and Leon-Cache is opened his account, which is the first run is, when you bat, you always have little milestones. The first is just to get off the mark, and then double figures, and then you build it up in 10s or 20s. So he'll keep the bowling, because that was the end of the over, which saw Sussex lose their 4th wicket, and they're now 32 for 4.
And that's the end of the opening power play, which means that Essex are allowed, if they want to now, to deploy 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. I rather suspect that Tom Wesley may decide not to do that, because Essex are well on top here. But we have got a change of bowling. I did wonder whether Wesley might decide to leave his opening bowler, Ben Allison, on, but he's not. He's going to change the bowling. And it is going to be Jamal Richards who's going to bowl from the C end of the ground. So the fielder's outside of the circle. There's a 3rd man, a fine leg, a deep mid-wicket and a slip. I don't know an awful lot about Jamal Richards, but he's going to be bowling up the hill, number 87 on the back of his purple shirt. So
well, as I say, he had a 5-wicket haul in the previous game at Trent Bridge.
Runs in, bowls to us, bowls with good pace. Let go outside the off stump by Leon Cachet. Throw to keeper Fernandez, and there is no run.
Thank you, Paul, for your email. I'll read that out during the course of the subsequent over when I'm on commentary. And there's I'll give you a clue. I'll give you what do we call it? A trailer or a taster. It's called "It's a Shame Essex Don't Take 50 Over Competition Seriously."
Richards in over the wicket, bowls to Leon Cachet, defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. Now I think I've got an apology to make, because thank you to Jack and Karen Simpson, who are John's parents, who I assume are watching over in Spain. And we mentioned John Simpson's very unorthodox shot across the line to Jamie Porter, and what I didn't realise was that was a no ball, which is why I played the shot. So apologies, Jack and Karen. It was a very un-John Simpson-like shot, and I think that's why he was joking with Jamie Porter. In comes Richards, bowls, and Leon Cachet is forward, plays the ball to mid-on, and calls his skipper through for a single, fielded by Nick Brown. One more to Leon Cachet. He goes to 2, 33 for 4. So, morning Adrian, the no ball in 50 over is still a free hit, hence the reason for the undignified hacking. Thank you, Jack and Karen. I hope you're well. I'm presuming it's very hot across Europe at the minute. I mean, it's been very hot here the last few days. And I think we, having had so much rain early on in the summer, we've all been moaning like fury.
Yes.
It's been so hot. But it does make a difference if you can jump in a swimming pool or something.
Oh, yes.
Richards is coming around the wicket to bowl to John Simpson. No slip in place now. In and bowls, and Simpson is forward and just defends, just literally that. Now that's really quite funny. John Simpson defended the ball literally down in front of him, and the ball just dribbled a couple of inches in front of him, and the fielder at mid-wicket came running in and laid down on the pitch and just stretched a hand out to collect the ball so as not to run on the pitch. That was very funny. Who's that?
I think we'll
have a look in a minute.
It may well be Benkenstein. That's a sort of part of the ground he fields in, but
Richards in again, bowls to Simpson, who defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. 33 for 4 are Sussex. Haynes 10, Clark 10, Tier first ball, Carter all back in the pavilion. Simpson the skipper on 4, Zach Leon Cachet on 2.
Oh no, it's not.
It's Robin Dass.
Robin Dass.
So that was quite funny.
He's having animated conversation with Zach Leon.
Cachet. Yes, they may well know each other from representative cricket. I mean, so many of these players do know each other.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And it's always good to see.
It is.
Richards makes his way round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who's beaten outside the off stump, and that was a good delivery from Jamal Richards. He beat John Simpson, and keeper Fernandez taking the ball diving down the leg side. So a very tidy opening over, just the 1 run conceded by Jamal Richards, and at the end of that, at the end of the 11th over, Sussex, having won the toss this morning and decided to bat first, are 33 for 4. Simpson on 4, Leon Cachet is on 2. Yeah, I was reading in Europe the extreme heat. I mean, I think in Athens they've got all sorts of fires, and it's been really. I think it's meant to be cooler here over the next few days, and I could cope with sort of mid-20s, but much, you know,
Oh.
it's been very hot your neck of the woods, hasn't it? Cambridge was the hottest. I know
Yes.
it's not in Essex, but
Yeah, but well, I live on the coast, as I say, in Southend, so there's usually that breeze. But which day was it? Monday. Yes. I'm losing. Yeah, today's Wednesday. Yeah, Monday. I did virtually nothing. Not that that's unusual, but I had a good excuse for doing nothing on Monday because of the weather. That's just played backward and square on the offside. So Paul's email. Loving the commentary as usual. Always very much appreciated. Thank you. As are the emails, I assure you. As per my heading, I have to say that I'm not happy with Essex resting Elgar, Harmer, well, and he said at the time, and Porter from One Day Cup, although he says that the latter, apart from the last couple of games, went all over. Well, he has been injured, of course. He broke a finger playing up at the Oval in the Championship, I think it was the last of the first phase of the Championship game. That's played out square on the offside, the little finger of his left hand. As Essex are out of the blast, and I feel the county championship went with their loss to Surrey, Essex should have played their strongest side throughout to try and win a trophy, but it would seem the county are not bothered, as they've not qualified out of the group stage for the last 3 years. I think. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm only reading Paul's opinion, to which he's perfectly entitled. That's pushed out on the offside. I went to 3 of the last 4 home games at Chelmsford and saw non-competitive performances in all 3 games, which was very disappointing. Essex County Cricket Club have always had large crowds and are well supported, and I think we deserve better from the club in this format. Keep up the good work and look forward to hearing your commentary in the last 5 county games of the season. Kind regards, Paul. He says, the Essex CCC fan. Well, there are thousands of them. Thanks, Paul, very much for your email indeed, and some interesting and not unique views expressed. That's just played away on the onside. No addition to the score.
interesting here, Dick, that Tom West has decided to keep Jamie Porter going from the Cromwell Road end, you know, having picked up 3 wickets. And he's such a good bowler, Jamie Porter. He's just always there or thereabouts, isn't he? And this is a great opportunity for Zach Leon-Cachet to bat against a quality county bowler.
Yes, it is.
You know, really show what you're worth.
Yeah, well, I would. That's just another ball absolutely on the money, as they say, played out in the offside. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to be said. If your bowler is bowling really well, then there's a lot to be said for keeping him on, because I know the other side of the coin is, well, let's bring him back towards the end of the innings, but he might not. You can't always assume, because a fella's had a very good opening spell, you can't assume that he's going to replicate that if he comes back in a couple of hours' time. No,
totally, I agree.
So make hay while the sun shines, take full advantage of the form he's in. And that's, well, having said that, that's probably one of the worst deliveries he's bowled. It was short and it rather stood up and got slapped away to mid-wicket for a 4. First 4 that the hosts have scored for quite a long time.
Yes, it is. No, I agree with you. End of the over, 37 for 4. Leon-Cachet goes to 6, Simpson 1 4. Yeah, I would agree, and certainly in the T20 this year, one of the reasons, in my opinion, that Sussex have done so well is that they've had Ollie Robinson available, and quite often Tamal Mills has bowled him 3 overs straight off, because there's nothing better than wickets to keep a side quiet.
No, quiet.
Jamal Richards is going to carry on. I was looking at Jamal, born on the 3rd of March 2004 in Edmonton, North London, so he's 20 years old. And he's running away from us to bowl to John Simpson, and Simpson works this one down to 3rd man. They've taken 1, he'll think about 2, but it isn't there. He's really quick between the wickets, is John Simpson, always looking for a 2nd run. He goes to 5, the Sharks to 38 for 4, and that was his debut up at Trent Bridge. No, it wasn't. What we're talking about, rubbish.
No.
He's played a championship match, he's played 18 List A matches as Jamal Richards, and his best is 5 for 31. Was up at Trent Bridge, I presume it was.
Yes, it was.
He's an England under-19 player, which is perhaps how he knows Zach Leon-Cachet from previous encounters, and he's coming into bowl to him now. Over the wicket bowls, Leon-Cachet plays very straight out into the covers, and there is no run. I like the way Leon-Cachet moves into the ball at the crease, and he just rehearses that shot. Marks out his crease. And I think what we talk about opportunities, but you got an opportunity of batting with someone like John Simpson, who's been round the block. So if you're a young player, if you can get yourself in here, this is a good pitch. And make a name for yourself. Leon Cachet waits, slip goes down. Richards is in, and again, Leon Cachet defends into the offside, and there is no run. Good bowling again from Essex, who've got the advantage here of getting these 4 wickets in the bag, and so Sussex know they can't take too many risks.
No, they can't.
What they'll be keen to do is just keep the scoreboard ticking over here, picking up the 1s and 2s, and just start to get the scoreboard moving a little. But it's vital they don't lose any more wickets at this stage. 4 down already. If you've just joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex, Adrian Harms, Dick Davis, your commentary team here at an overcast Hove as Richards is in bowls and Leon Cachet plays that to mid-on. There's a good running by that Leon Cachet because Nick Brown had to move to his right at mid-on to field. He goes to 7, the Sharks to 39 for 4. And I was going to say something else then, I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, we may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. Wherever you're watching from, it'd be lovely to hear from you. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or as Dick was saying, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, which I think is the regular email address. But either of those will find us here in the commentary box as Richards runs away from us, bowls to Simpson, who drives without timing into the offside. And there is no run. Yeah, overcast, but quite humid, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yes.
Dick. Sussex having won the toss, deciding to bat first. And very much in a stage of recovery here. 39 for 4. As Richards is back to his mark, tosses the ball from hand to hand. Comes running in away from us, bowls to Simpson, who plays quietly to backward point, and there is no run. End of another good, tight, accurate over as far as Essex are concerned. The Sussex Sharks are 39 for 4 at the end of the over, with Leon Cachet on 7, John Simpson is on 5. I think Dick's going to do one more over, and then we're going to be joined by Paul Hiscock, Essex journalist.
Kindly volunteered to, well, I say volunteered, succumbed to a bit of arm twisting to join us.
I'm impressed by your arm twisting capabilities, Dick.
I don't look powerfully built, but you'll be surprised. And so I'll do one more over. And Sussex can still rebuild this, as we say. The Essex declined to, 95 for 5 before Pepper's outstanding innings in the T20 competition a few weeks ago down here. So, Essex can't take anything for granted. Well, I'm sure they're not going to, as Porter is continuing from that far end. Again, we can't keep repeating ourselves, but it's the obvious thing to do, really. Nearly every delivery is absolutely in the right place, apart from that one that he dropped short in the last over, which was dispatched for 4. So, he's proving what a very useful and experienced bowler he is. And he's bowling down the hill, which, if you know how to use it, is an advantage, but if you don't know how to use it, can be a distinct disadvantage. And again, that's just short of a length, but can do no more than play it out into the covers. Simpson on 5, Leon Cachet on 7. It looks like Lion Cachet, but it's Leon Cachet.
Well, yes, I mean, I'm calling him Leon, and in fact, I haven't interviewed Zach. I haven't met him, and I didn't think to ask him, which was a miss of me, as whether the surname is pronounced Leon or Lion. I'm imagining it's Leon, but we'll go with that. If I'm wrong, I do apologise.
That's a
poor shot.
And a short-ish delivery, and it's a man of Leon Cachet, who we just mentioned, had all the opportunity to build an innings, and he had this short-ish delivery. It wasn't sort of a rank long hop by any means, and he just sort of placed it in the hands of short mid-wicket, and Sussex Sharks lose their 5th wicket with the score on 39.
Well, I'm sorry to say that Sussex are rather contributing to their own downfall here.
They
are. A succession of, certainly Tom Clark was a poor shot at the top of the order, looking to pull the ball away. Tom Haynes Not much, right? I mean, he was looking to drive a ball that was there to be driven, but it was a very good catch by Feroz Kouchi at cover point. Charlie Tier beating all ends up, really not getting forward to a delivery to be LBW from Charlie Tier. Sorry, from Jamie Porter. Ollie Carter, similarly. I'm afraid Zach Leon Cashier will be very disappointed with that shot. So, another young player makes his way out. Young Henry Rogers, only 18 years of age. And Sussex now, if they weren't before, heavily reliant on the experience of John Simpson. The problem is that John Simpson, no, he just cannot afford to get out.
No, he can't.
Because Sussex could fall in a heap here.
But also somebody, one of these young players, has got to stay with him at the other end.
Do you know, and this is what Paul Farbrace said throughout the competition. I wasn't at Bristol last week, but he made the point very pointedly in the interview afterwards that, you know, you're looking for who's putting your hand up, who thinks they're ready to go into the first team. And at the moment, you'd have to say today that no one's really put their hand up.
No, they haven't. It's Robin Das who took that catch at mid-wicket. As Porter already got 4 wickets under his belt.
Ooh,
well, that's
nearly 5.
Very nearly 5. For all Rogers knew about it, it could have been a 50. Just sort of played, well, a little bit circumspectly, it has to be said, outside the off stump. Went through to the keeper. So Porter's figures, they must be on that very good board somewhere, but I can't see them. No, maybe not. But they're certainly
I'll give it to you. Yeah.
It's 4 for not many. As he moves in down the wicket, bowls, and that's just played out to mid-off.
4 for 16, Dick.
4 for 16. Thank you. Well.
Yeah.
And one of those was a long hop that was dispatched for 4. Oh, and early on, no, that was leg byes we discovered, wasn't it? Down.
Yes, they were. Yeah. But just anything though, there's a decent-sized crowd here today,
yes,
and you know, people might have taken a day off work or a day off their holiday, and they want to see a decent competitive game of cricket here.
Yes. Porter moves in, bowls. Oh, and well, an almost involuntary shot sees the ball trickle out to Das rather along the ground. So it's the end of the over, and yes, my unfettered thanks to Paul Hiscock, whom I've had the pleasure of knowing for many years, who's now going to give first of all me a break and then Adrian a break as he steps into this seat.
Thank you, Dick. So Sussex in dire straits here. 39 for 5, having won the toss and deciding to bat first, and very heavily reliant here on skipper John Simpson, who waits as Jamal Richards, with a very noisy drill in the background, comes running away from us. Bowls to Simpson, who clips the ball. It's signalled wide down the leg side, so Sussex go to 40 for 5. Hello, Paul. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Adrian, and good afternoon to the listeners.
Yeah, and I feel a little embarrassed, Paul, because I followed Sussex for a number of years, and I've been to Chelmsford on a number of occasions. Generally short visits, because it's generally T20 that we play you guys in. And although I've seen you and acknowledged you, I don't think we've ever formally met before. So it's good to meet you, and thank you for taking the time to come and spend a bit of time with us today.
It's my pleasure, thank you.
Richards runs away from us. In and bowls, and Simpson drives to mid-wicket. There is no run. I was just looking at Jamie Porter's statistics here, Paul. 500 first-class wickets. I mean, he's been a tremendous stalwart for Essex down the years.
Oh, the way his career has developed, just by pure hard work, and he's learned as he's gone along as well. I think initially he was favoured by having the old war horse David Masters standing at mid-on, mid-off when Jamie first burst on the scene. You can't bowl for him, but you can tell him how to bowl.
Richards in bowls. Simpson plays carefully into the offside, no run.
But he then progressed in his own right and got a call up for the England Test squad. Didn't actually make the starting lineup, and I think that might have affected him a little bit, as it would anybody. If you've done well enough to be noticed by the selectors, in my reckoning, you at least deserve a chance, don't you? But that never came Jamie's way. Had injuries, as all bowlers tend to do, he's come back from it better than ever.
In comes Richards around the wicket, bowls to John Simpson, who drives beautifully through the covers. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Simpson goes to 6, Sussex to 41 for 5. I mean, he's only just 31, James Porter. And when you think of the likes of Jimmy Anderson, you know, I know perhaps Jimmy Anderson is extraordinary in terms of playing till 40, but he's he's still got some years left in him, Jamie Porter.
Yes, he has, and I think what's helped Jamie as well is often bowlers bowl in pairs, don't they? The emergence of Sam Cooke as well. They are a lethal pair with the new ball in red ball cricket, the two of them. I think certainly right up there with the best opening pair in red ball cricket around the Shires.
Richards in again, bowls, and right in behind that is Henry. Rogers plays into the offside, and there is no run. And they've been such a force, Essex, in cricket. I mean, I was thinking about the last time I was saying to Dick, I remember coming to Colchester, several years ago now, and playing Essex. That would have been a second division game, and I think Essex might have gone up that season. Because I can't think we played you in a championship match since then. I may be wrong. I remember Jofra Archer playing in that game. It was the game when Chris Jordan made his maiden first-class 100. That's how long ago it was.
The long-lamented Castle Park.
In comes Richards, bowls, plays into the offside by Rogers, no run. Is that is it not used for county cricket anymore?
No, we don't use any outground now.
Right.
That was the last one to go, following the not so long lamented Garran Park, I must be honest, but the Garran Park ground in Southend, the forerunner of that was South Church Park. That was very, very much appreciated. Ilford, that went from the circuit in the early 2000s. We're just left with Chelmsford now.
Richards running away for us. Sorry about the rather annoying drill. Bowls to Rogers, who's beaten outside the offside. That very nearly bowled him. That was nearly a 6th wicket. End of the over. Just the 2 runs coming off it, one of which was a wide. And Sussex are 41 for 5. You're listening to live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Harms and Paul Hiscock with you on commentary duties. I'm interested in Essex, Paul, because they seem to be a county who seem to do incredibly well the whole time, be it in T20 or the Championship. What's the secret to their success?
Well, certainly with the young players, the academy is a fantastic producer of talent, and that has been in place for many, many years. And like all these things that are successful, Adrian, it just doesn't happen. A lot of work goes in behind the scenes to make it successful. Yes, we've had turnover of coaches, etc., but the template's already been set, and they know what they need to aspire to carry on in the Essex traditions.
Jamie Porter's going to carry on down the hill, bowls to John Simpson, who drives down the ground. Lovely shot by John Simpson. That's probably the best shot of the day. Slightly overpitched by Jamie Porter, and it was caressed down the ground by John Simpson. Lovely shot. And a rare boundary for Sussex. Interesting that Jamie Porter's carrying on here, because I guess maybe Tom Wesley's thinking, well, why not?
Yeah, the other day he bowled 8 overs straight off, and I thought I was going to bowl straight through, but he didn't. We held him back for 2 more overs at the end. And as you say there, why not? I mean, the guy's in all sorts of form. Let him carry on.
Porter in bowls. Simpson's hit on. I thought he got a bit of a nick on that, and if he didn't, it struck me as maybe just going down the leg side. And yeah. Porter and Simpson just ruefully look at each other and say that I'm sure they'll know each other very well from clashes between Middlesex and Essex down the years.
An ambitious appeal, but when your tail's up and you're bowling as well and they've got the figures like Jamie Porter, hey, let's go for it.
Yeah.
He has bowled. I mean, he's got the ball in the right place, hasn't he? As you and Dick were saying earlier, he just made the batsman virtually think at every single ball, hasn't he?
Yes, he had. As in comes Porter around the wicket, bowls, and Simpson defends into the offside. There is no run. And you talk about the academy, Paul, and how's that built? Is that about bringing in youngsters from local schools or local clubs? How does that work?
Schools, far and wide. We do have the benefit of having Norfolk and Suffolk on our doorstep, of course, and players tend to come to us and be directed to us from there. The younger ones tend to go and play for a few of the local clubs. Chelmsford is one of them. It used to be Ilford, of course, where Graham Gooch, Hussain, John Lever.
Porter bowls, just played into the offside by Simpson, no run.
All came from. But once these players are in the academy system, they get identified very, very quickly. Doesn't always work out, of course, because you know, it's a numbers game, isn't it? You churn players through, but I'm sure even those that are released, when they are released, are far better cricketers for the experience of being with the academy.
Porter again around the bowl to Simpson, defends inside the run.
The interesting thing, I think, Adrian, sort of moving that forward to this competition, which has been so beneficial to many young players, is okay. I heard you saying earlier on, a couple of players pushing for inclusion in the championship side, as indeed Essex have got. But if they don't get in that side, you know, is their career going to stagnate? Because you don't want to see them spend another 12 months before they're given their head in this again, do you? They need to be playing.
Porter in bowls. That's going to be a wide, a rare loose delivery from Jamie Porter, taken down the leg side by Fernandez. One more to the total, 46 for 5.
The problem is, of course, their opportunities are restricted. If you've got a successful red ball side, you're not going to change it just to bring a promising youngster in, are you?
No, for sure. And that's, and you know, certainly I was saying to Dick earlier, there are a number of Sussex players in this side today who have played first-class cricket, and who Paul Firebrace would have been looking to think, right, you know, put your hand up to get the competition in place. In comes Porter, bowls to Simpson. Lovely shot by John Simpson. That's the second lovely shot in this over, driven away through extra cover, and that's a quality shot, beautifully played. And Simpson goes into double figures, and I have to say, Sussex are reliant here on John Simpson to post any sort of a decent score. He was already in double figures, 14 he goes to, and the Sharks 50 for 5 at the end of the 16th over. Because one of the things about Essex is, I mean, you don't have a 100 side, so you don't, presumably, and I don't know, you might tell me differently, you don't have the finances of a Surrey or, you know, the so-called bigger club. So you know, that must be quite difficult to attract players if they're attracted by money. So I don't know, Essex just seem to have the balance right somehow.
Well, we do, but at the same time, a lot of players go, initially our tie-up was with the London Spirit, but players seem to be going further and further. I mean, Sam Cook plays for Trent Rockets, which isn't exactly got a London postal address. Matt Critchley, Rossington, Michael Pepper, all play for the London Spirit.
Richards in bowls, defended by Rogers into the offside, no run.
But the net of that, of the 100 now spreads far and wide, doesn't it? You know, with respect to them, you see cricketers playing in the 100 who, you know, I would have said were just ordinary county cricketers.
But from the point of view of finances, you know, you've got the Oval and you get all the income that comes in. You know, Essex don't have that benefit, so I don't know what the Essex balance sheet looks like. I've got no idea, but I wouldn't imagine that Essex have got, you know, fortunes to go spending on overseas players.
No, well, I don't think it's looking at its most healthy at the moment.
Richards in bowls, Rogers drives to backward point, no run.
Because we had this, Catherine Newton Casey, she started off as a QC and became a Casey report, and that's cost us, I think, the best part of £750,000. So that will not show up well on the balance sheet. But generally, I mean, we keep our head above water.
It just seems to be, as I say, I just look at Essex, honestly, well-run club. That's the impression that I get. Richards in again over the wicket, bowls. Oh, Rogers, he's lost his off stump. Well, he played all around that, Henry Rogers. He was looking to play the ball on the offside. He's played all around it. He's lost his middle stump, and Sussex lose a 6th wicket. And young Henry Rogers goes without troubling the scorers. And Sussex are in one almighty pickle here. 50 for 6. John Simpson is standing alone at the moment. He's 14 not out. But to be honest, Sussex are, well, it's been a poor batting display. You know, let's not beat about the bush. Too many players have given their wickets away, and I'm afraid that wasn't a great shot. He just seemed to play all across the line and lost his middle stump.
Bearing in mind they won the toss and decided to bat.
They did.
But they've made a mess of it, haven't they? To be perfectly honest. Another good scalp there for Jamal Richards, who has progressed as this competition has gone on. He's the Essex leading wicket taker in this so far, and in the last game on Sunday, Nottinghamshire returned figures of 5 for 31, career best in this day figures for Jamal. He's had his problems with injury, but he's only 20, and time is ahead of him. Very exciting prospect, and one of a number in the Essex side. So yeah, going back to the Essex philosophy. I mean, this is interesting now in general terms with the state of cricket. How ambitious should clubs like counties like Essex be with Middlesex and Surrey on their doorstep? They've got the facilities. Not maybe Middlesex haven't got the facilities. Well, they've got the facilities at Lords. Just how much of it Middlesex own is negligible, but the facilities are there. Do you need to build a stadium to challenge those? Bearing in mind that it's just a short train journey up from London. I don't know. It's a dilemma, isn't it? But that's what we pay chief executives for and chairman.
We do. It's way above our pay grade.
Indeed.
Thankfully. It's a rather muted Sussex crowd here, and a rather muted crowd in terms of people who've come along for the day, because at the minute this isn't a contest. Richards is in, bowls to Archie Lennon, who lets that go outside the off stump, and that's a brave leave, because I don't think that was far away from his off stump, judging by the reaction of the slip cordon. 50 for 6.
Well, on the way here it was raining, and it probably was only 10 miles down the road when it stopped.
Well, I'm with you completely.
So there'll be a lot of people who would have been making their way here maybe who thought, perhaps there won't be any cricket. The only ones I think really regretting there are cricket is the Sussex side at the moment, but at least the people are getting some entertainment, aren't they?
Richards in, bowls to Lennon, who's forward, plays it down the onside of the track. Yes, it was pouring with rain as I made my way down. I was amazed when I got to Hove and saw that it was relatively dry. So, in your career, have you been covering Essex for years, Paul?
Yes, since at a professional capacity, since 1994.
Right, okay.
I was doing features for local papers before then, and I happened to be in the right place at the right time when an opportunity came to write for the East Anglian Daily Times on a daily basis, which I took gleefully with both hands.
Richards in, bowls. Lennon again lets that one go outside of the off stump. There is no run. End of the over, and the end of the 17th over, and Sussex in all sorts of trouble here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Essex. 50 for 6. I'm Adrian Harms in conversation with Essex journalist Paul Hiscock.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give your bowlers something to bowl at here, haven't you? A double figure all-out total is negligible, isn't it? Presumably we would break for lunch as well, would we, if
Crumbs.
break?
Yeah.
These regulations change so regularly, I can't keep up with them.
I don't think Jamie Poulter is coming out of the attack, and we're going to get the off spin of Tom Westley.
Yes, he wants to get in on the act here. What is interesting, most players, if they achieve something significant, and it's normally having a very successful season or something like that, get awarded their county cap. Robin Dass scored an unbeaten century on Sunday, and he now appears to have been awarded his own shirt because he'd previously been wearing one of Van Allison's shirts, but he's now back out there with the number 47 on his back, which was his allocated number at the start of the season. It appeared briefly, and then we never saw it again, so maybe troubled with a wash or whatever. I don't go down that route.
Tom Westley coming around the wicket. The Essex skipper comes in and bowls to John Simpson, who nurdles that one to backward point and picks up a single. He goes to 15, the total to 51 for 6.
And almost a call. Was our man Robin Dass coming into the picture there?
I see.
So, thanks, Robin. Appreciate that. Normally, the commentators curse.
No, you do.
You
Totally.
praise somebody and he's out next ball. Or you're saying how well he's bowling and the ball, next ball.
I've done that far.
I've
done that far too often,
yeah.
Paul. Wesley.
We never learn, do we?
No, we don't. No, I certainly don't. Only 3 men outside the circle. They could have 4 if they wanted Essex, but the pressure is really on here as in comes Westley, bowls, and Archie Lennon is forward, plays down the offside. There is no run. There is an Essex connection in the Sussex dressing room, which is Grant Flower.
Oh right, yes.
Who would have spent a fair amount of time at Essex. I don't know whether that was during your time. In comes Westley, bowls.
Very good player.
Tossed up, played a mid-wicket, no run.
And played a significant role in our when we won the One Day Cup in 2007 against Kent. We needed direction, we needed a bit of stability, and Grant Flower came in and did the job.
Westley in bowls to Lennon, who drives down the ground to long on, picks up a single. He goes to 1, and the total 52 for 6.
Very effective and a very thoughtful cricketer as well. You spend I'm sure you've done it. You know, spend time in his company, you come away a wiser man.
Yeah. I've also always found with Grant as well that he doesn't sugarcoat things either. You know, he tells it out as is, which I like. Paul Farbrace is the same. Wesley bowls and played on the onside by John Simpson. There is no run.
Got a very analytical mind.
Yeah.
And in this day and age, analysis seems to be a key feature of the game, doesn't it?
It does. Wesley in bowls. A forward comes Simpson, plays into the offside. There is no run. Nice and tidy from Tom Wesley, as you'd expect. Just the 2 runs off the over at the end of the 18th over. Sussex are 52 for 6. And no doubt as well you'd have had dealings with Sir Alistair Cook as well.
Yes, Sir Alistair, yeah. I mean, terrific when on his part, coming back to play for Essex after he'd finished his international career. A lot of players would have thought, well, that's it, when nothing else to prove.
Yeah.
He had nothing else to prove. But he came back and he just... the good thing about it was, I think, it was almost a weight of responsibility off his shoulders. All he had to do, or I say all he had to do, was perform for Essex. But there was no, when should I make the next bowling change, etc., etc. And I just think he enjoyed the period of playing.
Richards bowls to Lennon, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. And he always comes across as being incredibly polite, and I guess he was the same with the local press, was he?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it wasn't I have to say, he wasn't always readily available. But yeah, when you needed his time, he was there. Catch him at the right time.
Is he involved at all now, or?
No, he's not. No. Only the one end of the ground is now named after him.
Richards in bowls. Oh, well, Lennon played that very, very late. I think he was looking to leave that, and I think he suddenly realised that would have hit the off stump, and I think he got a bit of bat on it, played it into the slip cord. There was a loud appeal. I can only assume the appeal was for LBW.
Yeah, I think it was, but I like you, Adrian, I think he actually got a very, very faint edge on that.
Yeah.
He lives to survive. Yes, this season we decided to name each end of the ground after 2 former players, Graham Gooch at one end and Sir Alistair Cook at the other end.
Richards in bowls. Lennon drives without timing to mid on no run. Yes, I made a mistake actually when I came this year for the T20. I said, oh, and he comes from the River end, and they said, no. Then I said, he comes from the Hayes Close end. No. You got that wrong as well.
Well, I want to be contentious here because, I mean, both greats of Essex cricket. But there are a number of others as well, and there will be, long after I've gone, other players will emerge. What do you do then? I mean, Simon Harmer, for example, played a significant role in winning 2 of our titles and a T20 title.
Richards in bowls to Lennon, who forces that into the covers. There is no run, and I think of some of the greats of yesteryear, people like Keith Fletcher and...
Well, yes, exactly. There's so many. It's a dangerous route to take, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I think it is. Anyway.
Yes, I would agree with you actually. Yeah, and as you say, long after we're gone, do they suddenly decide not to call it the Sir Alistair Cook end because somebody else has come through? No, I agree. Keith Boyce, he played for Essex, didn't he?
Keith Boyce did, yeah, superb. Yes, unfortunately, a career that was affected badly by injury, but yes, he was a fantastic player.
Richards in bowls to Lennon, who places defensively to backward point, and there is no run. You listen to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, and Sussex in all sorts of problems here. 52 for 6, winning the toss this morning, electing to bat. They've lost Haynes for 10, Clark for 10, Tier first ball, Carter for 1, Zach Leoncashi for 7, Henry Rogers for a duck. John Simpson standing defiant, 15 off 28 balls. Archie Lennon on 1. In comes Richards, bowls right up in the block hole, well bowled, and Lennon plays that to Nick Brown, who fields at mid-on, and there is no run. I'm delighted to be joined by Essex journalist Paul Hiscock, who's bearing some of the load today, for which we're very grateful. End of another tidy over from Jamal Richards. Sussex are 53 for 6 at the end of the 19th over.
A good story about Keith Boyce. One of the seasons he was playing, it was the last day of a 3-day game, and we had at that time so many overs to face to try and hang on. Anyway, Keith Boyce came in and we were again in all sorts of bother, and they just said try and play out time. Anyway, Boyce sort of took a couple of paces down the pitch and launched this ball for 6, and it went a long way. Anyway, a message came out from the dressing room, "What are you doing?" And he replied, "Well, I thought the further I hit it, the more it would make an inroads into the time." And they said, no, there's a fixed number of overs to be bowled. Boyce, he just never quite got to terms with the England regulations.
Wesley bowls to Lennon, who turns that to backward square leg, picks up a single, he goes to 354 for 6.
Fantastic fielder, fantastic outfielder.
Yeah.
In the time of, again, the revered Brian Taylor, who did so much for the club, Tonga was our wicketkeeper at the time, and one of the describe this ball, Adrian.
Yeah, Wesley, Essex skipper, round the wicket, bowls to John Simpson. Simpson drives back to Wesley, there is no run.
Yeah, the ball went out to the cover boundary. Keith Boyce raced round, got the ball, threw it in, arrowed it in. And Brian Taylor's voice said, "It was all right, Boycey, no need to take the gloves off."
Very good.
But that was his...
Wesley bowls, Simpson plays into the offside and picks up a single. Simpson goes to 16, the total 55 for 6.
That quality and type of athletic fielding was a new phenomenon in our game. I think we saw it with there was a team called the South African Sailors came over with Colin Bland. I think a young Colin Bland was a member of them. And they were probably the first time that we'd seen in English cricket athletic fielding of that nature.
Wesley in bowls, and Lennon picks up another single, clips that through square, and he goes to 4, Sussex to 56 for 6. But some of the great, I think some of the other players, I mean, John Lever,
yes,
must have taken hundreds of wickets for Essex, I'd imagine, down the Derek Pringle, another.
Yeah, the names just roll out, don't they? Roll on.
Wesley in bowls to Simpson, who cuts this carefully through backward point, picks up a couple of runs, does John Simpson. He's having to play within himself here because he knows his side are in a real mess. He goes 18 at the end of the over. The Sussex Sharks are 58 for 6 with Lennon on 4, Simpson on 18.
I once said to Keith Fletcher after we won the first ever piece of silverware in 1979, after spending sort of so many years since, I think, after the Ark was built, trying to win something. And I said to Keith, what was the secret? And he turned around very simply and said, having good players helped. Everybody had a role to play, even the so-called lesser lights. I mean, one of the most underrated cricketers we had, and we're talking of Graham Gooch, was Brian Hardy, who often used to open with Goochie, but he was a support role, and when Gooch was out, Hardy was still there to anchor the innings if necessary. Aaron Beard now.
Yeah, so Jamal Richards taken out of the attack, but impressive bowling figures from Jamal Richards. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6, but no respite here for Sussex. Aaron Beard, who spent a little bit of time here on loan a couple of seasons ago, is coming in from the C end of the ground. Right arm over the wicket, coming into bowl to Archie Lennon, and clipped away nicely by Lennon. It's just a single out to deep mid-wicket. Lennon goes to 5, the Sharks to 59 for 6. Essex have now got the maximum fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. There's a sweeper on the cover point boundary, a third man, fine leg and a deep mid-wicket. A couple of the Essex backroom staff wandering around down below us. Who's down there?
I can see Barry Hyam, who's I don't know what he's lead coach at the academy. I've probably given them a wrong title, and if I have, all apologies to him. He knows who he is, but I tell you what, he plays a very, very important role at the club.
Beard in bowls, that's down the leg side, and a good take by Fernandez, diving way down his leg side. Talking about wicket keepers, of course, James Foster at Essex for so many years. That must have been a delight to have watched him.
Just pure quality, absolute quality. Never got as many caps as he should have done.
No.
I don't know. I think England were always looking for a batsman wicket-keeper, weren't they?
In comes Beard bowls. Again, that's down the leg side, so another wide signalled, and all runs gratefully received here by Sussex to go to 60 for 6.
I always felt that there wasn't a lot of difference in ability with either bat or gloves between James Foster and Chris Reed, and I think had Foster not been playing because Reed was taking all the getting all the caps. I don't think there'd have been any complaints, but neither of them really got as many caps as they should have done.
Beard coming over the wicket, bowls to John Simpson. That's going to be a boundary to John Simpson. That was too wide from Aaron Beard, and John Simpson latched onto that and drilled the ball away through the covers. Nice shot by the Sussex skipper, who goes to 22, and Sussex for 65 for 6.
But of course, it did give you opportunities to Matt Pryor, didn't it?
Yes. Back in the
make
day.
Roll his own. Yeah. Very effectively, he did the job as well. But I think it was Adam Gilchrist, wasn't it, that almost set the tone for everybody. He was just a one-off.
Beard bowl. Simpson defends down the track, no run. No, I agree. I mean, he changed that coming in at number 7, didn't he?
Yeah.
And terrific wicketkeeper, brilliant batsman. And I suppose, I mean, from the England point of view, you look back down the years to the likes of people like Bruce French and Jack Russell, who people felt really should have got more caps than they did. But at the time, were England looking for, someone who can make runs behind the stumps. Beard on his way again, bowls to Simpson, who drives elegantly through the covers, 4 runs. Lovely shot by the Sussex skipper, over pitch from Aaron Beard, and Simpson very quickly onto that and drilling the ball away through mid-off for 4 runs. He's in a difficult position here, John Simpson, isn't he? Because I mean, let's be honest, if he doesn't make runs, Sussex might struggle to make 100 here.
Yeah.
And so he's having to be very careful about his shot selection.
He is, but he's probably... Aaron Beard's only just come into the attack. He's still looking for the right line and length, isn't he? And Simpson's doing the right thing. He's capitalising on this at the moment.
Beard in bowls, and Simpson drives back down the ground, and a good stop by Nick Brown. The pace was taken off of it by Aaron Beard, and Simpson remains on 26. We'll have an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a couple of moments' time. Then Dick's going to come back and join Paul. How many more? I've lost track of that. We've had 2 wides in this over, so this has by far been the most expensive over of the innings so far. I think it's 11 off the over so far. Yeah, that's right.
One to come, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the last one.
Beard in again, bowls, and Simpson cuts this one away straight to backward point, and there is no run. So the end of the over, 69 for 6 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex, also on the Sussex live stream. Thank you for joining us on an overcast day in Hove, but the clouds are high and mercifully it's dry, and Essex at the moment are very much in the box seat. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat first. 69 for 6, which represents something of a recovery from 50 for 6. The men out: Haynes for 10, Clark for 10, Tier without scoring, Carter for 1, Zachary Nkashi for 7, Henry Rogers without scoring, and it's going to be Tom Westley who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. I better keep going because I haven't had the signal from base that we've got an update to do, so it's sod's law if I stop. We'll hear music as in comes Westley round the wicket, bowls to Lenham, who looks to play that on the leg side, plays it to backward square leg, fielded there by Robin Das, and there is no run. There's a very annoying drill around Hove today.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's someone who's got a lot of work to do. Just be quite good if he's a little quieter, to be honest. In comes Westley, bowls to Lenham, who's forward, plays it back down the track. There is no run.
Well, it's reminiscent of a dentist drill, but the good thing is I'm not paying to listen to it.
and it's not one of those high-pitched ones. It's one of those ones that sort of grinds on the back teeth. In comes Westley, bowls to Lenham, who works this to backward point. There is no run. I mean, Archie Lenham's job here, goes without saying, is to keep his skipper company, isn't it? You know, he's faced 19 balls for his 5. That matters not a jot. Sussex need him to just stay there.
Oh yes, very much so.
Westley in again, bowls. Oh, no, that wasn't. I don't think it's been signalled wide, and I don't think that was probably the sort of shot he should be playing, to be honest.
Too ambitious, wasn't it?
It was too ambitious, and you just don't need to be doing that. Sussex need to build some sort of a total. It's been signalled wide, and I think he's rather got away with that. 71 for 6.
Yeah, you really the opposite into Simpson. They just need to be supporting him by trying to push singles and give him the strike, don't they?
They certainly do. In comes Westley, bowls to Simpson, who works that into the offside, and there is no run. Total remains on 71 for 6.
Been a good recruit for you, hasn't he?
He's been it really has been a good recruit. In comes Wesley again, and John Simpson right on cue sweeps away for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 30. And I'm not saying Sussex's hopes depend entirely on John Simpson, but not far off. 30 off 38 balls, 75 for 6. Yeah, I mean, he came, I mean, I think there's oh, looks like we're going for our update. Here we go. Yes, hello Sarah. Well, things not going particularly well for Sussex, I have to say, because they're 76 for 6, having won the toss and elected to bat first, and the innings really being held together by the skipper John Simpson, who's 31 not out. Apart from that, Haynes making 10, Clark 10, Tier no score, Carter 1, Zach Leoncache 7, and Henry Rogers no score is the rather sorry tale for Sussex. Something of recovery here, but much depending on the skipper. Simpson on 31, Lenham on 5. The Sharks 76 for 6 after 22 overs.
We've got Aaron Beard continuing from the C end.
Yeah.
A little bit expensive in that last over. Just needs to tidy up his line a little bit. Bowling to John Simpson.
Yes, who cracks that away through the covers. I'll do this over and then I'll hand over to Dick and yourself, Paul.
Yeah, fine.
One more run to Simpson. He goes to 77. Yeah, sorry, I was talking about John Simpson. Yes, I mean, Sussex have had a wicket-keeper who took over from Ben Brown, very fine wicket-keeper, backed down the years here. Ben moved to Hampshire. Ollie Carter took over the gloves, and with due respect, I think in time he'll prove to be a good keeper. But I think Paul Farbrace felt, just needed a bit more experience. And a good gloveman, as in comes Beard, and Lenham works that one down to third man. Don't come back for a second, Archie, because there isn't one there. Throw comes in. Lenham goes to 7, 79 for 6. And John Simpson has, came in. He was made captain for the first 7 championship matches with a view to that being reviewed. But it was really no-brainer, to be honest, once those 7 matches are gone, and Sussex were sitting proudly at the top of Division 2 for it to carry on.
Did they wait for those 7 matches before they announced?
Yes, they did. Yeah, they did. They waited for the 7 games. Simpson on 32, 78 for 6. Beard is in, bowls. Simpson pulls down towards fine leg. Now, there could be 2 here. He's very quick between the wickets, John Simpson. Comes back for a second run. He goes to 34. And the total, was that gone up already? Yeah, 34, and the total goes to 80 for 6. Yeah, they Paul Farbrace and John Simpson sat down, but I'm sure it was a pretty quick conversation. John wanted to carry on doing it, and I'm sure Paul Farbrace was very pleased. Because it's a lot, isn't it? To keep wicket, to skipper, to bat.
Yeah.
Particularly in the first season.
What he brings, of course, a side and a younger side, is a hell of a lot of experience, which you can't buy.
Beard in, bowls. Simpson works that one away through backward point, and he's going to pick up just a single. It was an attempted field there by Noah Thane, who took the pace off the ball, and it meant the sweeper on the cover boundary had to trot round the field. But Simpson goes to 35, the total 81 for 6. And that was a problem. I mean, Sussex had gone down this very adventurous route of younger players, which I think everybody felt is all well and good, but it ain't much good if you're getting thumped every week. No. And that's why the experience of John Simpson, Danny Lamb, Daniel Hughes has been absolutely vital to Sussex. Beard in, bowls, and Lenham nicely plays this one down to third man. They're going to think about a second. They are going to come back for a second. In fact, there's a misfield. I think that's Jamal Richards out there, who perhaps took his eye off the ball. Lenham goes to 8, the total to 83 for 6, and this is by far the highest partnership of the innings. These two coming together with a score was 50 for 6. Partnership of 33, beating the partnership of 24 for the opening wicket, which shows what sort of a mess Sussex were in. They were 24 without loss, 50 for 6. They lost, 6 for 36 at one stage. Beard in, bowls to Lenham, who drives nicely into the covers, fielded at short extra cover. And there is no run. So the end of the over. It's time for me to go and make a cup of coffee with Sussex 83 for 6. And I'm going to leave you with Dick Davis and with Paul Hiscock.
Yeah, so great start for Essex, and they've built on that. The first wicket fell at the end of the end of the 6th over, with the score on 24. Without addition, another 3 balls later, the next one went down. And it was a procession of wickets tumbling in the next few overs until, as Adrian said, this partnership, which is the best of the innings so far and much needed by Sussex, 83 for 6. They're still in area of rebuilding.
As Tom Wesley moves in, bowls, and that's played out into the covers for a single.
But these two, with John Simpson at the helm, are doing this quite effectively so far, Dick.
They certainly are, yes. And yeah, I mean, so much depends on Simpson, doesn't it, really? Although Archie Lennon, I've seen him a few times. He's not as sort of green and new to the side as some of them.
Not a mug, is he? He knows which end of the bat to hold.
And it's worked away on the onside.
But as I was saying to Adrian, really his role is just to support Simpson, isn't it? Try and give Simpson as much of the strike as he can.
Yeah, quite. Just stick around as next delivery draws the batsman right forward to get over the pitch of the ball, which he does very effectively. In addition to the score of 84 for 6, so these two put on 34. And that's just nudged backward of square to Robin Das, who took a good catch to get rid of Zach Leon Cachet. You've had a text about, or a message about, email, that's the word I'm looking for, about Zach Leon Cachet. As next delivery. Just beats the batsman, and the keeper takes the bails off, but doesn't appeal, I don't think, for stumping. So I'll see if I can find that email about. Yeah, Zach Leon Cachet's mother was a tennis player of some repute. Apparently, that's overpitched and just pushed out to long on for a single.
All right.
And oh yes, quite a tennis player. From what I remember, she at one stage was ranked 75 in the world, which is pretty good. I think there are quite a few tennis players in the world.
Yes. Well, that would have got her to Wimbledon, wouldn't it? I would have thought.
Oh, it did, yes. That was how it all
Yeah.
started, I think.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can dig out the email. Oh, yes, I think she got to the third round. Here we are, from Gary. Hi, chaps. Enjoying the commentaries always. I just did a bit of research on Zach Leon's mum. As it would appear, she was Sarah Loosemore, and her Wikipedia entry reads, as Noah Thane takes over the bowling from the C end, the end from which we're commentating. He moves in now round the wicket, bowling to Simpson, and a good delivery in the right place, as they say, line and length, played out to mid-on, or mid-wicket rather. She was the youngest female competitor in the main draw at Wimbledon at age 16 in 1988.
Wow.
You're giving her age away there. Still, I suppose if it's on Wikipedia, all's fair.
Move on, Dick. We won't do this. I won't leave time for calculations.
Well, that means she was born in 1972, which means she's now, 52?
Yeah, go for it, Dick.
Yes, that's right. That's just worked well on the onside, mid-wicket again. In 1990, she reached the third round of the Australian Open, her best performance in a Grand Slam event. She was British number one for some time and was the youngest winner of the National Championships, age 17. She represented Great Britain in the Federation Cup and reached a career-high WTA world ranking of 76 when she was 19 years of age.
Wow.
And final paragraph reads, that's just played totally defensively, again trickles out to Das in the mid-wicket region. As Loosemore, she left the tennis tour to study at Oxford University for a psychology degree, and there she met Chad Leon Cachet, a Dutch international rugby player and Oxford University rugby captain. And she married him, and they had 3 sons. See, there you go, Gary says. Yes, thanks, Gary, very much. Very interesting.
Yeah, very informative, and thank you for that. No surprise that...
That's worked well for the hip for a single out to mid-wicket.
No surprise that one of the offspringers made it into cricket, Dick, with tennis, eye-hand coordination.
Yes, that's right.
That you need.
Yeah, and just scan down to the bottom, remember his name. I ought to, he's a regular emailer. Stephen from Hockley, my sort of neck of the woods. It's certainly my mother-in-law's neck of the woods, but won't say any more of that. As Thane moves in and bowls. Oh, and that's lofted. It was in the air for about 20 yards because it didn't bounce till it got after the level with the stumps at the bowler's end, and then bounced out to Nick Brown at mid-on.
Not a regular there for Sunday lunch then, Dick? With the mother-in-law? Or?
No, but quite often Saturday evening, I have to admit.
Right.
Unless I can think of a good excuse not to be there, which sometimes I can.
You're saying this without the good lady wife being present, of course.
Yes, she's upstairs watching from the balcony. That's right, worked away on the onside. End of the over. So Stephen says, greetings from sunny Hockley. Adrian is correct. The last championship match between these two sides was in August 2016, and indeed it was the final Essex match played at Castle Park, Colchester, a sad loss to the county schedule. The game saw Jofra Archer make his debut and ended with local lad Graham Napier scoring a century to secure a draw. There's a break now because presumably 25 overs have gone, so that gives us the time to go through your emails. The sides did, however, play at Hove in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020. That was the one that was formed just for a season, really, around COVID time. Very strange. It was played behind closed doors with nobody there apart from the media and the players. It was
surreal, wasn't it?
I always thought, and still think, I don't know why I put it in the past, I still think Bob Willis could have been remembered in a better way than that, as it turned out. It was all a bit of an anti-climax, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Well, this I was saying to Adrian earlier on, the identity of both ends of the Chelmsford ground now, named after two Essex greats. But that seems to be the way of the world now. Something, you have to acknowledge achievements by naming a stand,
yes,
or an end, or a trophy after somebody. But great players go on and on. They'll always be produced, won't they?
Yes.
So what do you do in 15 years' time when the next, well, hopefully another Sir Alistair comes along?
And of course, precisely. Whoever, I don't know, I'd love to know who decides whether it's a committee or an individual, because there's always arguments to be made, all of which are quite valid. Well, most of which should be quite valid. You wouldn't call one of the ends at Chelmsford the Lonwab Sotsobi end. But the Essex, like as with all counties, have had so many good players, and I think some great fans of certain players of the past feel, if not offended, a little surprised or hurt that their particular hero hasn't had an end named after him. So who picks the end? Who picks the names?
Well, yes,
and is it just based on a whim, or?
Well, you've got the problem, haven't you, when Simon Harmer eventually retires, and you have to say integral part in 2 championship wins and a T20, our one and only T20 final win. What do we acknowledge him? Do we name the Felsted Stand schooled Simon Harmer
exactly
cover point end, or
yes, I mean, for every player that we can name, that others will come up with 2 more. My own personal hero at Essex was always Andy Flower, as I've made Andy Flower and Stuart Law, but
yes.
Then so it goes on. Trevor Bailey, he doesn't get much of a mention at the club.
When we were talking, Adrian mentioned Keith Fletcher. It goes on and on, doesn't it?
Yeah, but who decides? Stephen finishes up. They just had their drinks break. Stephen finishes up. He says, "I've had the sad honour of seeing the last day's play at Ilford, Colchester, and Garum Park, Southend, as Wesley moves in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls slightly short of a length, chopped out for a one. They'll think of, no, they won't think about a second, 1 run, and Sussex score moves on to 88, just making sure that run has been added. Yep, 88, both boards agree. Essex once had more outgrounds than anyone else, and now don't have any. I trust Adrian enjoys Scarborough. I certainly did in 2017, when Essex, especially Mohammed Amir, that's just backward square, straight to the fielder, blitzed the hosts in 2 days on their way to the first championship in 25 years. Stephen in Hockley. Thanks, Stephen, very much.
Now that's what you expect from an overseas player who's drafted in, don't you?
Yes.
With the Mohammed Amir performance.
Yes, allowed a bit. Well, he's got him. He's got him. It wasn't a sort of particularly vociferous appeal. It was almost a polite request. But the finger's gone up, which is all that counts. And young Archie Lenham is on his way. LBW to Tom Wesley for 9. And the hosts are 88 for 7.
And John Simpson is rapidly finding himself in a position where he's going to be stranded here.
Yes, he is.
Partners. And I'm interested to see what attitude he has. Is he now going to go after the bowling and just try and hope that it's his day? Because 89 is nothing to defend, is it, for his return bowlers?
From the Essex point of view, I have to say you would hope not. But but I think the crowd would like. Well, obviously, the vast majority of the crowd are Sussex supporters anyway. But I think if people come to cricket, they like to see a good game, and they like to get value for money, really. So
yes.
I think even the Essex supporters who've come down, there are probably quite a few. It's a lovely place to come, after all. Would like to see the hosts get at least twice this. From the Essex point of view, as long as they still went on to lose, of course. But it's not quite like football, where when you've got the side down and you boot on their throat, not literally, of course, metaphorically, you grind them into the dust. I think in cricket often you want to see a good battle, which your own particular side eventually wins.
Yes.
So
I don't actually think it's an 88 for 7 type pitch, do you, Dick? I just think the bowlers, particularly Jamie
I think that opening spell by Porter was one of the best I've seen from an Essex bowler this season.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure who's come to the crease. It still says.
I think it's Foreman.
Foreman, thank you.
He would be the last of the batting now, really.
So another left-hander. Faces up to Wesley. And it makes room and then guides it down to backward point. No addition to the score either of himself or of the Sussex score. Wesley moves in again and bowls. Foreman gets right forward and gets the pitch the ball. Obviously not a superstitious fellow, because he's wearing number 13. Some of them deliberately to fly in the fate of fortune. A loud appeal for LBW. Somewhat interestingly, a much louder and well supported appeal for that one than the one which was given a few deliveries earlier. I don't think.
Even saying that first slip,
yes.
From that angle, that would have been a very, very good call had he got that one right.
Yes, but the one that saw the end of Archie Lenham, it's a long time since I've seen a more, at this level of the game, a more polite inquiry. Me being a bit of a... when I bowled in club cricket, I was a bit inclined to do that, being that sort of character. I'd say, well, how's that, umpire?
Well, I think Fernandez's appeal only came out in sympathy with Wesley,
I think so.
didn't it?
Yes, it was... bizarre would be an exaggeration, but it was, a muted appeal. So it's going to be Thane from this end, the C end, round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, and short of a length pulls it away to the boundary. Towards the boundary. It only goes for a single because Beard is out there. You can't help but feel for young Aaron Beard. I mean, he's always seemed to have good days and bad days, but I have to say that in the last month or two, I'm afraid he's had more bad days than good ones, hasn't he?
Yes, it hasn't been his month, has it?
No, and of course, it's dreadful for the confidence for these young players, and that's just worked away to the onside.
Well,
Beard for a single.
And they would look to him in this lineup, in this environment, as being one of the more senior
Well,
players, wouldn't
yes.
they? That's the point.
Yes, I mean, I can recall Nasser Hussain, one of his favourite phrases, and he had plenty, not all of which were offensive. As Thane moves in and bowls, was, I'm not interested in potential. You can only have potential for a very short time, then you've got to come up with the goods. And well, it's a bit harsh. I know what he means.
Yeah, you can't argue with that, Dick, can you? And this is the problem we were alluding to, I think, when we were on here together before, that some of these players, if they're not going to play, the younger players, if they're not going to play in this competition again, or not playing first team cricket seriously for a year, they're all a year older. Where do they go from here?
Yeah.
You can't just go on playing one day cup cricket, can you?
No ball.
And we need to see.
The score, sorry Paul, the score goes on to 90, and I'm just seeing, will that bring about, yes it will, the helicopter sign. Now a free delivery, so Simpson will do his utmost to dispatch it to the boundary.
Yeah, this is widely called a development type of competition, isn't it?
Yes.
We're developing him hopefully for red ball and other white ball cricket.
And that indeed is thumped unceremoniously down to the long-on boundary for 4 runs.
Well, 3 figures on the board will make Sussex feel, I won't say they're any more comfortable, but they'll breathe a sigh of relief, won't they, that it's, the total isn't going to be totally ignominious.
No. But you'd think that unless Essex bat very badly, you'd think Sussex need at least as many again. As Thane moves in, bowls to Simpson, who pulls that away to the wide mid-wicket boundary for 4 more. And that does indeed bring up Simpson's 50. The boards have gone blank, but I think, no it doesn't, 48.
Brings the 100 up.
Brings the 100 up, yes. So, yeah, his personal 50 might not be too far away. Boy, Sussex needed it. He's still only, oh no, Clark and Haynes both made 10. I was going to say he's the only one who's made double figures. The other 2 openers both just crept into double figures as Thane moves in, bowls to the left-handed Simpson, who's probably picked up his half-century here as he just drops a bat on it, and there's a gap, or the field is set deep enough to accommodate the taking of 2 comfortable runs. So Simpson does indeed reach his half-century off 56 balls, so not much under run a ball.
No, 7 fours amongst that.
Yep.
Interesting, while Essex have done superbly well, and all credit to them for that, if Sussex were to actually reach a figure of about 150, 160, which you would think would be very, very much within Essex remit, but should Essex sort of slump to 20 or 30 for 2, it could be a very interesting game from there.
Indeed it could, yeah.
How many times have we seen sides chasing modest targets, get themselves in all sorts of bother?
Yes. Wesley is continuing his own spell from the far end, and Foreman just comes right to the pitch of the ball, a la cricket textbooks and coaching manuals. Moves in again. Oh, and this time, well, Foreman stretched forward again to get to the pitch of the ball, but failed to make contact. It went through to the keeper, who removed the bails, but more out of instinct than intent. Well, much more, because he didn't appeal for anything.
Kept well in this competition,
Yes.
hasn't he, Simon Fernandez?
Wesley in again. Slightly short of a length, and the batsman makes room for the cut shot, but only placed it straight to, along the ground, I hasten to add, to Robin Das. Wesley in again. Again, lunges forward. At least he's being positive in his actions, which, with all due respect to them, couldn't have said for some of his teammates. And again, get to the pitch of the ball. One of the first things you're taught: get to the pitch of the ball.
He's using his feet, isn't he?
Yes.
Which some of his forerunners here have tried to play from the crease.
Yeah, the number of times in that first out, Adrian, I said, stuck to his crease, makes room. Oh, and evades the infield on the offside. They go through for 2. They'll come back for 3 quite comfortably. It's to that longest part of the. They could even. No, they couldn't. No, I was going to say they could have come back for 4. They'd certainly come back for 3.5. But that's not a very good idea normally.
Says
Yes.
a man with having had experience of those
Oh
things.
yes, yes. Come 3.5. End of the over, 105 for 7.
Yeah, so a good morning's work for Essex. They would have been delighted to have settled for this, wouldn't they? Especially after losing the toss.
Oh yes. But now they're just, from the Essex point, we've got to finish the job really.
Yeah. And
Or finish this first half of the job.
Jamal Richards has been entrusted to start another spell. So far, 0 for 6, hasn't he? 1 for 6.
Yes.
Got the wicket of Rogers, didn't he? Who's demolished his stumps. Well, 2 of them anyway.
And Richards moves in, bowls. And that's played back straight. And but no run accrued. Yes, you see, I've just looked up Aaron Beard. And please don't misinterpret it. I haven't got it in for Aaron Beard. In fact, quite the opposite. You know, I think he's a delightful bloke. I've spoken to him numerous times. I used to watch him play club cricket as well. But in a couple of months' time, in October, he'll be 27. In this game, that's not sort of an up-and-coming youngster, is it?
No.
That's more or less getting to your peak. Late. I know you can't be absolutely consistent about this, but you reckon late 20s, early 30s, these players normally perform at their best.
Yeah.
Because they've got the experience, but they're still young enough to have the physical talent.
And it has been a difficult summer for him. Well, I was saying, as we said earlier in this competition, this is his 5th game out the 9 deck, and he's only managed 1 wicket so far.
Yes. And that's just pushed forward. Addition to the score.
8 games, sorry, of course.
And you can't help but, you know, he's there stuck out miles from anywhere, probably deep in thought about his future. He may well be thinking, I could have played my last game for Essex because this is the last 50 over competition match, and then it's the championship. And you can't really, on form, see him getting into the championship side, can you?
No.
And then who knows what the future after that holds. As Richards moves in, bowls, and that's played out into the offside. And again, Foreman's getting right to the pitch of the ball, really pushing forward. He's not a particularly tall fella, but yeah, using every millimetre of his height to get to the pitch.
Yeah, and he's looking comfortable with his own game, isn't he? He's been using his feet.
He is, yes. Yes, I've been impressed. Archie Lennon was the most recent one out. Adjudged LBW to Wesley.
Only Wesley seemed convinced. Well, the umpire was always convinced because he sent him on his way. But
Yes. It's just pushed out to mid-off. No, it's not mid-off, sorry. It's forward of a square on the offside. I was thinking about something else at the time. Can't think what. Can't even think what I was thinking
so
about.
much goes on through that mind of yours, Dick.
It's a bad state when you can't think what you're thinking of.
You forgot what you were thinking of, yeah.
And next delivery from Richards moves in round the wicket. And again, met with a full face of the bat, trickles back to the bowler. Richards bowling well, but that's at the end of his over. He's bowled 6 overs for 21. No. Yes, 21. No, that's his number.
That's his number, isn't it?
That's Wesley's number.
Yeah, yeah. Jamal is... but Jamal's our most successful wicket taker at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
In the competition, 15 wickets so far, including the one he got here today. And I'll slide out of this chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. It's going to be Tom Wesley who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls wide down the leg side. 106 for 7. John Simpson has got exactly 50 of those, and it's a good job he has, because Sussex, well, they're in a royal mess as it is, but it'd be even worse if it wasn't for him. In comes Wesley bowls, Simpson sweeps and picks up a single down to deep backwards square. He goes to 51, total to 107 for 7, brings Bertie Foreman on strike. I have to confess I'm a Bertie Foreman fan. He's a young cricketer who is an off-spinner. Spent his this winter out in Australia playing club cricket at Manly, where he picked up an award. And he's a very capable player. I just hope he doesn't let me down now, as in comes Wesley around the wicket. Bowls and Foreman is forward, plays to backward point, and there is no run. He's an extremely good fielder and just a good all-round cricketer, and there's a big opportunity here. We keep on saying this today, Dick. There's big opportunities for these young Sussex players. There's still oodles of overs left.
Yes, indeed.
In comes Wesley bowls and Foreman is forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And with due respect to Henry Crocombe and Jack Campbell, this would be the last play you'd think could put on anything substantial really with Simpson. In comes Wesley again, bowls, and Foreman steps away to the leg side and clubs that through in the offside, and there is no run. He's frustrated with himself, but he mustn't get frustrated here.
No.
There's loads of time. Okay, you haven't beaten the fielder, but as Paul was saying, if Sussex could just post some sort of a total here. Wesley in, bowls, and Foreman again steps away and again plays it straight to the fielder at backward point. There is no run. Now there's a change in the field. Sweeper going back on the cover boundary. Yeah, I mean, if Sussex could in any way get something approaching 200, which is a long way away. In comes Wesley bowls and Foreman sweeps and picks up runs. It's not going to be a boundary because it's a very good stop at short fine leg by Jamal Richards. But Foreman picks up a couple of runs at the end of the over. And Sussex are 109 for 7 with Simpson on 51. Foreman on 6. You listen to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Harms, Dick Davis and Paul Hiscock, Essex journalist who's followed Essex since 1993. Your commentary team here today. If you're watching via the Sussex live stream, a very good afternoon to you as well. Just a reminder that Sussex won the toss, elected to bat first, but from 24 without loss they slumped to 50 for 6. With Haynes making 10, Clark 10, Tier out first ball, Carter 1, Zach Mioncache 7, Henry Rogers a duck, and Archie Lennon the last man out for 9.
As Richards moves in, bowls round the wicket to Simpson. So much still depends on John Simpson, but he is receiving good support from Bertie Foreman. I must admit, from what I've seen today, which might not be a true reflection really, but on today's performance, he's certainly better than number 9.
Well, yes, absolutely. And he hasn't played in every game in this competition, but he's made useful sort of 20s. I'll have a back through the records.
Yeah. Richards into Simpson. Works that away on the onside, but no addition to the score. Only
he made
straight to Robin Das.
Yeah, he made a useful 32 down at Neath when Sussex were in trouble in that game. He made 22 at York. So he's, he can bat.
Yes.
Can Bertie.
All these lovely new grounds you keep mentioning,
I know, we're very lucky. He made 21 up at Welbeck Colliery as well.
You're rubbing it in. And that's just played defensively. Again, it's Das who picks it up. Yeah, because I just love out grounds, and we haven't been to a new ground for, well, certainly not this season. I can't remember when we last went to a new ground.
Yeah, we've had an email in, actually, which I shall read from Paul Gaylor, who's over in Yapton in West Sussex. Hello, Paul, lovely to hear from you, and I'll read your email out at the end of the over. But thank you for getting in touch, and it is indeed on the subject of outground cricket.
Oh, well, one of my loves about this game. I suppose it's because, in my case, that's was pushed down the offside for a single. It brings back memories, very fond ones, of playing club cricket for 4 decades. As I've said before, much as I love doing what I'm doing now and sitting here in sunny Sussex watching cricket, and there's still nothing quite like playing club cricket.
Who would be the top club side in Essex, Dick?
Well, whoever I say, 1 or 2 others are going to email me, or when they see me, are going to say, "What are you talking about?" That's just pushed out on the offside. well, in the Essex League, Brentwood are always there or thereabouts. Chelmsford have produced a lot for the county club. But then two or three sides, well, three sides to be precise, are in the East Anglian League, which is the one of the specific leagues set up by the ECB some years ago. And Saffron Walden are there, Frinton are there, Whittam. I've probably forgotten one of the other leading sides, and I do apologise. And that's swung away for well, no, it's not gone for 4. They've gone for. I wasn't watching the batsman, I was watching the fielder. I'd imagine they picked up 3 there. No?
I think they only picked up 2.
Two.
I think it came rather off the bottom of Bertie Foreman's bat.
Yes. But yeah, when it landed, I expected it to roll on,
Yes.
and it stopped a bit like a golf ball with about a 7-iron.
It did.
End of the over, 112 for 7.
So Paul says, you've been talking about the decline of outgrounds in Essex. It's a real shame that county wicket Arundel has disappeared from the Sussex schedule. Truly a great venue, attracting good crowds. Eastbourne similar. COVID understandably meant all activities were confined to Hove, but the fixture challenges haven't helped. But really, can we not now get some of these locations back on the roster, please? Thank you for getting in touch, Paul. What I would say is I interviewed the Sussex chair, John Philby, down at Neath a couple of weeks ago, and John was saying that Arundel is very much on the agenda for next season. Still a few things to be resolved, but John is a big supporter of outground cricket where it works, and I think that is the point, really. You know, it's got to work in terms of it's got to fund itself. So Arundel very much on the agenda, and hopefully we'll be back there next season. As around the wicket comes Jamie Porter in and bowls to John Simpson down the leg side, and it's signalled a wide. And total goes to 112 for 7. 113 for 7. And you're quite right, Paul. Sussex did play at Eastbourne, a 50-over game a little while ago. We're being bought some treats. This looks like a cookie.
Actually, I've changed my mind. They do look so good.
Do. Sorry, what are these? Millionaire shortbread.
Millionaire shortbread.
And who's brought these up? Sorry, what's your name? Susan. Thank you. How about that?
Well,
see, you get it all here. Here comes Porter round the wicket. Bowls to Simpson. Pulls around the leg side. 4 runs. Lovely shot by John Simpson. He hasn't dropped short too often today, Jamie Porter, but John Simpson absolutely belted that through mid-wicket. Lovely shot from Simpson. He goes to 56, 117 for 7. So, you know, it is on the agenda, Paul, you have to say that's the case, but it's got to work financially.
Yes.
You know, whether it's Horsham, whether it's Eastbourne, whether it's Arundel. And there's a lot to arranging cricket away from the county ground. In comes Porter, bowls to Simpson, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. But yeah, it's worth having a listen to that interview from John Philby. If you look on our Sports Sussex cricket feed, you'll see the interview there. It was carried about a week ago with John, who talks about a range of topics. Outground cricket being just one of those. Also about what's happening around the 100, etc. So it's worth listening to what John has got to say. Always worth listening to what John has got to say. Is in comes Porter round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who works this one down to a fine leg and picks up his 57th for 118 for 7. I have to say the weather is improving all the time. There's a few patches of light blue sky across the ground, and out to the southwest corner the sun is out brightly. So if you are coming along, looks like we're going to get away with the weather today. So bring the sun cream. There is plenty of dispensers around the ground if you've forgotten, and plenty of water stations as well here at Hove. As Sussex attempting through their skipper to make a game of it. 118 for 7. Porter round the wicket, bowls to Foreman, who's right behind this and plays to mid-off. There is no run. But thank you for your email, Paul, much appreciated. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. I heard you discussing the pitch, Dick. I mean, it's the same pitch that was used in the run fest here against Leicestershire a couple of weeks ago and against Surrey on Sunday. I don't think there's anything wrong with the pitch at all. I think there's just been some undistinguished shots. Leave it at that. In comes Porter round the wicket, bowls to Foreman, who's right forward is Bertie Foreman, plays to mid-off. There is no run, and I think I would agree with you that so far Bertie Foreman is doing, you know, he's getting forward. He's not getting caught on the crease.
No.
So far. That's the caveat to that one. Porter goes back to his mark.
which suggests maybe he's been sitting up on the balcony watching some of his colleagues, and the coach has been saying, you see, a lot of them are getting out the same way then.
Yeah. Ball's up bowls, Foreman defends into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 118 for 7 at the end of the 32nd over. I was very lucky at tail end of last week, Dick, that I went to see some of the Olympics, which was terrific, thoroughly enjoyable. And I did ask the question about why is cricket not in the Olympics? And we got clarification that cricket is in the Olympics.
Oh yes,
from 2028.
Yes.
I couldn't work out why it wasn't with all the other sports, and also there seem to be all sorts of reasons why different sports aren't included. But that's confirmed now in Los Angeles in 2028. Cricket will be an Olympic sport, so that's good news. Ben Allison coming back into the attack. He bowled a very, very tidy spell earlier on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. I'll tell you how tidy we'll get. I think about 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. He accounted for Tom Clark. He's coming back into the attack from the C end of the ground.
Yes, well, it's funny. It's very timely you mentioned that, because that's the last paragraph of a long email that we've had from Chris. So thanks, Chris. I'll try and get through the rest of it, but yes, his last bit alludes to that. I believe it has been in the Olympics before, sometime in the early 20th century.
I think you're right, yes.
In fact, I have this weird feeling at the back of my mind, you could almost say, that France are the current
do you know what? I think you might be right.
Yes. Somewhat bizarrely, I think Adrian's inclined to agree that France are the current Olympic cricket champions, as that's just pushed out to long on. Oh, well, no, mid on.
Here we are. Yes, he says, according to Wikipedia... he says, according to Wikipedia, England are the reigning Olympic champions. And cricket will be included in 2028. That was David who got in touch on Sunday, but that is definitely the case now. It's definitely in 2028. So we'll look forward to that. Lovely day now, Dick.
Just indeed.
More and more blue sky appearing. John Simpson, just throwing a bit of debris off the pitch, John Simpson.
As Allison turns, bowls around the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who nudges that round the corner for 4 runs. I hesitated because I wasn't quite sure if it was off the bat or the pad, but 4 runs.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? He just waited and clipped the ball that was veering down the leg side and just eased the ball away. The fine leg is quite wide, and Simpson batting beautifully here. 61 of 67 deliveries, and he's just giving Sussex something to bowl. I mean, they're still way behind what they need to be on a very good pitch, but at least they're making a game of it.
And that's worked away on the offside, but only straight to the fielder. Yes, that apparently was in the 1900s. In the 1900 Summer Olympics, a men's contest with only 2 entrants, won by Great Britain over France.
Oh, right, okay.
So France are the current silver medalists.
Yeah, presumably it wasn't a bronze medalist then.
No.
Or a 3rd place playoff.
No. So thanks for that, Dave, who's in the box with us. May hear from him later. That's just played very pleasantly by Simpson, using his experience just to nudge it backward a point for 4 runs.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
It was.
2 boundaries in the over from John Simpson. I mean, he realised it, so much has depended on him since when he walked to the wicket when Sussex were 25 for 2, and he's had to play within himself, but whilst at the same token realising that Sussex do need some runs on the board.
Yeah. Simpson. It's just played defensively by Simpson. Chris, I will get through your email. I raise a slightly cautious challenge to the Essex selection process for the one-day cup matches. I accept that you need and benefit from a strong squad with some player rotation, especially to reflect the cricket format, which suits the more or less aggressive players, but I feel that the one-day cup seems to be a blind, pre-planned selection to give every single youngster an opportunity, all 4 in brackets, almost regardless of performance. I would dare to argue some players should be fighting for a place so as to force out the existing first-teamers. Brown should feel his place is in jeopardy, for example, but Beard must look at his performances and recognise the need to work harder in order to secure a place. Some young players should be desperate to dislodge Dean Elgar, not simply take his place because of the Essex selection policy. Come back to the final paragraph in a moment or two.
Jamie Porter in from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to Bertie Foreman, who punches that to mid-off, and there is no run. This is Jamie Porter's final over. His figures before this 9 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 31. And I'm sure John Simpson will be saying here to Bertie Foreman, let's, if we can see Porter off.
Yes.
I'm not saying any of the bowlers are any lesser, but I was talking to Paul Hitchcock earlier on, we were saying, 500 first-class wickets. Porter is a fine bowler.
Yes, indeed.
And has bowled very well here today. Foreman waits. Porter round the wicket, in and bowls, and Foreman tucks inside the line and eases that back in fact in front of square to the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Picks up a single, does Bertie. He goes to 9, 127 for 7. Bertie's granddad, who was played football for the Albion as well. So there's a real pedigree of Foreman in Sussex. And he's doing a good job at the minute, 122 for 7. As in comes Porter, around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who's forward and plays back on the bounce to Porter. And there is no run. So the partnership between Simpson and Archie Lenham was 38. And this partnership, which was by far the highest of the innings, this partnership is now worth 12 plus 27, 39 by my reckoning. So the highest partnership of the match so far.
Yes.
Sussex need more though. It's by no means enough. In comes Porter. Bowls.
Oh.
Now that comes a little low. And John Simpson looks quite ruefully towards Jamie Porter. That did keep low. It was outside the off stump. Not too many have misbehaved, but that one did rather scuttle through. Taken by Fernandez, no run.
Yeah, so the last two, yes, I mean the previous wicket put on 38 now, so now this is put on 39, so that's, 77 of them.
Well, there's certainly something of a recovery from 50 for 6, but
Yes.
More work to be done. Porter in, bowls to Simpson, who eases that off the hip through square leg and picks up another single. John Simpson, he goes to 66, 128 for 7. I'll bring you up to date with the other games in the competition today of no relevance to Sussex and Essex in terms of they cannot qualify for the latter stages, but quite interesting to see from this group who is going to go through to the quarterfinals. In fact, if you win the group, you go straight through to a home semi-final, which is quite an incentive. John Simpson is waving towards the dressing room. Wants something brought out for him as he leans on his bat at the far end of the ground. Porter in, bowls to Foreman, who didn't intend to play that there. He's worked it down to fine leg. He was rather looking to play that one away through the offside, and he looks at his bat as if to say, didn't mean to play it. And then John Simpson wants something brought out. I don't know why they're not noticing on the Sussex boundary, on the balcony rather. It's the end of the over. I mean, the skipper's out there. He's waving furiously. I'd have thought the players who have played some rather indistinguished shots would be queuing up to bring stuff out for him, to be honest,
yes.
and please the skipper. And still no one has appeared. 129 for 7 at the end of the over, with Simpson on, Simpson on 66 and Foreman on 10, and still nothing's come out for the skipper, so he's going to have to wait a little longer.
Chris's final paragraph says, ditto, i.e. that's regards dislodging the better players. Simon Harmon, Wesley and other senior professionals, they need to be aware of the youngsters striving to force their way into the team as Allison bowls, and that's just met with a defensive bat by Foreman. How do you, the commentators, feel that Essex CCC have got the balance right? I would love Essex to win a trophy this year and every year. I'm nevertheless keen to see Das, Benkenstein, Cushy, Thane and the Allison brothers, etc. in the team, but only on merit. Well, the answer's almost in the question to my mind. I don't agree that, well, no, come back to that and phrase it slightly differently. Let's just play defensively. My view is, with which many would agree and with which many would argue, so that's the nature of life, not just cricket, that winning trophies isn't the be-all and end-all in the immediate term. It's nice to win trophies, but it's nice to build up a consistent side. And I think Essex, and really to a certain extent, this could apply to all 18 counties as regards putting the young players in. As let's just play defensively again. They're damned if they do, and they're damned if they don't. You know, so often, players, supporters, members bleat about, oh, we don't give the youngsters enough chance. Well, they can't. You know, now in this competition they are being given enough chance. It's not as if they're being kicked out after one failure or two failures. They're being given every opportunity, which is an ideal shop window for those who are looking to build the future of the club, to see, you know, what's there and thereabouts. And that's just worked away backward of square on the onside for a single. And also there are two so totally different aspects about batting particularly maybe and bowling. That there's the technical ability, and I've said this numerous times before. There's the technical ability which you can learn in the nets, how to play every shot in the book, and they are nearly all brilliant at this. But to my mind, as important as the technical ability, not almost as important, but as important, is that with that foundation of good stroke play is the ability, the mental ability, I've used this phrase so many times in recent weeks, to build an innings which then goes on to build a sizable team innings and set a winning score. And I get the impression, I won't put it any stronger than that because I don't know, but I get the impression that coaches spend an enormous amount of time teaching them the technical aspect of the game. That's just pushed out in the offside. I'm making a bit of a meal of this, but nobody can say I'm not addressing your email. But I'm not convinced that they come out of the nets. Don't get into any changing gear. Wear what you like. Sit in the classroom. I'm going to talk to you for however long it takes, maybe an hour, about how to use your skills to build an innings. And have some sort of strategy when you go out there, with a strategy rather different from the shorter versions of the game, which is to try and hit the ball out of the ground, because that is apparently the perception that pleases the audience. Learn to build an innings. Essex is great. I was talking to at length a couple of weeks ago. Not name dropping here because he's always been a friend of the of BBC Essex, Graham Gooch, and he was saying if you get a score just over 300, then in this version of the game you're likely to win it. So if you get one boundary per over and then push another one or two, you're going to get towards that 300. Don't sort of try and smack every ball out of the ground. He said treat them with respect. And so I'll come back to where I started. I think more time ought to be spent on teaching young batsmen, I don't just mean Essex, how to build an innings. Right, end of sermon, and you'll be pleased to know.
130 for 7 are Sussex. It's going to be Wesley around the wicket coming into bowl to Bertie form. There's a slip in place and Wesley loses his run and runs right through the crease, and the umpire signals that is a dead ball. Well, we're seeing a good example of building an innings today from John Simpson.
Precisely.
66 not out.
Precisely.
130 for 7 as Wesley around the wicket in and bowls to Foreman, who sweeps. He's going to get runs here down towards fine leg. I'm not sure it's going to go for 4 because in hot pursuit is Jamal Richards. He makes a good sliding stop, but not before Foreman's come back for a couple of runs. He goes to a 13. 132 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex, and on the Sussex live stream as well. Sussex winning the toss and recovering from 50 for 6, but needing more runs to really make a game of it. In comes Wesley, round the wicket bowls, and Foreman steps away to the leg side and drills the ball away through cover point and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. 133 for 7. Lots of other low scores around the country. I see Kent bowled out for just 83 today.
By whom?
Northamptonshire. I'm presuming that game is being played at Canterbury. Yes, it is. That's not great, is it? Only, well, 3 players made double figures. But that's not a great performance by Kent. In comes Wesley. Bowl. Simpson sweeps and is going to pick up another single down to deep backward square. He goes to 67, 134 for 7. So in this group, Warwickshire 130 for 7 against Nottinghamshire. That game being played at Rugby School. Is it Warwickshire are through to the latter stages, as are Glamorgan. In comes Wesley, bowls, and Foreman plays a nice-looking shot. He uses his feet and places the ball between the point and cover fielders. Picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 15, 135 for 7.
Thanks, Steve, for a quite incredible statistic, which I didn't appreciate, which I shall leave listeners hanging until the end of the over. But it's really interesting.
Wesley round the wicket, bowls. Simpson back and cuts firmly through the covers. Another single. They'll look for 2 here, John Simpson. Oh, and that just goes to show the virtue of running the first run fast, because the ball was virtually in the fielder's hands. Simpson took him on, and the fielder took his eye off the ball, fumbled it. Simpson came back for a second. He goes to 69, 137 for 7. He is very quick between the sticks. In comes Wesley again, and forward comes Simpson. Plays down the track. There is no run. End of the over, the end of the 36th over, and Sussex are 137 for 7, with Foreman on 15, Simpson on 69. Just to give you the bowling figures before Dick gives us his stat. Wesley has bowled 8 overs now and has taken 1 for 31.
Stephen says, good afternoon, gents, and thank you as always for the marvellous commentary. Well, thank you for your marvellous emails. Not wishing to put the mockers on it, but Simon Fernandez continues to impress with his extremely accomplished displays behind the stumps. In the 9 50-over games that have been played this season, including the warm-up fixture at Suffolk and today's encounter, Essex have conceded, this is fascinating, that's just pushed out.
That's a lovely shot.
Yes, it is, for 4 runs, and it evaded Tom Wesley at mid-off and then ran away down the hill into the corner just away to our right.
Well, again, he's showing the virtue, Bertie, for him, getting onto the front foot.
Yeah, in all these matches,
50 partnership,
including the warm-up, Essex have conceded 2,300 runs. In that total, the amount of byes conceded is 0.
Oh,
yes.
Interesting.
Well, that's... Yeah, thanks, Steve. That's Stephen. Oh, no, he does say himself Steve. I didn't mean to be too familiar. And that's played out to mid-on where Brown fields. So thanks. I find that really interesting.
Good wicket keeping.
Yes.
And which we'll talk about that in a moment, actually, because we've had an email in from John Simpson's dad, Jack. Thank you, and I'll read it at the end of the over, Jack.
Oh, well, I've been praising him, so I don't fear that one. Sometimes when players' parents...
I can hear you.
We're going about to 12:30, 1:30.
Simpson clips, Foreman clips onto the onside. Well, we could hear the studio, but I don't know why they couldn't hear us back at base. 142 for 7, 20 to Foreman, 69 to Simpson. Yes, I think a few emails, and I'll say we will read the one from Jack in a moment's time. I don't know why the studio couldn't hear us, so I will let them know in a moment. As around the wicket comes Noah Thane, bowls to Simpson, who defends to mid-wicket, and there is no run. If you could just pick up commentary for the last couple of balls this over, Dick, I'm just going to ring the studio and then...
All right, okay. So it's still Thane from this end. Thanks for your email, Michael. But we will come on to. Every email you send us, we read out, unless it's offensive. Oh, and that is out. And so Simpson, having just been singing his praises, and we've got an email waiting for us from his father, I think it is, he's out. And it was a bit of a soft dismissal. It was short of a delivery. And in all honesty, I have to say I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do with that, because he just, off the back foot, somehow pushed it into Covers' hands. It was a goodish catch in the Covers. I mean, it was over his head, but yeah, that is a bit of an anticlimax ending to a very, very good innings of 69 off 80 deliveries by John Simpson.
Well, what a shame, and he'll be disappointed to have got out in that fashion. I'm just going to quick message to the studio, Dick. We've had a few issues, but hopefully they can hear us loud and clear in the studio. I can hear the studio loud and clear. So after we're going to do an update in a minute. That'll be good. So 142. Yeah, we're disappointed to get out there, and that's a big wicket as far as Essex are concerned, and disappointing for John Simpson, who batted so well for his 69. But you can't have one man doing it all the time. And he's gone. I missed who'd taken the catch there, Dick.
Yeah, so did I. I'm just waiting for it to come up on the website.
So the new man coming out now is Henry Crocombe.
It may have been Wesley, but he's usually at mid-off rather than that was further round the ball. And he was
Benkenstein took the catch.
Benkenstein, yes. Above his head, as I say, but it wasn't sort of one of these spectacular over-the-head ones. It was just a full stretch.
So the partnership between Foreman and Lenham was worth 42 plus 12, 56, 54.
I can hear the cogs moving there.
Yeah, you can. They go slowly, I'm afraid. Right. Well, Bertie Foreman here obviously becomes the main man, and it's very much for Henry Crocombe to see him through, as in comes Thane. Bowls to Crocombe, who plays it into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 142 for 8 at the end of the 37th over. As I say, we'll have our update to do in a couple of seconds here. 13 overs remaining. It really is about what sort of total Sussex can post here. You know, it's 200 you feel sort of in your mind, it gives you a chance. But this is such a good wicket, and there's been so many runs down here this season, you get the feeling that it'll be nowhere near enough. But who knows, the game against Warwickshire, which was the first game in this competition, Sussex were bowled up for 173 and Warwickshire lost 9 wickets in getting there, so you never quite know what's going to happen. Wesley's going into bowl his final over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Just one slip in place. He's coming into bowl to Bertie Foreman. He's in and Foreman is forward. Plays to the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, hi Sarah. Well, not a great day for Sussex. As you say, they've lost 6 of their 7 matches in this competition, and they're going to struggle to win this one at the moment because they're 143 for 8 in the 38th over, and it could have been an awful lot worse were it not for the skipper John Simpson, who's just been dismissed for 69. Bertie Foreman is batting nicely. He's on 21, but really Sussex, you get the feeling, haven't got anything like enough runs here. They're 143 for 8 in the 38th over. Wesley and his final over, and then we'll read out the email we've had through from Jack Simpson. In comes Wesley, round the wicket bowls to Crocombe, who plays rather across the line but gets a single down to long on. All runs gratefully received. He's on his way. 144 for 8. So Jack says, great to hear your discussion on the naming of ends and the keeping debate. Goes on to say, I agree entirely with the naming of them. It tends to lessen the achievements what's gone before, and also has a bearing on the future. In comes Wesley bowls. Foreman sweeps. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Good shot by Bertie Foreman. Down on one knee, swept the ball back to the square. Picks up another boundary. He goes to 25. 148 for 8. Yes, it tends to lessen the achievements of what's gone before, and also has a bearing on the future. And there will be someone in the future, also someone in the future. Now I'll read about the wicket keeping. Because we were talking about, with Paul, some of the great wicket keepers at Essex, particularly James Foster. In comes Wesley. Bowls. Oh, and he's played that up in the air. Well, he's lucky to get away with that. He's been completely deceived. I don't know whether that did something off the pitch. He wasn't expecting Bertie Foreman, but he's lofted it tamely into the covers. And he's very, very lucky it didn't carry to Benkenstein in the covers. But it didn't. Well, Foreman remains undefeated on 25. Wesley again. Foreman drives, picks up another single through the covers. He goes to 26 and the total to 149 for 8 at the end of the 38th over. Let me just finish your email here, Jack. You'd be good enough to send in. Also with the keeping on Foster and Reed, along came Great Jones, who was inferior to both with the gloves, but a similar situation developed with John at Middlesex in 2016. That means John Simpson, well, in the opinion of Mike Gatting, he should have kept for England whilst they were trying to make their mind up between Bairstow and Butler. So there we are. It's come from someone who knows wicket keeping pretty well, and he says, regards the weather. They're in the middle of a heat wave in Spain at the moment, 36 degrees, and we were moaning earlier on this week, Dick.
Yes, we were.
But thank you very much, Jack. Good to hear from you, and hope to see you later on in the season. Maybe if you're coming over, come and say hello.
Thane, to continue, I'll get back to the email I started from Michael about wicket keeping. He just says that many people are talking about Adam Gilchrist as the start of the modern wicket keepers. But being in Sussex, we should remember Jim Parks, who opened for England, and he was part of a family, wasn't he, Parks?
Yeah.
As that's played out on the onside, no addition to the score. And Chris, ever loyal supporter of our commentaries. Hello, Dick and Adrian. What Wikipedia may not say is that the French team in the 1900 Olympic cricket final was made up of members of the British Embassy in Paris.
Ah, right.
Yes, well. Still, they were silver medalists, and that's just played out back to the bowler. Did you know that 2 Essex cricketers have won Olympic gold medals, and one of them is not David Ackfield? No, he was a fencer, wasn't he? A friend of the now king, of course, at Cambridge.
Oh, right.
No, and as often happens with Chris's emails, he leaves us hanging in suspense. Did you know that 2 Essex cricketers have won Olympic gold medals? But he doesn't.
Olympic golds.
Yeah, Olympic golds. Then at this stage, but I expect about 4 o'clock he'll email in again and say, they were such and such and such and such. 2 Essex cricketers have won Olympic gold medals.
Right.
Well, it's probably in the old days, because nowadays, such is the game that if you're good at cricket, you can't, you don't really have time for another sport. You used to. Lots of players played cricket in the summer and either football or rugby in the winter, but nowadays they are long since. Trevor Bailey, Doug Insole, Gordon Barker, to name just a few of the Essex players who played both. It's just pushed out in the offside. And many others probably.
Well, get your thinking caps on, listener. A couple of Essex players who have picked up gold medals in the Olympics. But I tend to agree with you, Dick. I think that's probably from
pre-war, I would think.
From some time ago, yeah.
Yes, so even I don't remember what happened pre-war. As Thane moves in and bowls, and that's just met with a defensive bat by Foreman.
Of course, it doesn't mean to say necessarily that they're British.
Oh no.
Could be could have been an overseas. That may be a slight red herring.
Yeah.
Be looking for a single here, Bertie Foreman, I think, just to keep the strike. He's batted very nicely.
I just have that nasty feeling when we get the answers it's going to be a bit of an anticlimax, because very few people will have ever heard of them, and somebody in the 1920s or something. That's pushed out on the onside to Nick Brown. And we have one more email from Ed. Has there been any updates on Benkenstein? He hasn't bowled the last 3 matches and had a back injury last season that prevented him bowling. He says, will be a real shame if injury striking again so soon in his career. I think the answer is no. We haven't had. We have noticed that he hasn't bowled, but maybe it's a precaution.
Gary Knight has been in touch. Hello, Gary from Horsham. Lovely to hear from you. See Gary around the ground a bit. Sorry, did you want to carry on with your email?
No. I was going to ask you a question, but you carry on.
Oh, right, okay. Tom Westley is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Henry Croke, who works out to the offside. There is no run. Westley 9 overs, 1 for 39, so this is his last over.
Didn't you a while ago, or did I mention it, leave us hanging, saying that you had an email from John Simpson's?
That was it.
That was it?
That was it, yeah, about wicket keeping.
I beg your pardon.
In comes Wesley bowls to Crocombe, who works his to backwards leg. There is no run. I don't know whether you want to take a breather in a minute, Dick, and we can have a word to Dave Townsend.
Yes,
He's a member of the BBC County Commentaries Circuit family.
I'll get through one more email before I go.
Wesley in bowls. Crocombe defends onto the onside, no run. Yeah, don't get much time between overs from Tom Wesley because he does rather rattle through them.
No, that's right.
There's only 10 overs left. The cut-off time, I'm just looking at the clock, I think is 14:36, so they're going to be well in time here, Essex. If it indeed goes 50 overs, Crocombe waits and clips this through square leg, and that's the 150 up for Sussex. 150 for 8, which having at one stage been 50 for 6, is something of an achievement in itself. Wesley back to his mark. What's a slip-in play for Bertie Foreman, who waits. Wesley in again, bowls, and Foreman cuts firmly through the covers, picks up a single. He goes to 27, 151 for 8.
In a nutshell, Tony, thanks again for emailing us. Wonders about the composition of the side going into the final rounds of the championship. In particular, will Das replace open with Elgar?
In comes Wesley, bowls, Crocombe forward, and there is no run. End of the over, 151 for 8 after 40 overs. Dick's going to take a bit of a breather. Dave Townsend is going to come a little natter to us. Gary says, good afternoon, Adrian. My observations, having seen most of the games in this competition this season, either in person or via the live stream, is that the majority of our younger players, that's Sussex players, haven't taken the opportunities given to them, which is disappointing. I fully support the decision to give some experience to these players, but can't recall any of them making a statement that demands them being selected in other formats. There have been glimpses of potential shown by the likes of Tier and Foreman, but more often than not it's been the more experienced players that have made us competitive in games. However, in the last game against Surrey, I was really impressed by Archie Lennon, who bowled beautifully and is someone I feel who would benefit from more opportunities. That's Gary Knight in Horsham. Gary, lovely to hear from you. Thank you for your email. As it's going to be Noah Thane who carries on from the C end of the ground and comes into bowl to Bertie Foreman. Foreman is forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. And I think largely I would agree with you, Gary. And Paul Farbrace, in one of his interviews, said it's about who wants to stand up, who wants to put their hand up and say, I want to be in the championship side, I want to play in the T20 quarter-final. And I would say that I would agree with you. The one player I do think has done, I did agree, I thought Archie Lennon bowled very well here against Surrey, but I do like Bertie Foreman. I think he's a good cricketer. As he waits, as Thane is in around the wicket, bowls, and Foreman works this through the covers and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 28, 152 for 8. Delighted to welcome Dave Townsend to the commentary box. Hello, Dave. Haven't seen you for ages. Not this season, even.
No, it's a long time since I've been to Hove, Adrian, or indeed seen yourself, and I just had to have a trip down here today. Got a free day, and there are a few finer places to be, are there, on a sunny August day.
In comes Thane and bowls. Crocombe works this back to the square on the leg side. They've taken one. There might be two. Crocombe's after two, and I think that's good running for. Well, we need to get a move on running to the non-strikers end, but that was good running by Henry Crocombe, who recognised there was a couple of runs. He goes to 4. The total to 154 for 8. Have you been watching much cricket around the country, or?
Yeah, I've done a little bit. I was up in Yorkshire watching the One Day Cup. I did the first championship game at Scarborough as well, and one or two. You have a look down the fixture list, don't you? Anywhere in driving distance of that, I'll pop in and say hello to the boys, even if I'm not working.
Thane runs away from us, bowls to Crocombe, who was a full toss, and he's edged that, and it's gone all the way down for 4 runs. Past the keeper. Well, he gave it the charge then, Henry Crocombe. Big, thick outside edge. Well, you don't know how you get them at this stage of proceedings. Sussex to 160 for 8, Crocombe to 8. Yes, I had the pleasure of being at York Cricket Club, which was really good, and we had Kevin Sharp there as our summariser for the day, who was excellent value.
Yeah, I did. I was there a couple of days later with David Lloyd, who was working Bumble, doing a rare guest appearance, which was great for the day.
Comes Thane and bowls, and Crocombe with a straight back to mid-off, and there is no run.
That game against Gloucestershire for Yorkshire. Yorkshire close to qualifying. I don't think they can possibly do it today, just simply on, even if they win, just simply on goal difference or whatever it is they decided on. Isn't it? Net run rate, that's what it is.
Fane turns, 5 men inside the circle, which they don't have to have at this stage. He's in and bowls, and Crocombe defends out into the offside. There is no run. And of course, the season, it's reaching it. They call it the business end in football, don't they? But we're getting the business end of the season now.
Sussex on, you must be pleased.
I think they've had a terrific season.
high,
Yeah, I mean, Paul Farbrace. I mean, the objective for Sussex this season was to get promotion. That was the stated aim, number one priority. And with 5 wins out of 9, they're well placed. Thane in bowls to Crocombe, who's back and across, steers to backward point. There is no run. End of the over, 160 for 8. Foreman 28, Crocombe on 8. I think what wasn't expected was how well they've done in the T20. Paul Farbrace has said that they're a little further along the line than he thought they might be. I think a lot of that, Dave, is due to some excellent captaincy from Tamal Mills, who I think has been really good in the role. The fact they've had Ollie Robinson throughout the competition, which was unexpected, and the form of Daniel Hughes, the Australian, who's come over and he's the highest run scorer in the Blast this season. So I think those 3 factors have been huge in Sussex having a really good T20 campaign.
And the temporary stands are still up here.
They are, which is a good sign because it means they're still in the T20.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean,
What did you fancy a deck chair today?
Yeah, well, I bought a friend of mine who's first time visit to Hove, and he said, "What's it like? Tell me what it's like. It's lovely, lovely ground, isn't it?" And I said, "Yes, it's in the far end. You can sit in the deck chairs. It's fantastic."
Not today, sadly. Aaron Beard around the wicket comes into bowl 2, Bertie Foreman down the leg side. Well, Foreman would have got a wide if he'd let that go, but he pulls it into the leg side and picks up a single. He goes to 29, 161 for 8. Well, what have you made of the cricket so far today in terms of the pitch and the Sussex batting performance?
I think certainly Jamie Porter bowled very well early on, didn't he? He got 4 for 16 at one stage of his spell, and was taking full advantage of a little bit of a nip in the pitch early on, but 1 or 2 injudicious shots, shall we say, from the
I would agree.
from the Sussex batters didn't help.
Beard is in, bowls to Crocombe, hit on the pad, that's going down the leg side, and there is no run.
Always nice to see Middlesex's John Simpson getting a few runs as well.
Yeah, I know your allegiance to Middlesex, but he's ours now, so get your hands off.
Wonderful cricketer, John Simpson. And I think if you were looking around the county scene and trying to pick one player who should have played Test cricket and who hasn't played Test cricket well, I think Simo would be almost top of the list.
Beard in, bowls, Crocombe with a swing and a miss outside the off stump, and there is no run. Were you surprised that he left Middlesex, Dave?
It'd been talked about for a couple of years, and he had his benefit or testimonial, whatever it was, last season, and looking for a new challenge, I think. There's been issues at Middlesex over the last few years off the field, and I think to come down here, I mean, good luck. He's done very, very well, and captain in the side, of course.
Yeah. Beard is in, bowls to Crocombe, hit on the pad, that's going down the leg side as well. There is no run.
He wouldn't be the first to come down to South Coast for his retirement, would he?
I'll let you tell him that. No, he has been terrific, and I was saying earlier on that he was appointed championship skipper for the first 7 games originally, and then I don't think there was too much of a conversation about whether he should carry on. But importantly, he's made a lot of runs as well, and he's kept wicket well, which is an area where Sussex, with due respect to others, did need to improve. Beard is in, bowls. Crocombe is forward. He played very responsibly here. Henry Crocombe plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm sure he gets on well with Paul Farbrace as well, because there'll be a lot of mutual respect there between the coach and the skipper.
And I'm sure, Dave, that the fact that Paul Farbrace is here was probably pretty important in his decision as well. Where are you going to go? Yeah. You've been at Middlesex a long time. Where do you go? And respected figure like Paul Farbrace, I'm sure, would have been a factor in his decision. Beard is in, bowls. Crocombe defends out into the offside. Picks up a single, Henry Crocombe, off the last ball of the over. 34 may be a little frustrated by that, but Sussex need to take the runs where they can. 163 for 8 at the end of the 42nd over.
Yeah, I mean, Simpson certainly didn't have to leave Middlesex. I think I'm very disappointed, and he would have moved here to see it as a career advancement, if you like, a new challenger, let's put it like that. He wasn't sort of looking around, oh, I've got to leave, where am I going to go, sort of thing. It was I'm sure the project was sold to him by Farby, and he's done very, very well so far. Lovely bloke as well, Simmer.
Yes, he is.
He really is.
Noah Thane is going to carry on.
Most cricketers are, though.
Well, do you know what? I often say that there's very few cricketers who you speak to who aren't nice people, which is why we like covering the game. Thane is in bowls to Henry Crocombe, who is, I thought for a minute he'd been dropped at backward point, but I think it just bounced in front of the fielder, and there is no run. A couple of emails in which are fairly lengthy, but I'll attempt to read them through the over, talking about the Olympics and cricket. As Thane wanders back to his mark. 162 for 8, a bit more cloud around now, but hopefully we're going to stay dry, and there's a few patches of blue as well, as Thane, right arm over the wicket, is in bowls to Crocombe, who is going to get 4 runs. No, he's not, he's going to get a single. I thought it was a boundary. The fielder down there at third man was not as wide as I thought, all the way down in the distances. Jamal Richards, who gets in the throw. Crocombe goes to 10. That was a good old tail-ender shot, wasn't it? 163 for 8, big, thick outside edge. But they all count.
He's aiming down to the seafront somewhere, wasn't he?
Yeah. Ian Scales, who lives in Findon, says, "Hello, Adrian. You were talking about cricket being in the Olympics again from 2028. It started me thinking that I wish the tug of war was still in the Olympics. It used to be until 1920, I think, when apparently the USA had it thrown out because they were no good at it. England were very good and usually won." In comes Thane. Bowls to Simpson, Foreman, who pulls around to the leg side. Good bit of fielding by Richards down in the deep long leg, but Foreman comes back for a couple of runs. He's batting nicely here, Bertie Foreman. He goes to 31, 165 for 8. The Metropolitan Police were a marvellous team and are probably the current champions. Goes on to say it was a great sport for spectators, and indeed, when it was announced that London had won the 2012 event, I wrote to Lord Coe pleading for its exclusion. He did reply, apparently. Carry on as in comes Thane. Bowls to Foreman, who works his one down. Now they may come back for a second here. He's very quick between the wickets, is Bertie Foreman. That's a very good bit of fielding down in the distance by Jamal Richards, and it's just a single to Bertie Foreman, who goes to 32, 166 for 8. I wrote to Lord Coe pleading for its inclusion. He lamely replied they didn't want exhibition sports.
Oh.
It would have been and is still a major crowd-pleasing event.
Yeah, fantastic.
I'm not talking about 10 blokes being chucked together. There is a tug-of-war association. There are still a few teams in East Sussex and Kent. They regularly have championships all over the country. I used to pull in a very good team in Worthing. In comes Thane. Bowls. Crocombe hammers that down the ground. Good shot. Over-pitched. And Henry Crocombe belted the ball down through mid-on for 4 runs. Nice shot by Henry Crocombe. Sussex starting to build something of a score. I'm not sure it's going to be a winning score, but at least they're making a game of it. Ian finishes off that email by saying that tug-of-war is far better than breakdancing.
Yeah, I'll
170 for 8.
I'll perhaps be a bit controversial here and say that I think the Olympics should be for sports with no balls in them. If it involves a ball, I don't see. You look around the different. Maybe hockey has got a place in the Olympics, but football, tennis, golf shouldn't be there.
Thane in and bowls, and Crocombe plays into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 170 for 8. Bertie Foreman on 32. Henry Crocombe on 14. 7 overs remaining.
Another friend of mine was saying that as a definition of what should be in the Olympics, it shouldn't include anything that doesn't have the Olympics as its pinnacle of winning. So, like football's got the World Cup, tennis, Wimbledon, whatever, US Open, golf, Masters, Open Championship. It's not. If you asked a golfer at the end of his career, choose between winning the Open and winning the Olympics, they go for the Open every time.
Yeah. Interesting. It's an interesting debate, that. I mean, funny if you talk about hockey, I was lucky enough to go and see the bronze medal match between Argentina and Belgium at the Olympics.
Yeah, I might make an exception.
And I was, I was amazed at the skill level of some of these athletes. It's just extraordinary. And people who, wouldn't be high earners. It was good to see. In comes Aaron Beard from the Cromwell Road in Bolster. Bertie Foreman, who's played into the offside. There is no run. The other event that I thought that the athletes were incredible was the marathon swim, which was in the Seine, and they're swimming 10 Ks. And when they were swimming across the river, they could barely move because the current was so strong. I mean, I was just looking at these people thinking, I'm just in awe of you, really. Just unbelievable.
I think there's a pun there somewhere about being insane.
Well, it was incredible. So hats off, it really was. 170 for 8. In comes Beard around the wicket, bowls to Foreman, who drives nicely through the covers. A good shot for just one run. He goes to 33, 171 for 8.
Another sport that shouldn't be there is a basketball. I mean, a lot of sort of multi-millionaire Americans arguing with the ref and all the rest of it, and it's going on. Get it out. Doesn't want to be in the Olympics. Almost anything with a ball. I'll make an exception for hockey, and I'm sure listeners will make exceptions for one or two other things. But
yeah, handball, volleyball.
Yeah.
In comes Beard, bowls to Crocombe down the leg side, signal to wide. Just come out to something with a ball and cricket today. I mean, from a Sussex point of view here, I mean, they've built something out of what was which was a disaster earlier on, wasn't it? Well, disaster's ridiculous. Wrong word, Adrian.
52 for 6, something like that.
Yeah, 50 for 6. Nothing's a disaster, is it, in sport? But it was an awful situation to be in. They've at least built something of a total here.
It was a cricketing disaster, which is not a real disaster.
No. Beard is in bowls. Crocombe defends onto the onside. There is no run. And there was a game here against Warwickshire, the first game, Dave, where Sussex were bowled out for 173, and we all thought, well, Warwickshire will canter home. And then he did it by 1 wicket in the end. So sometimes the psychology of these games as well. Essex might have thought they were almost home and hosed.
Well, you talk about psychology, and of course the 200 is always...
Yeah.
And they might still just get there, I doubt it.
Well, Bertie Foreman's played a dab hand here. He's on 33 as down the hill comes Beard, bowls to Crocombe, who clips this one through backward square leg. They're going to pick up a couple of runs here. Henry Crocombe's doing his bit. I perhaps did him a slight disservice earlier. I said that he was a tail ender, and certainly he's made 40 odd in a county championship game, and he's doing his bit here. He's on 16. These two coming together when the score's 142. So they've added, 32?
Does suggest the pitch has eased a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Sussex did win the toss and decided to bat, and it's a pitch, Dave, that's been well used in this competition. It's a hybrid, and there's been a ton of runs in it. In comes Beard, bowls, and that looks very out. Well, the umpire's fingers, it stays in his pocket, but you wouldn't have been surprised if that had been given out. He was back and across. He was struck. I think Aaron Beard can quite believe that hasn't been given out. And Dave and I are sitting very fine at third man. It was a good shout.
You can usually tell wherever you're sitting, actually, by where the batsman's feet have moved and the sort of where it struck him. And you can't tell whether it's out or not, but you can say that's got to be close, which is basically what we were doing here. You wouldn't be at all surprised if the thing had gone up. Maybe just doing a little bit too much, you think?
Possibly. Well, Henry Crocombe survives. The total advances by 1 because a leg by was taken. 175 for 8. Beard around the wicket, bowls to Foreman, who plays a deft cut down to third man and picks up another single. Does Bertie? It means he will retain the strike, which is probably no bad thing. He's on 34. 176 for 8 at the end of the 44th over.
Can't see that he's a number 9 batsman, Bertie Foreman. He's looked very good, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's got a future at 7 or 6, which is useful attribute for off-spin bowler.
Yeah, off-spin bowler. Yeah. I think he's a good cricketer, and a couple of times I was saying earlier on, he's made a couple of 20s and 30s. He's a busy cricketer. He's got a good technique. I like him. I like him a lot. I think of all the Sussex youngsters in this competition, I would say he's the one who's come out of it with the most credit.
Look forward to seeing him bowling later. He's a short.
He is
player, though, and that's not a bad thing for an off spinner, because you can often get the ball up and above the eye line, and whereas the taller ones find that difficult to do.
Ben Allison is back into the attack from this. The Cien bowls to Foreman, who eases that one down to fine leg. They've taken one. They'll think about two. They're going to have to be quick here. Bertie Foreman, he's running back, and that's good running. He's very, very quick across the ground, and he had to be, because Richards is a good fielder. He was down at fine leg, got in the throw. Foreman came back for 2. He goes to 36, 178 for 8.
There was just a little bit of hesitation.
There was.
You could see him thinking, "Come on, oh, go on then."
No, you're right.
Little legs scampering down the end there.
Yeah.
The throw was what, metre and a half wide, something like that.
Yeah.
And, I think he'd been closer to the stumps. He might have struggled.
Allison in again, bowls, and Foreman pulls onto the leg side. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. He didn't get all of that, Bertie. They're going to come back for a second, which is dangerous. Well, there was never a second there, and that was quite the correct call from Bertie Foreman. So it was pulled into the leg side. He didn't get it all. It didn't carry to deep mid-wicket, so he picked up a single, and Henry Crocombe decided he wanted to come back for a second run, and I think Bertie Foreman would have been run out by a country mile, even the pace that he runs. That was a good call by Foreman to send Crocombe back, 179 for 8.
A few grey clouds gathering.
And comes Allison over the wicket, bowls. Crocombe drives down the ground. They pick up another single, fielded on the edge of the 30-yard circle by Nick Brown.
Nick Brown, he got so much stick at Scarborough last week. He didn't have his best day in the field, shall we say, and then right at the end, when Will Luxton looked to be winning it for Yorkshire, he took an unbelievable catch, jumping about sort of 8 feet in the air, one-handed above his head somewhere, and the whole of the Essex team sort of piled in and congratulated.
Allison in around the wicket, bowls to Foreman, who tucks this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's an important game. There's still lots of cricket to be played after the Yorkshire-Sussex game next week, but I would have thought, in terms of big games in the second division of the county championship, that's pretty much right up there, Dave.
Oh yeah, we're really looking forward to that. There'll be a good crowd there for that as well.
What constitutes a good crowd at Scarborough?
I suppose a championship crowd, 3,500, 4,000, something like that. It's it'll be busy.
Allison in and bowls, and Foreman pulls. He was looking to hook, decided to pull out the shot. Well played through to keeper Fernandez, no run. Yes, Sussex at the moment with 5 wins. I'm not saying if they can. They want to win the game, no question about that. But a draw wouldn't be disastrous for Sussex, and I think Yorkshire have got to still play Middlesex, haven't they? So people behind, I guess from a Sussex point of view, they got the points in the bag, which is the important thing.
Yorkshire play Middlesex at home the following week.
Right, okay. And then Middlesex come here, the final game of the season. Then comes Allison, bowl short, and Foreman did take that one on, and the ball rattles through into the gloves of Fernandez. There is no run. End of the over, 4 runs off the over. Sussex are 180 for 8 with 5 overs remaining.
Yeah, 200's possible, isn't it? It's funny how 200 looks so much better than 199, and there's very little difference between the two. But
yeah,
been impressed with the way that this tail has got them up, as you say, 50 for 6. A friend of mine who have come with today, we were thinking, well, what are we going to do this afternoon? We'll have a wander down to the beach or something and have a look round there.
No, so it should be a terrific game. Yorkshire-Sussex coming up next week. If you're not going to Scarborough, of course, full live commentary available on the BBC as Jamal Richards comes back into the attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
From yourself, Jonathan Doidge, and some sort of third voice person.
Well, we'll look forward to it. It's my first visit to Scarborough, and I've heard much about it. So let's hope the weather plays ball. That's the main thing. In comes Jamal Richard running in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Henry Crocombe, who's, well, I think that's a poor shot, to be honest. Oh, that is, that is quite extraordinary. Henry Crocombe went to hook the ball, it came off a top edge, it flew into the air, and I thought that's a poor shot, and all the Essex players stood and looked at it as if to expect someone else to come and catch it. That is probably one of the most bizarre things I've seen on a cricket ground. That was incredible. I think
It's almost landed. Jamal Richards has followed through 3 or 4 yards. It's almost landed on his head.
Well,
He's looked up and he's lost it. He's looked up. He can't see where it is, and it's landed within diving distance where he's standing.
Richards in, bowls to Crocombe, tucks that back into a square on the leg side. It's running down towards fine leg, and he picks up something. I think Richards was thinking that maybe the keeper was going to come and get it.
Richard's first reaction was to put his hand, when it went up in the air, he put his hands up to the side and like, where's it gone?
Can't see it, yeah.
Can't see it, and it almost right at the end, if he'd have stuck his right arm out, he might have caught that. I mean, it was that close to him.
Well, I think Henry Crocombe was probably halfway back to the pavilion. He must, and I was saying, oh, it's not a great shot, Henry, really, but...
Well, Henry Crocombe could have run forward and caught it. It was that soft. I think you and I could have got down the steps in time, Adrian, and got out there.
Richards
Perhaps not.
picked up, yeah, be fair, he can come round the wicket, bowls to Foreman, who pulls round the leg side. That's a good shot by Bertie Foreman. He stepped outside his off stump and heaved the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Nothing wrong with that from Bertie Foreman, who is answering the call of Paul Farbrace. I want players who want to put their hand up and play in the first 11. And Bertie's putting his hand up. He's 41 not out, 185 for 8. Partnership between these two of 43.
He was a long way outside off stump to play that, wasn't he?
He was.
A very inventive shot.
It's forced the fielder back to the deep mid-wicket boundary. So now, just the 4 fielders inside the circle. In comes Richards, bowls, and Foreman drives into the offside. And there is no run. Fielded in the covers. Well, we are going to get... I'm pleased for the crowd, actually, Dave, that Sussex have recovered, because people might have taken a day off work. There could be people on holiday. Come and see a game of cricket. You don't want to see a side bundled out for sort of 80 like they have been at Canterbury today. That's pretty miserable, isn't it?
No, it's...
You want to see a proper game.
Yeah.
And hopefully, I'm not saying Sussex have got enough, because this has been a really good track here at Hove, but at least Sussex might think, well, hang on, you know, we've dug ourselves out of one hole. Richards in, bowls to Foreman, who has rather a slog at that, plays it to mid-on and picks up a single. He goes to 42, 186 for 8. There are still 4 overs remaining after this, so...
They're going to get there if the Essex fielders play ball as they did in that last.
Oh, now hang on. We've got a free hit. It must have been a front foot no ball. Now, this is interesting. I hadn't noticed. Well, surely...
No, they took a run.
They took a run, but it is still a free hit.
Yeah, but they can change the field. So.
Yes. So Henry Crocombe surveys the field and decides where he's getting it. Now, this could be good for Sussex. 188 for 8. Now, there's a long on. There's a fielder deep mid-wicket, almost cow corner, and a deep backward square. So I think they reckon that Henry Crocombe's going to hit this on the leg side as Jamal Richards makes his way in. Over the wicket, bowls, and oh, that was rather a waste. Yeah, he tried to be a bit too clever there, Henry. I think bat on ball would have probably been the bit. I mean, he was... You know, to be fair, he's trying to play the ramp shot, because had he got hold of it, it would have gone for 4 runs. But I just wonder in that situation, at least get a run.
Yeah, he looked as though he was playing a shot that he'd seen the batters play.
Yeah, as if to say, I've practiced this in the nets in the winds, and I'm going to give it a go. I'm not sure it was really the right shot. Easy to say from up here. 188 for 8. There's Richards again. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg. He makes his way in for the Cromwell Road end of the ground in a bowls. Crocombe steps away to the leg side, well bowled by Jamal Richards. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Fernandez. It is the end of the over. Sussex are 188 for 8. They've still got, is it the 45th or the 46th over? Yes, 46. They've still got 4 overs to go, Dave. So, I mean...
Oh, you could be looking at 220.
Well, I think they want to go mad here. I mean, I'm saying, what is my advice, reckon? But if you could pick up 6 and over for the next 2 overs by pushing it for singles, that would give you 12. That would get you to for 200, and then you have a real dip in the final 2 overs. You know, you don't want to leave overs out there if you can avoid it.
No, the problem, of course, being that there are only 2 wickets left. So.
Yeah.
So I think some of those batters higher up will be having a look and thinking to themselves, well, I rather messed up there, didn't I? You know, I could be out there in the middle now.
Yeah, totally. And there were 1 or 2 who would have been thinking, make runs here, and I might be just putting myself in the frame for Scarborough and the other matches that Sussex have got coming up in this busy schedule over the last few weeks of the season. Ben Allison runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Foreman, who is going to get a run. Is he bit on the helmet? I think he might have been.
So I'll have the...
Yeah, he was looking to pull that one away down to fine leg, and I'm pretty certain he got hit on the head. Yes, he did. And so we are going to have a break in play. He went to pull it, the ball ended up at shortish third man. Bertie Foreman's taken off the helmet. Let's hope he's okay, and we'll have all the concussion protocols to go through.
Yeah, there's a number of relatively simple questions they ask them, don't they? Like sort of, how long have you been out there, and what sort of time of day it is, and how did you come to the ground today, and those sort of questions.
Yes. And, count to 10
just to,
backwards or whatever it is.
Do they do? Is that another one?
I think so. I think it might. I think there's various things they use.
Count to 10 backwards. You mean count
to 1, count to 0. Yeah, I think everyone will get that. Oh, you've got concussion. So I'm going to touch earlier on with some questions about Essex players who have won Olympic gold medals, and a suggestion has come in. We'll have to ask Dick when he comes back. Apparently, Johnny Douglas in boxing won a gold medal. Who was presumably a former Essex cricketer. I apologise, I don't know Johnny Douglas. We've got a break in play if you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Harms and Dave Townsend here on commentary on what's now a lovely sunny day down in Hove. Bit of cloud around. A break in play because Bertie Foreman has been struck on the helmet by a delivery from Ben Allison, who's looking to pull the ball. It's hit him on the helmet and run away.
Good old clang as well.
It was a clang, but he's been given the all clear by Rachel, the Sussex physio, who makes her way off the field, so Bertie looks like he's okay. So often, though, with concussion, it can be something that comes back a little later, but let's hope that Bertie's okay.
There's no Olympic sport cycling from one end of a cricket ground to the other during play, is there?
Not as far as I know.
Ray East is not a gold medal. It would probably be a gold medalist in that, wouldn't it? Did you never hear that story? Where
no.
He was fielding at long leg and somebody offered him a bike to go round and
really?
get out to his fielding position at the other end.
Here comes Allison, bowls to Crocombe, who drives firmly into the offside to mid-off, fielded by Wesley. One more to Crocombe, he goes to 90.
Well, he was a great joker, Ray East, in days gone by.
Spinner?
Yeah, spinner, yeah.
190 for 8.
He saw somebody in the crowd with a bike, one of the outgrounds, I swear. Could he borrow it, and cycled around the outside and took up his fielding position at the other end.
That's a good story. Just looking at the first game here in the one-day cup, just to tell you exactly what happened in that game against Warwickshire, as Allison comes in to bowl to Bertie Foreman. 42 not out. He's in and bowls. Foreman clips this onto the onside. They take one. They'll be looking for 2 here because Brown has got a way to run to his left, and Foreman comes back for a couple, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. 50 and 60 balls in 43 minutes, and 3 welcome runs for Sussex, and good applause around the ground as well. I'll turn the effects mic up. We've got a rather irritating drill somewhere around the ground. There's Allison Waits, Foreman on to 44. It would be his first list day half century if he gets there. Allison in, bowls, and Foreman drives to mid-off, takes a single, fielded by Wesley on the edge of the circle. Good running by Foreman. 193 for 8, I think that is. Henry Crocombe on strike. Yeah, the first game here, Dave, against Warwickshire in this competition. Sussex made 174, having been 70 without loss after 10 overs. So that was a bit of a collapse. And then Warwickshire reached their target with 9 wickets down, with a strong batting lineup as well.
You've clutched at this straw several times.
I have. I'll clutch at any straw, Dave. In comes Allison, bowls to Crocombe. We sit on the pad. That's going down the leg side, and they go through for a leg by. That is 1 more ball to go in the over, I think. Yes. 194 for 8. I need to bone up on the Kent score because in our afternoon bulletins we give the scores from Kent as well. No Surrey in action today. They finished their campaign. So let me see with Kent. Yeah, bowled out for 82, Northants 45 for 1. That's not going to last much longer. Allison around the wicket, in and bowls to Bertie Foreman, who pulls onto the leg side. Good shot by Foreman. It's going down towards the long on boundary. They'll come back for a couple of runs. Does Bertie Foreman, who's doing his possible opportunities of forcing his way into championship sides, no end of good here. He's 47, 196 for 8. I mean, I don't think he'll force himself into the side for Scarborough, but nonetheless he's proved himself in this competition, and that's what it was all about as far as Sussex were concerned. How many overs remaining? 3 overs remaining. Sussex 196 for 8.
Yeah, so definitely giving the bowlers something.
Yeah.
Something to bowl at.
Yeah, the Sussex bowling attack. Jack Campbell, who's come from Hampshire on a short-term deal. Henry Crocombe, Foreman, Lennon, the spinners. Who else will bowl? I guess Tom Clark, medium pacers. But there's quite a lot of... Tom Haynes, I guess, can bowl as well. For the meanwhile, it's Jamal Richards, who's in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Henry Crocombe, plays out onto the onside. He wants 2, does Henry Crocombe, but he's not going to get them. It's fielded at mid-on. And Crocombe goes to 21, 197 for 8. This partnership, Dave, is now worth... When Archie Lennon was out, they were 137 for 8. So partnership was 60. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at completely the wrong game here. 142 for 8. I'm sorry. I was looking at the Warwickshire game. What am I doing, idiot? 8 and 55 is the partnership. Richards round the wicket, bowls. Foreman pulls away onto the leg side and goes his 48th run out to deep mid wicket at 198 for 8. Bit agricultural from Archie, but I think at this stage of proceedings, I think he can allow himself that. The field widely spread at this stage in what we call the third power play. Essex have to have 4 fielders inside the 30-yard circles. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg. There's Richards on his way. Move the wicket, bowls. Crocombe steps away and pulls the ball onto the leg side very successfully. That's going to go away for 4 runs. And what a way to bring up the 200 for Sussex. Good shot by Henry Crocombe. He just stepped away and belted the ball away over mid wicket for 4 runs. Well, I don't think many of the crowd probably thought Sussex were going to bring up a couple of hundred here when they were 50 for 6. Now 202 for 8, and Henry Crocombe goes to 25.
Yes, after your less than enthusiastic build-up for him when he walked out, Adrian.
Yes, which was unkind. It was unkind. In comes Richards, bowls, and well, nothing wrong with that. We've certainly changed our view. That was a lovely shot by Henry Crocombe. He stepped away to the leg side and played a very late cut that eluded the dive of Fernandez behind the stumps. And Crocombe picks up another boundary. He goes to 29, the total 206 for 8.
Yeah, Fernandez going the wrong way. Was looking to that delivery to, you know, if there had been no touch on it, he'd have taken it somewhere around leg slip. So all his weight going the wrong way. Dive back. Nice, comfortable catching height, but unfortunately couldn't get across there.
I mean, he can bat Henry Crocombe. He's got a top score of 46 in the championship, but it's a long time ago that happened.
Enjoying himself. In
comes Richards, bowls, or rather followed. That's good bowling by Jamal Richards, because Henry Crocombe was looking to do something very similar down the stepping away to the leg side.
That was a lovely deft little tickle.
It was.
Wasn't it?
It was indeed. His highest score in List A cricket is 47. I do him a disservice. 46 in the championship. That was undefeated. So I don't think he's going to get to 47 today. He's on 29. In comes Richards over the wicket, bowls. Crocombe pulls that away on the leg side. He's going to get at least 1. They'll think about 2, but there isn't a second run there, fielded at deep mid wicket. And Crocombe is going to pinch the strike, which is maybe not a bad thing the way that he's batting. He's on 30, Foreman on 48, and the Sharks are 207 for 8 at the end of the 48th over.
You have a look down some of those scores at the top of the innings there, Adrian, and they've got to be thinking we missed out here.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
yes, the first 10 overs, 12 overs, particularly against Jamie Porter, was not easy, But you know, that's part of the one-day game. You get through that, and then you find the pitch easing, runs there to be had.
Well, this partnership's been worth 65 between these two. Yeah, I would say.
Ninth wicket partnership worth 65.
Yeah.
You know, and how many of the top six got into double figures, other than John Simpson?
Yeah. Well, Haynes and Clark Bailey, they both got 10 apiece. Tier a duck, Carter 1, Ian Cachet 7, Rogers none, Lenham 9. I thought actually Lenham batted quite nicely. He was given out LBW, but these two have put back to ball, and Bertie Foreman's looked very good. He's on 48. In comes Allison, 49th over. He's in a bowls, and Crocombe hammers that to extra cover, fielded by Cushy. It's just a single to Crocombe, who's annoyed with himself. Shouldn't be annoyed with yourself, Henry. 31 off 37, 208 for 8. Well, you said a couple of overs ago Sussex might be thinking they could get 220 here, and that's well.
They might be looking at even at 225 at this stage. 11 balls left. So certainly not impossible, Adrian. They've dragged themselves up to something bordering respectability.
They have Allison around the wicket, bowls to Bertie Foreman in a bowl. Foreman pulls it. Oh, he's going to be caught. Now this will be taken by Ben Allison, and Bertie Foreman's very good innings of 48 comes to a close. Now I'm sure he'll get a good round of applause as he makes his way off, stepping away to the leg side, looking to pull the ball away. Didn't time it at all, and it rather spooned to Ben Allison, and that was the second quarter bowled opportunity. He wasn't that goer missing, and the Sharks are 208 for 9. We'll listen to the applause in a minute, Dave, because I feel he's getting a good handball, Bertie Foreman, as he wanders off. There we are. Well done, Bertie.
Shame he couldn't just have got that.
Yeah. Well, a few people standing up and applauding at the top of the Sven Karma Pavilion. So, but I think most of the crowd will be pleased, not least, because at least they're going to see a competitive game of cricket now, Dave.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a young batsman who can clearly bat and who's clearly better than a number 9. Getting 48, he'll just be disappointed he didn't get those extra couple of runs.
Yeah. I'll have an update to do in a moment. Yeah, but at least he's given his side something to bowl at. 208 for 9.
Well, I hear your feed in my ears, so I can stop talking.
Yeah, I'll stick the... so I'm just working out that partnership, which I need you to help. So it's 58 plus 8, 66, I reckon, between Foreman and Crocombe.
I remember that time of year a few years back, Adrian, where they asked you a question off the back of your report, and I talked all over it.
Did you? Oh dear. It happens, Dave, don't worry. 208 for 9. Can you not hear me at all now? How's that? Is that any better?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. So the new man in is Jack Campbell, who, has come on a short-term deal until the end of the season from Hampshire. A young left-arm bowler. But he needs some batting to do here as Allison bowls, and he plays very nicely down the ground and picks up a single. Sussex go to 209 for 9. And I should say that Ben Allison, that was his, I think he's bowled nicely. And I think in the main, Essex have bowled nicely throughout. You know, led by Porter, who picked up 4 wickets.
Yes, he had figures of 7 overs, 4 for 16.
Yes, it was, yeah, very, very good indeed. Allison in bowls to Crocombe, wide outside. He could have let that go, Henry Crocombe, and picked up a wide. It was a slower delivery, clubs that to backward point. Picks up 1, he goes to 32, 210 for 9.
Not happy with himself.
Yeah, Ben Allison's in his final over here. Figures of 2 for 39, very respectable. Jamie Porter 4 for 34, the standout bowler. Jamal Richards has bowled nicely. Picked up a personal best at Trent Bridge on Sunday. 9 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 28. Tom Wesley 10 overs, 1 for 41. Aaron Beard expensive, 4 overs for 25 as Allison is in. Bowls to Campbell, who plays a slightly undistinguished shot, and the ball whizzes past his off stump through to Fernandez. There is no run. And Noah Thanes 6 overs, 1 for 37. Henry Crocombe comes and has a couple of words with Jack Campbell. Probably says, don't take a single off this ball because I fancy facing the last over. And why wouldn't you? He's on 32 not out.
Or he might be saying, don't listen to that bloke, arms, I can bat.
Yes, he talks absolute nonsense. Wheeling around in front of us is Ben Allison. 210 for 9. Allison over the wicket bowls, and Campbell drives nicely through the covers, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. Well, how about that? Over pitching, he thumps the ball away through the covers. End of Ben Allison's spell. He finishes with 10 overs, no maidens. He's taken 2 for 43, and Sussex 214 for 9, which I have to say, when they were 50 for 6, looked highly unlikely.
Yep. Yeah, they've dragged themselves up really well. These tail enders, given the bowlers something to bowl at. They are the bowlers. The bowlers have given themselves something to bowl at. But you would think they're well short of a competitive total, but as Adrian said, that game against Warwickshire showed maybe a few early wickets. Who knows?
Yeah. So Jamal Richards is going to bowl the final ball. He's bowled very well here today. Comes racing in over the wicket bowls to Henry Crocombe, who hammers that one away onto the leg side. Is it going to be caught? No! It's gone for 4 runs. Yes, it has, although it might be 6 for a minute. Well, he stepped away and belted that one away over mid-wicket. And all runs gratefully received here for Sussex.
Terrific shot.
It was, wasn't it?
He knew. The thing that Jamal Richards has been doing is, in this spell, he's been a little bit too short. He's got carried away at times, hasn't he, with that short delivery. It's worked for him on occasion, but the batsmen, if they know where it's coming, then I'd say it's easy to play, but it's a big advantage to know what the bowler's going to be bowling.
Yeah, and as a result of that, Dave, the Essex have got 4 men inside the 30-yard circle, saving 1, as they have to have 4 inside. Richards in, bowls to Crocombe. Well, he can't do much about that, Jamal Richards, because Henry Crocombe was looking to hammer that one away on the leg side. He got a big, thick outside edge, and the ball ends up down at third man. And Tom Westley has set his field accordingly, and Henry Crocombe goes on to 40 of 40 deliveries, 222 for 9. Thank you very much is the message from the studio. So an exciting end to the innings. 4 balls remaining, 222 for 9.
47 is best.
Yeah, in limited overs cricket. And he waits as Henry Crocombe, as in comes Richards, bowls. Crocombe pulls it onto the leg side. He could get another boundary here. You know, it's running down towards fine leg. They've taken one. They'll think about, oh, it is going to get run out. Throw comes in. No, he's not. He's got back. Well run indeed by Henry Crocombe. 224 for... Yes, indeed, and something of recovery here, Adam, because at one stage, Sussex, having won the toss and electing to bat first, were 50 for 6. But they've been helped out of a dreadful mess by John Simpson, the skipper, who made 69, Bertie Foreman, the young 23-year-old, who made 48, and now latterly Henry Crocombe, the number 10, who is 42 not out, and Sussex in the final over here are 224 for 9, which at least gives them something to bowl at. That's not the case down at Canterbury, where Kent were bundled out by just 82 against Northamptonshire, who are coasting to victory. They're 64 for 1 in the 13th over. Richards running in down the hill, bowls to Henry Crocombe, who's going to get more runs here. I think that came off the glove. They'll only take 1 on this occasion. Henry Crocombe goes to 43, and the total to 225 for 9.
Yes, so they've crept up to that 225.
They have. Well, you know, Dave was saying they may even be thinking about 220. Well, they've surpassed. I mean, never in your wildest dreams, I don't think, did people probably think at 50 for 6 they were going to get anything like 200 plus. But as I say, at least they've given themselves something to bowl at, Sussex. Campbell takes strike, or takes guard, I should say. 2 balls remaining in the innings.
Does he get a single and get Crocombe back on?
We shall see. He's in and bowls, steps away. That's good bowling. They're going to run a by and throws at the stump, does Fernandez, and misses. Now, what's the signal there from the umpire? Is he signalling a bye? Yes, he is. It's a well run, a bye to the keeper. That was well bowled by Richards. He knew that Campbell was going to...
what was Dick Davis's amazing stat?
Yeah, they hadn't conceded a bye. Well remembered. They have now.
the penultimate delivery of the 9 games. I think that's the first bye conceded.
So what can Henry Croker do off the final ball? In comes Richards, bowls, and oh, there's going to be a run out here. Oh no, there isn't. He misses. Well, Jamal Richards prevented a run, and that was the main thing. So it comes to the end of the innings, and Sussex have recovered really well from 200 to 226 for 9 at the close. Henry Croker, I hope, will lead Sussex off because he's not out on 43. And a very fine innings from him, and the lower order really rescuing Sussex in dire straits. Well, welcome back to Hove, where the players are out in the middle. Henry Crocombe, very much the inverted commas hero of the Sussex innings, with those 43 runs at the end, is going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. Good to say hello to a few people around the ground during the lunch break. It's a bit cloudier now, I have to say, over the downs. It does look quite threatening, but I think, famous last words, and that's all going in the other direction. Sussex opening with 2 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward, deep square leg really, and a fine leg as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and immediately turned away by Benkenstein, who picks up a single down to deep backward square, and he is on his way. Luke Benkenstein, tell us a bit about him, Dick, because he's coming very much into the Essex side this season.
Yes, well, his father is or was coach at Durham.
Yeah.
There was a Hampshire connection, I believe. And yeah, of the up-and-coming Essex youngsters, he's by far one of the most promising.
Crocombe in bowls. Was he played on? Well, he's got 4 runs.
He could have played on.
Well, it could so easily have played on. He was looking to play it way through the offside. He's got a big, thick inside edge. He could have played on. In the end, it's one of the vagaries of cricket. He suddenly gets 4 runs, and Essex in the first over are 5 without loss.
Yes, as you say, it's another couple of inches one way or the other, and well, it can be career-changing, can't it? Almost. That's not exaggeration. So, as with everything in life, elements of luck play a large part.
They certainly do. Crocombe back to his mark, number 5 on the back of his shirt, runs away from us, in and bowls to Darce. Short, and he looks to pull that one as well. And I think he was rather deceived by the ball keeping a little lower there.
Yes, I also thought he was through the shot rather prematurely.
Yeah, I would agree. So, a bit of encouragement for Henry Crocombe. Yes, the son of former South African international Dale Benkenstein. Luke bowls leg spin and made his senior debut for Essex at the age of 16 against his dad's former club Durham after impressing on trial. Crocombe in bowls to Darce, so that's a lovely looking shot into the covers. A slight misfield by, who's that out there? I think it's Leon Cachet, but it didn't cost a run. Can't quite see the number on the back of his shirt. In fact, this might be Zach Leon Cachet at mid-off. It is. Crocombe in front of us. I think a lot of the crowd just relieved that Sussex got some sort of a total on the board.
Well, yes.
Crocombe in and bowls and does defends back down the track. Crocombe fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. So just to reiterate that field, the 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle in this opening power play are a wideish third man and a deep square leg. Otherwise there are 2 slips, 3 men saving 1 in a ring on the offside, a short fine leg, and a wideish mid-on Bertie Foreman with a white towel tucked in the back of his trousers. As in comes Crocombe, bowls and does forces to backward point, fielded there by Ollie Carter. There is no run. End of the opening over of the Essex reply, and they are 5 without loss. Benkenstein on 1, Darce is on 4, with Essex needing 227 to win. I should just mention, while I don't forget, the Sussex Cricket Museum. For any Essex supporters who are wandering around the ground, please go into the Sussex Museum, which is by the Spen Karma Pavilion. It's free to go in, it's staffed by volunteers. They've also got a book sale today, lots of books out there, some with some Essex connections as well, so please go and have a look-see. And also, whilst you're there, you will see the Gillette Cup has been loaned to Sussex for until the end of the season, so please go and have a look at the Gillette Cup as well. That's the Sussex Cricket Museum over by the Spen Karma Pavilion. If you don't know the ground, it's the opposite end now from where Jack Campbell is bowling. Just round by the open seating in the southwest corner, and the museum is right there. You can't miss it, so please go and have a look.
And that's just worked way off the hip by Benkenstein. They go through for seeing. We have lots of emails. I'll try and catch up on the answer to the question about who was.
Oh, we got one answer, or someone sent in a possible one about the boxer. Sorry, about the athlete who got the goal, the cricketer who got the medal in the Olympics? Is that the one you're thinking about?
There are apparently 2 Essex cricketers who won gold medals at the Olympics. One is Johnny Douglas, the famous JWHT. Johnny won't hit today was always what he was known as.
And is he the boxer?
A middleweight boxer.
Yeah, so someone sent that in, so I'll let you know who that was in a minute.
In the 1908 games, and fast bowler Claude Buckingham has just played defensively by Robin Dass.
Yeah, Noel McCarthy got it right.
Claude Buckingham was a member of the Great Britain football team who won the gold in 1900.
Right. So what we thought it might be a lot. I think we can be excused for not knowing the answer to the question, Dick,
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
quite a few people have got the answer. Yeah, Chris Wood, thank you. Next delivery. Swung away, not very safely. In fact, it wasn't swung away, it was just sort of lobbed. The umpire was in the best position to catch it, but it's not what he's paid for. And they go through for a somewhat fortuitous single.
Doesn't seem to be coming on, does it? I think I've been a little surprised by those opening 2 deliveries. They've looked to pull.
Owen Jones, he got half the answer right, thank you. Next delivery from Campbell.
Swung a bit.
Worked away again on the onside. They go through for a single. No, they come back for a second, which in the end will be quite comfortably taken. Throw comes in at the bowler's end. And Keith Pont bicycles across cricket ground while fielding. Yes, thanks, Cole.
Yes, Dave Townsend was mentioning that. He thought it was Ray East.
Well, yeah, the views seem to be almost divided equally between Keith Pont and Ray East. I mean, Ray East was known as the comedian, and again that's worked off the hip for a single. Keith Pont maybe not so much, although went on to a job at Lord's. He probably need a good sense of humour to work for the ECB nowadays, but maybe not in those days.
What did he do at Lord's?
Oh, I can't remember his real answer. You know, there are so many jobs going at Lord's on the. You look through the list on the website of all the backroom staff at Lord's, and it's just incredible. No wonder they haven't got any money. That's just played defensively. Trickles back to the bowler. End of the over. Essex 10 without loss. 227 the target. So if they get 5 and over and keep it up for 50 overs, they'll be there.
They will. I was talking earlier on about some of the Sussex players who have an opportunity in this game to impress Paul Farbrace. Jack Campbell would be one of those. He's on a short-term deal only until the end of the season, and I'd be very surprised if he plays any first-team cricket in the Championship. That's not because of doubting his ability, it's just that he hasn't played so far, and with the likes of Ollie Robinson returning, it would be surprising if he would get into the side. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and up on his toes is Bankenstein, defends to mid-on. There is no run, unless of course he can take a hatful of wickets here and says, well look, here I am, I'm available for selection. So I think this is an important match for Jack Campbell.
Yes, Chris, I believe I'm not sure if you've emailed this in or not, but yeah, in Essex circles, well, and to a certain extent England circles at the time, Johnny Douglas was a legend.
Crocombe in the bowls, and defending is Benkenstein onto the onside, fielded by Foreman, and there is no run.
John William Henry Tyler Douglas, known by the Australians, according to Chris, as Johnny Won't Hit Today. I thought he was generally known as that, but anyway, he was captain of England both before and after the First World War. So one of several Essex players to have captained England, but then Sussex have had a few as well. Quite a few, very distinguished as well.
Comes Crocombe, bowls, up on his toes is Bankenstein, plays down to the offside and takes a well-judged single, to be fair. Played to mid-off where Leon Cachet had to move pretty smartly to his left of field.
He was captain of Essex for 18 years, which is longer than anyone else has captained the county. Probably the only player to score a double century and take 9 wickets in an innings in the same game. Yeah, so he was generally, a useful cricketer. Oh, he'd come back to that one because...
Crocombe. bowls to Das, who works this to backward point, well fielded by Carter, and there is no run.
And he died trying to save his father's life when the ship they were on sank off the coast of Denmark.
Wow.
As Chris says, a most remarkable man. Oh. And a bit of a hero of many. So thank you very much.
Yes,
for that.
indeed. Nice hum around the ground as people digesting their lunch and
You know, I
watching
got the
cricket.
impression as well that
Crocombe bowls and Foreman fields at mid-wicket, no run.
you were saying you were talking to a few Sussex supporters. I talked to a few Essex supporters, and I got the more than got the impression. They virtually said, you know, they were glad that that Sussex weren't skittled out for 100, you know, because they've come down to Sussex for the day, maybe staying overnight. They want to see a day's cricket. They don't want to see half a day's cricket.
No, I couldn't agree more. And that's why I got at Canterbury today. I mean, if you're a Northamptonshire fan, you're probably pleased Northamptonshire have won, but Kent bowled out for 82. Northampton's getting their 86 for 1 in 14 overs.
Yeah.
Crocombe in bowl shot. That's a cracking shot by
It
Robin
is.
Das. It was short outside the off stump, and he absolutely got down on one knee and belted it away through backward point for 4 runs. Lovely shot. 15 without loss are Essex at the end of the third over. Yeah, that game at Canterbury had 49 overs in the day.
Yeah,
You know, that's
actually under half. Yeah.
you know, that's just not great, and I'm sure.
No.
You know, I think Northamptonshire might have had a chance of, or might well have had a chance of making it. So I mean, you know, from that point of view, Northampton might feel well that they're pleased because they could well make it the latter stages of the competition, but not a great day for. Well, not Northampton's fault either. I'm not saying that,
No.
but
As
Campbell.
tucks him up a little bit. The batsman had his back to us, but I think it clearly hit him on the thigh or somewhere around that area.
In fact, Northamptonshire can't progress out of the group. They've only had a couple of wins to their name, so it looks like. I mean, it's very tight in the in the two divisions in terms of who's going to go into the quarterfinals. But at the moment, Glamorgan and Warwickshire from this group are safely through. They're just vying to see who's going to win the group and have the home semi-final.
As Campbell moves in down the hill, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed
Oh.
Benkenstein, and it's down the leg side and duly signalled wide to the scorers.
Yeah, that's not the greatest delivery.
Of course, you know, these quick victories, although most, not all, but most cricket-loving spectators want to see a decent day's play, of course, and totally understandably, the players don't think that way. You know,
No.
they want to win it as quickly as possible. It's their living after all, and if they can earn a day's pay for half a day's work, that's all well and good. As Campbell moves in and bowls, and that's again nudged square on the onside for a comfortably taken single, an agreed single, as they say.
He looks like he's just swinging it a bit to me, Jack
Yes.
Campbell, just into the right-hander. Sussex with 7 men as you have to have inside the circle at this stage. Just wonder if there might be some value in having. Well, Tom Clark is in pretty tight there at mid-wicket for the one that gets lofted in that direction.
Campbell in again, tall man, a big man, looks like a fast bowler even walking onto a field, and sure enough he is. That's fielded well, a backward square leg, well no, just forward square leg.
Well, as Tom Clark, who would say is the best fielder in the Sussex side, I just wonder with, I mean, well, they might have used one of those offside fielders and put him more to square leg, because the way that Campbell is shaping the ball down that leg side, they've got 2 men back on the leg side, they've got a deep backward square and a fine leg.
Next delivery comes into Benkenstein, who plays that, it's a slight misfield at backward point, accommodates the fairly simple taking of a single when, yeah, probably in all honesty there shouldn't have been one there.
No, you can see Ollie Carter's annoyed with himself. He's fielded very well in this competition at backward point, but he made a bit of a muck of that one. And a comfortable single in the end. Never fielded on a misfield, they say, but there was always one there.
Yes, oh yes. I'm not quite sure why they say that, because sometimes, that's gone for 4. Just out of the reach of the man of the third man. Made a valiant dive away to his right, but didn't cut it off, so it ran down the hill for 4 more runs, taking Essex on to 22 without loss.
Yeah, Henry Rogers there on the edge of the circle, rather forlorn dive, and He'll be disappointed with his performances, not in the field, but certainly with the bat. Henry Rogers, he's a young cricketer who's got a good future ahead of him, but it's tough in this competition.
Campbell again, just met with an entirely defensive bat, just pushing it out on the onside. And it's the end of the over, end of the 4th over, and Essex needing 227 to win, or 22 without loss.
Yes, a comfortable enough start for Essex, with a strong batting lineup, isn't there? With, in fact, I expected Nick Brown to open. I'm a bit surprised he hasn't. But Brown,
No.
Cushy, Westley.
Playing is very useful.
Yeah, they've got plenty of batting in this side. So Sussex need early wickets. Crocombe has got a slip in place and runs away from us up the hill from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls and cut away to backward point, and Carter fields the ball, bouncing obligingly to him, and there is no run. 22 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex and Essex. Adrian Harms and Dick Davis on commentary duties. We've been helped out by Paul Hitchcock, thanks to Paul, a writer in Essex covering cricket, and Dave Townsend, who's a regular around the BBC circuit as well. Thank you to Dave. As in comes Crocombe, bowls right up in the block hole, hits the pad. There's an appeal by John Simpson, but that was always slipping down the leg side, and there is no run. If you missed what happened in the Sussex innings, Sussex won the toss, elected to bat. They slipped to 50 for 6 before 69 from skipper John Simpson, 48 from Bertie Foreman batting at number 9, and 43 in 43 balls from Henry Crocombe coming in at number 10. Got Sussex to something like respectability, 226 for 9. Crocombe in bowls. That's a good delivery. That is a good delivery. It beats Nas outside of the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. I say to Dave Townsend, the early opening match here in this competition, Sussex made 173, having at one stage been, 174. They were 70 without loss after the first power play, and we all thought, well, that's nowhere near enough. But then Warwickshire lost 9 wickets in chasing down the run, so you never know. Crocombe going to go in bowls, and Dars defends out into the offside, fielded by Charlie Tier. Out first ball today, Charlie. Be disappointed about that. Didn't seem to get forward enough. The same could be said, I think, for Ollie Carter, who was also bowled. Jamie Porter taking 4 wickets for Essex in a very good opening spell, 4 for 16 at one stage.
Yes, it was.
Crocombe, 4 dot balls in the over so far. In and bowls and clipped to mid-wicket, fielded there by the reliable figure of Clark, and again there is no run. So tidy over from Henry Crocombe. What they always like to do is get out of an over, don't they? Always talk about that. Don't concede a boundary off the last ball.
No, because then they've got the whole of the next over to stand around thinking about it and where did I go wrong. And as I've said 100 times or more, so much of this game is played in the mind.
Crocombe in and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Right up in the block hole, and does plays all around it. Through to John Simpson. That's a maiden over from Henry Crocombe. Well bowled. 22 without loss. Henry Crocombe has bowled 3 overs. I shall give you his figures in a moment. He has bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 10, including 1 maiden, to add to the 43 runs that he scored earlier on. So, a good day so far for Henry.
So it's going to be, yes, presumably, yes, it's Campbell to continue from the far end. He was just talking to his captain and wicketkeeper, but that was only about field changes. And Simpson sprints down to this end of the ground. It's a mixed blessing, a two-edged sword having a wicketkeeper as a captain. He's in an ideal position that's just pushed out to mid-on. They'll go through for 1. They'll think about, oh yes, it seems, I know it's physically impossible, but it seemed almost to be gaining pace going up the hill. And they went through for 2 runs. Yeah, there is nobody really in a better position than the wicketkeeper to see what the ball's doing, how the bowler's bowling. But on the other hand, if you want to have a word with him, you've got to trek, well, at least 22, probably more like 30 or 40 yards to have a word. So as I say, it's a bit of a mixed blessing, and that's a very good delivery. We can see from here exactly what that did. It just pitched and moved away, and almost too much. It didn't quite catch the edge of the bat. Yes, when Essex had James Foster as skipper, particularly in sort of 20 over cricket, where there's quite a strict time limit on the game, and these are rigorously policed, quite rightly so too, and that did cost Essex a few times, with Foster having to trek off to talk to his bowlers. That's played backward of square on the offside, no addition to the score. 24 without loss, needing 227 to win. On a glorious day here at sunny Sussex by the sea.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be early on. We had a bit of rain, didn't we? But it's lovely now.
Yes.
Hats and sun cream, very much the order of the day.
And Campbell in again, left arm over. Oh, that's lofted away. Not, as you can tell from Adrian's exclamation, it wasn't without its dangers. It certainly got it far too high on the bat. It luckily for Benkenstein, it landed in no man's land, just beyond the man in short at mid-wicket.
There's been a couple like that, haven't they?
They have.
The John Simpson dismissal, where he looked to drive the ball through the covers and he got caught in the covers. It looked like it maybe didn't come on. And
No.
Tom Clark as well, out early on, looking to pull a ball.
Yeah. Oh, and that
It's out.
is caught. Robin Das caught. Very comfortable catch to keeper Simpson, and very comfortable indeed. Just where they like them, really. Waist height or just below, and had to move maybe one pace to his right, no more than that. Didn't really need an appeal, and sure enough, Das didn't need to be sent on his way. In fact, I don't think he looked at the umpire. He probably muttered something under his breath, like, "Oh dear, that's a silly thing to do," or words to that effect.
Yeah, it was very wide, wasn't it? I mean, he didn't really need to play the shot, in truth.
No.
He was obviously looking to try to work the ball down towards third man, a little nick through to John Simpson, and just what Sussex needed, and just what Jack Campbell needed. And I was saying earlier on that, you know, opportunities in this game for Sussex players to stick their hand up. Well, Bertie Foreman has done it, Henry Crocombe has done it, and Jack Campbell, who is only on a deal, as I understand, until the end of this season, will be needing to perform well in this match, and he's got his skipper in the best place to see how he's bowling. Behind the stumps, and he's picked up a wicket, so he can't do much more than that. Out comes Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, 35 years of age now, coming out at number 3 for the visitors.
And Das was out for 10?
Yes,
10, yes.
the score on 25.
So more, when did 24 the hosts lost their first wicket?
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
But then they lost 2 more in quick succession.
yeah, they did, and they were they were 23 without a loss. And at the end of the 6th, then into the 8th, they were 25 for 3. So that cloud, I'm hoping it's going to stay away. It's just building up a little bit over the downs. There's some rather dark cloud, but let's hope it's going to drift away.
Yes.
So often the weather here comes from the southwest, which is out to the left of where we're sitting, looking up the ground.
So Campbell into skipper Tom Wesley, who moves into the shot and plays it out to mid-off. No addition to the score. To conclude the over, the 6th over, and Essex are 25 for 1.
Yes, they are. Here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Essex, Adrian Harms and Dick Davis on commentary on a lovely sunny afternoon here down on the south coast. And we didn't think we were going to see much of a game when Sussex were 50 for 6, but they've at least posted something that they might feel they've got half a chance of defending. 226. And Henry Crocombe is going to come into bowl to Luke Benkenstein, who's 14 not out, 1 slip in place. Crocombe is in, bowls, and Benkenstein plays that through square leg and picks up a single. I think that's Henry Rogers all the way out there, comes in and fields. Nice throw into John Simpson. 1 more to Benkenstein. He goes to 15, Dick, I think it is. The sun is shining quite brightly on that scoreboard. 26 for 1. Crocombe wanders back towards his mark. Just looking where the fielders are outside of the circle. There's a third man way down in the distance, and yes, a deep square It's Crocombe. Very straight approach to the wicket, clipped away down towards fine leg. That's going to run away for 4 runs. I don't think Henry Rogers is going to get anywhere. Oh, it was a good effort by Henry Rogers. But he had very little chance of cutting that off. And it was just too far down the leg side from Henry Craig. He'll be annoyed with himself about that. It's just that consistency. Pitching outside or sort of middle and leg, and it was meat and drink really. Clipped away by Wesley. He's on his way and he'll be grateful for a nice half volley. 30 for 1. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Wesley drives, not where he intended. He was going to play that through the offside, squirts it to mid-wicket, and then has a look at his bat. And comes down the pitch and does a little bit of gardening.
Thanks, Colin, for your email. Apparently Ray East confirmed that that cycling incident was in fact Keith Pont at Burton-on-Trent.
Right.
Where he borrowed a spectator's bicycle to cycle from third man to fine leg.
In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Wesley turns that to mid-wicket, fielded again by Clark, and there is no run.
Of course, in those days, the players of all counties, but maybe Essex were sort of known as the clowns of county cricket. And I don't mean that as regards their cricket, but just the way they played it, always with a smile on their face and looking for humour in the event, which is never difficult to find in a game of cricket. But they got up to all sorts of hijinks.
Crocombe in bowls, and Wesley defends, plays it into the offside. He sort of looks behind as if to say, shall I pick the ball up? But already Ollie Carter was on his way into field, and there is no run. Yeah.
And sadly, many of those pranks, if carried out now, because of the way the game is played and perceived, some of them will be sort of charged with bringing the game into disrepute.
Yeah, things. Yeah.
I was not here for fun, lad. I was here to win cricket matches. Well, a bit of each.
Crocombe on his way in, bowls, clipped to mid-wicket, fielded again by Clark, and Wesley again didn't quite time that. Ended up tidy enough over from Henry Crocombe, with the exception of the half volley that was clipped away by Tom Wesley. End of the over. End of the 7th over. And Essex are 30 for 1 at the same stage. Sussex were 24 for 1. No, I agree. I think it's the same with sports people all around.
Oh, yes.
And celebrities, whoever you want to be, with the advent of mobile phones and cameras, people they can't get away with going into bars. Oh, someone's in a bar, and suddenly it's all over the place. Yeah, I'm not sure that's great either.
No.
Some of the old cricketers have got some great tales to tell.
And as that's played out to square on the offside, no addition to the score. And when accusations are made of, to use the phrase, a drinking culture, I've no idea what that means. I mean, in former times, it was normal procedure for after 1 or 2 days of a championship match for both sides to go and have a couple of drinks, not to get drunk, but to have a couple of drinks, swap stories.
Yeah.
And have we gone off air?
No, I don't think so. I hope not. No.
Everything. Oh, beg your pardon.
That's okay. I'm waiting to do an update, but I haven't
that's what
I don't think
it
I've had the
is.
signal yet.
Yeah, sorry. Suddenly all went dead in my ears. And, I know I've got failings in all sorts of parts of my anatomy, but I thought another one. 30 for 1. As Campbell moves in down the hill, bowls.
Oh!
Lofted high, and had there been a third slip, it would have been a dolly, but there wasn't, so it went down to third man for in the end, a very comfortable and single.
Yeah, it's a strange shot, wasn't it?
It was, but it was. Perhaps I'd be flattering it to say it was what he intended to do, but because there is a gap there between, there's one slip and then a backward point, but it's still risky. Too risky, as some sort of comedian used to say. As that's just played correctly by Tom Wesley, pushes it out to mid-off.
I just have to take over for a minute, Dick,
Yeah,
because we're just about to do our update to the listeners on
Right.
BBC Radio, Sussex, Kent and Surrey. As Campbell wanders away to the far rear. In comes Campbell. Over the wicket bowls. Oh, and driven again by Wesley. And Campbell's just nipping it about a bit here, you know.
He is.
Here we go. Yes, and Essex are 31 for 1 in the 8th over here. That in pursuit of needing 228 to beat Sussex. Sussex earlier on today in all sorts of trouble. At one stage they were 50 for 6, but recovered to 226 for 9, largely due to skipper John Simpson, who made 69, Bertie Foreman, who made 48, and Henry Crocombe not out 43. As I say, Essex 32 for 1, needing 227 more runs to win this match. Meanwhile, I'm afraid Kent have been convincingly beaten at Canterbury today, bowled out for just 82 in 35 overs in reply. Northamptonshire cantering to victory, 86 for 1 after 14 overs. So, end of the over. Made a bit of a mess of that, didn't I? 32 for 1. Benkenstein on 16, Wesley on 5. And it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground, coming into bowl, and it's short, and he's lucky to get away with that to Wesley, because it was Wesley was looking to pull that one back a little square. Just maybe a sign there that the ball isn't coming on perhaps quite as much as we thought. The ball comes off the thigh pad and drops into the offside, no run. Nice buzz around the ground. Crocombe looks towards the supporter sitting in the southwest corner of the ground and makes his way into bowl to Tom Wesley, who's 5 not out in and bowls, and Wesley is 4. He didn't know where that had gone, Tom Wesley. Now, there could be a danger here. Throw comes into the non-striker's end. I hope Crocombe hasn't hurt his hand there. It was Wesley didn't know where it had gone. He got an inside edge, ended up at fine leg. Campbell threw the ball in very hard towards the non-striker's end, and Henry Crocombe, I think, has hurt his finger. He's wringing his right hand. I hope that's okay. That's his bowling hand. He sort of looks at it ruefully, and he's still shaking it. I hope he's okay. Well, he's going to bowl the next delivery. Let's see how this goes. On his way, bowls, good delivery, pitched up round about middle and leg. He's still not happy about that finger, you know.
No, he's not.
Driven by Benkenstein to mid-on, fielded by Foreman. It was thrown very firmly by Campbell, and Crocombe caught it on the full. Well, he's catching the ball with that hand, so I don't think he would do that if it was anything too serious. But he's on his way. In and bowls, down the leg side, poor delivery, and signalled as a wide as such. Total goes up to 34 for 1. Essex in their 9th over, needing to score 4.7 and over. Current run rate is 4. I mean, you really feel if Sussex are going to win this game, they're going to have to bowl Essex out. I think anything other than that, and we can. I think that's what Sussex will need to do. I don't think it'll be too long before the spin gets introduced into the attack. As in comes Crocombe. Over the wicket, bowls forward is Benkenstein. Again plays to Foreman. There is no run. That's not to say the Seamers are bowling badly, but they've got, you know, spinners are so often match winners, aren't they? In this, particularly someone like, you know, you've got a leg spinner in Archie Lenham. I'm sure that John Simpson will want to get, you know, you won't want to lose the match with your leg spinner only bowled 4 overs or something like that. And he did bowl very nicely here on Sunday, Archie Lenham. He could potentially hold the key. In comes Crocombe again. Bowls short, pulled, or thought it was pulled away on the towards the boundary. Instead it's whistled through to John Simpson, and there is no run. Yet Archie Lenham 10 overs, 2 for 35 against Surrey here on Sunday. And it's the best I've seen him bowl for some considerable time. And I think when he gets on like a leg spinner, Dick, it's all about confidence, really, isn't it? The more you bowl and you get yourself into a decent rhythm.
Yeah. It's never dull when there's a leg spinner bowling.
No. In comes Crocombe again. Bowls played into the offside by Benkenstein. Again, there is no run, so apart from the wide, Just 1 run off the bat, 2 runs conceded off the over. It's been nice and tidy from Henry Crocombe. This start of this innings, let me give you the bowling figures. Crocombe has bowled. Here we go. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. And Jack Campbell, who's been bowling his left arm seam from the Cromwell Road in 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17.
Yes, we spoke early on about how well Essex had bowled in the early stages, and well, exactly the same can be said about the Sussex opening attack. They're bowling just as steadily, if not more so, than but they haven't taken the wickets that Essex took at this stage, admittedly. And I suppose with all due respect to the young up-and-coming bowlers, they haven't, well, obviously they haven't got anybody with the experience of Porter, but nonetheless they're doing a very good job indeed, and Essex are quite a bit behind the required rate, but at this stage of the innings that doesn't really mean anything. That can, you know, they can very soon accelerate, especially when a moderate score is the target. As Campbell moves in down the hill, bowls to Wesley, drills it hard back, and he hit that so cleanly. Virtually the moment he'd hit it, he knew that was 4, and went through the motions of walking down to the far end, but knew that it would be unnecessary.
Good shot, wasn't it? I think from a Sussex perspective, there'll be clear to see Jack Campbell pitching the ball up, frantic waving going on towards the Sussex balcony. I'm not entirely sure what they're waving about or for, but they were pointing in the direction of the Spenkarma Pavilion, so I don't quite know what's going on there.
No. That's pulled away for another boundary. That was, yeah, rather than being slightly over pitched, that was quite considerably short pitched, and Wesley dispatched that towards the members' enclosure.
Well, that was a poor ball, wasn't it?
It was.
You know, it was a long hop. Just wondering whether someone wants a cap or some glasses or something brought out. Someone has come trotting down the steps of the Sussex dressing room, but that was a really poor delivery. Can't ball there to someone of Wesley's quality.
No. And that's a better delivery, played out on the onside, just forward of square.
Yeah, something has been bought out. I'm not sure who the fielder out there doesn't seem interested in whatever has been bought out. It's all a little odd. As they're waiting to the end of the over. I think that's Archie Lenham out there. To a deep backwards square.
Campbell in. Wesley picks up a quick quickish, but the misfield made what would have been a sharp single into a very comfortably taken single.
Yeah, and again, just the benefit, I think, it might be Charlie Tier out there actually, just the benefit there of putting the fielder under pressure.
Yeah, well, yes.
You know, put the fielder under pressure, he fumbled the ball.
And it's so, you know, another one of the first maxims you learn when you're fielding is, well, when you're doing anything really, is keep your eye on the ball. And it's so easy in the field. I know I've done, well, everybody who's just worked away on the onside for a very comfortable 1, and they come back for a second. Yeah, it's very easy to say it, but not so easy to do it. You know, when you're fielding, watch the ball into your hands, and yeah, anybody who's ever played cricket at any level has probably made the same mistake. You watch it until it's almost in your hands, and then out of the corner of your eye you can see the batsman, so you look up to see just where they are or which end shall I throw it to, and in that split second the ball, you know, doesn't go right into the palm of your hand, and that gives the batsman an easy chance. That's down the leg side and signalled wide. So
this is a shocking over, isn't it?
well, I was going to be a little bit more gentle and say a long way from being Campbell's best, yes, which which would be an understatement. Well, it's not an understatement because it's true. It is a long way from being his best, but
I thought he bowled quite well in his opening 4 overs. He was getting a nice shape, but this is, I don't know if his confidence has been rocked by that long hop that he bowled, but it's turning out to be an expensive over as well as a long
one
over
as well.
Yeah.
Bowls now. That's probably the best delivery of the over, and that's just played very respectfully. Back up to mid-off, so 48 for 1 of 11 overs.
I suspect that might be thank you, Jack, for the time being.
Yes.
And he probably knows that as well. I can see Tom Clark is warming up, so Sussex not with a huge amount of medium pace options, but what we are going to get is what I did expect, that Archie Lenham would come into the attack fairly soon. So the power play is over, the opening power play.
10 overs, I said 11, 10 overs.
Yeah, which means that Sussex are allowed now able to post 4 men outside of the 30-yard circle. At the same stage, Sussex were 32 for 4. So quite a big difference in terms of runs and wickets. Now, Archie Lenham bowled really nicely here on Sunday, and they'll be hoping he can do similarly today. The field is quite attacking, really. There are only 3 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. They could have 4 if they wanted them. So there is a sweeper on the cover boundary, a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. I guess what you could say is that John Simpson's probably realising here that Sussex do need wickets. 4 men saving 1 in the offside. In fact, they are now sending... Well, there's a bit of debate going on here. Zach Leoncash is saying, do you want me back at long off or do you want me inside the circle? And I think John Simpson said, stay where we are. Archie Lenham said, no, I want you back. So there is a long off. So now Sussex have got 4 men back on the fence and we're good to go as Archie Lenham is in over the wicket. Bowls, and not a great delivery to start with. He's lucky to get away with that. That was very short and a real loosener. Fielded by Charlie Tier at mid-on. Got a nice loop going on Sunday, and that's what he needs to do here. Wesley waits. That's better. Driven back down the track. Lenham feels of his own bowling, and there is no run. Just the one slip in place.
And Lenham is how old? Well,
he's 20 now, Archie. I think.
Yes.
Look, Archie Lenham. Yes, he was 20. In comes Lenham, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery.
Good delivery.
That's a good delivery. Well, the leg spinner, Wesley was groping at thin air through to keeper Simpson, no run. Yes, he was 20 on the 23rd of July.
Thank you.
Really burst onto the scene 3 or 4 years ago. Hasn't quite got on from there, in my opinion, but he's bowling better at the moment as he comes in and bowls and clipped to wideish mid-on, fielded there by Tier. And there is just a single.
And he looks even younger than his 20 years.
Yes, he does. Well, certainly when he was 16, he looked much younger than 16.
I've noticed when I've not so much today because
He's taller now, Archie. He has got a little taller, and
because we're 60 or 70 yards away. But having seen him on television, he looks about 13.
in comes Lenham, bowls, driven to short extra cover, fielded by Clark, low run, and it's been difficult because you're not really considered playing championship cricket. He's not in the T20 side, so he's not getting that many opportunities, but when you get them, you've got to make the most of it, I guess, is the lesson.
Yes.
Lenham again. Oh, that was the leg break that went a long way. Played it into the covers, tidy enough for Archie Lenham, just the 1 run conceded from the over. Essex are 49 for 1 at the end of the 11th, just by means of comparison. Sussex were 33 for 4. You have to remind me, they've asked me to do updates on the hour and on the half hour, Dick, so I need to have my wits about me and remember what I'm doing, which is difficult.
Yes, I can remember when Archie Lenham, one of his very early games was at Chelmsford, and I think I must have been, maybe I wasn't working, I just turned up on a busman's holiday to watch it, so I was a bit late. One of the first people I bumped into was Graham Gooch, who I've mentioned before, as being a great friend of BBC Essex commentaries and used to do a lot with us. And he sort of stopped me and said, "Oh dear," he said, "I've got used over the years to seeing players playing and realising that I used to play against their fathers. Today," he said, "there's a lad out there and I realise I used to play against his grandfather." And he was referring to Archie Lenham. So change of bowling, unsurprisingly, at the far end, sees Tom Clark come into the action, right arm over the wicket, and that's played out into the covers. And Essex move on to 49 for 1. Well, not move on to, they were obviously on 49 for 1. So making a steady start, which is what's required. As I've said earlier today and many times commentating on this version of the game, 50 overs is a long time, or full toss, and Tom Wesley doesn't really take full advantage, he just nudges it round the corner for a single down to deep backward square leg. And the score, that brings up the 50 to deafening silence.
Yes, I don't think many people realised actually. There's a little smatter of applause. You're right, he was lucky to get away with that, Tom Clark.
He was. Moves in again now, bowls. That's on leg stump. This time they'll go for one they'll think about, but would be ill-advised to go for any more, so they don't. And throw comes in to Simpson. Not the best of throws, but they'd already settled for the one anyway.
Yes, I think with their seam options, Ari Carvelos and Sean Hunt, other options, but I understand they're playing for the second 11 down at Gloucester this week.
So that's worked away off his pads for a single down to deep backward square leg again.
And I would imagine that's all very much about who's going to be playing seam-wise at Scarborough next week. Ollie Robinson will be back. Jaydev Nudkat, the Indian who played end of last year, will be, no doubt they will be in the side. But there is a space for another seamer. So I'd imagine that's between Hunt, Crocombe and Carvelos.
Clark moves in, bowls, and that's just met with a defensive bat. Pulls Strickles out on the leg side.
So we'll have to wait and see which one of those gets selected. I didn't realise there was a 4-day game going on at the minute down at Gloucester. I mean, clubs' resources must be pretty stretched with players away at the 100 and this competition as well as second 11 cricket.
Clark again to the Essex, to Benkenstein. Bit of a flash outside the off stump, and the ball seemed to me to travel under the bat. And 52 for one after 12 overs.
Yes, very good afternoon, wherever you're listening. Adrian Harms, Dick Davis here on BBC Radio's Sussex and Essex. If you're watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, very good afternoon. Or if you're watching around the ground similarly, lovely afternoon. A few people I can see sitting under umbrellas on the top row of flats. There's a Sussex flag I can see hanging up there as well, so they've got a great view.
They have, but nothing.
No. And it's going to be Archie Lenham who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. I mean, he's bowling up the slope as he comes into bowl to Westley, who drives without timing to backward point, fitted by Campbell, and there is no run. Essex needing 227 to win. They need to score at 4.6 and over. It shouldn't be any sort of issue. It's more about wickets. In comes Lenham at bowls, and Wesley just plays that with the spin out into the offside, fielded by Ollie Carter at cover. Gets in the throw to Simpson. One more to Wesley, who's just working the ball around here. He's on 19 off 25 balls. No need for any heroics here from Essex. And they've got plenty of overs in the bank and plenty of wickets in hand. Lenham again. This busy approach, bowls, and forward comes Benkenstein, plays very respectfully out into the offside. There is no run. This is you know, it's very easy, but I would just like to see Archie Lenham just maybe give the ball just a little bit more air. So very easy to say, because you give it more air and you get clubbed down the ground. Lenham in again, bowls, that was better. Nudged out into the offside by Wesley to pick up his 20th run. I apologise, that was Benkenstein. The scoreboard's very quick here today. Who was on scoreboard duty? Well done. Benkenstein to 20, 54 for one. Lenham wants a slight change to his field. He wants his backward point just a little closer. Lenham in again, bowls. That's a good delivery. That's, like, you know, did give that some air. Just played out into the offside by Wesley, and there is no run. And with that, the mid-off had come up inside the circle. Now they mid-off exactly, and Cash is going back on the fence. Lenham in again, bowls, and that kept a little low. An attempted cutaway by Wesley. Ball ends up in the gloves of John Simpson. Tidy enough from Archie Lenham, just the 2 runs off of the over. And Essex at the end of the 13th over are 54 for one.
Yes, so Essex's steady start continues. 13 overs, so just over 4 and over, which is okay.
Yeah, as I say, I think for Sussex really to have any chance that they need to bowl Essex out here.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And Tom Wesley really well, the Essex side is sort of broadly the same as, I'll come back to that in a moment, as Clark comes in down the hill, bowls to Benkenstein, who swung that away for a single down to deep backward square, or no, not really backward square, just fractionally forward, I think. Yeah, broad makeup. I suppose it could be said of the other 18 counties as well. It's a mixture of youth and experience, and yeah, Tom Wesley really needs to play the Simpson type innings where he stays there, and the young blades try and learn to get some experience down the other end.
Yeah.
That's down the leg side, and
It's poor.
Well, it's four of some denomination. I'm not sure if it's buys or leg buys or it's runs. He must just have got a slight bit of bat on that one, but yeah, as you say, it was a poor delivery.
Just looking at that Sussex second 11 game, just out of interest, Gloucestershire making 401 in their first innings. Ari Carvelos taking 4 for 78. Sean Hunt 1 for 67. So those two very much vying for a place in the championship side.
Clark to Wesley.
Shot.
Wesley plays elegantly. There's no other adverb that comes to mind really other than elegantly. He didn't put a lot of effort into it. He put his foot down the wicket and just stroked it out to extra cover.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it?
It was. Certainly the shot of the Essex innings so far.
Yeah. Just looking here, sorry to talk Sussex for a bit, but Ari Carvelos made 80 for the seconds yesterday.
Clark in again to Wesley. Wesley goes on the back foot, just helps that on its way around the corner for a single. So Essex move on to 64 for 1. We're in the 14th over. So
Yeah, you can't exploit. I mean, there's 10 off the over already, isn't there? You need to,
yes. Clark again. Wesley plays that into the covers off. Benkenstein plays it into the covers off the back foot.
I don't think it'll be too. We might even get the sight of spin from both ends. They've got the off spin of Bertie Foreman in the side. Other than that, the attack is quite samey. You've got Clark and Haynes who can bowl. Haynes not quite as quick as Clark.
It's Clark now. Pulled away towards, but not. Oh, I was going to say, but not over. No, it does go over the boundary at mid-wicket, and I thought the man at square leg was a bit closer to it than it
short,
was.
wasn't it? I mean,
It wasn't a good delivery, no. So the end of that over, the 14th over, 68 for 1, more or less bang on target.
Yeah, totally. Not a great over by Tom Clark. He probably knows it, putting on his cap. Too many 4 balls in there. 14 off the over. Can't really afford to do that. Yeah, just for the benefit of Sussex supporters, that game down at Rockhampton Cricket Club, where Sussex seconds are playing Gloucestershire, so I'm not sure where Rockhampton is. Gloucestershire 401 and 60 for 1, with Sussex bowled out for 273. Ari Carvelos making 80 and taking 4 wickets, so he's had a decent game as Ari. I'm sure he'll be on the bus to Scarborough next week. Whether he will play is another matter. Archie Lenham is going to bowl the 15th over. Just a slip in place as Lenham is in bowls and clipped into the onside by Wesley. Picks up a comfortable single fielded by Tier, who runs around from mid on to field. Total goes to 69 for 1. Sussex have got 6 men inside the 30-yard circle. And there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a deep backward square and a mid-wicket as in comes at Lenham again. Bowls wristily played onto the onside. Again fielded by Tier. I just wonder whether there've been 2 singles there. Are you better off having your mid on in a little bit to try and cut down the angle of those singles? Lenham bowls forward comes Wesley, plays down the onside of the track with soft hands. John Simpson trots from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. I must remember that I've got my update to do at just after 4 o'clock. I'll be in all sorts of trouble. Lenham tosses the ball from hand to hand. Is in over the wicket. Bowls. Wesley just works that into the offside. There is no run. It's almost as if Essex are looking here thinking, you know, don't want to take too many chances against the leg spinner. They're plinking up plenty of runs from the other end at the moment, so there's no need to take any risks at all. Lennon waits. And bowls. That's a quicker delivery. And that was better from Tier. He came in and did save the one. I think that's where you want your fielder, really. You don't want to just concede singles all the time. Are our lights still on, Dick?
Well, we just had an email from Marion. Timed only, it says 2 minutes ago. Are you having technical problems? I've lost the commentary.
In comes Tier. Bowls played onto the onside, and there is
We're
no
not
run.
aware of it.
Yes, the light has gone
Oh.
dim. Yeah, the light has gone down. So let's see if we can redial. I think we're still going out on the stream. 71 for 1. It could well. Right, let's see if we can dial it back up. Updates down in Kent.
Shall I use this opportunity for Paul to give me a half an hour break?
Yep.
Give you a half an hour break.
Yeah. If I can get this to work. Okay, we seem to be back on air, which is good news. I've just got to do an update to the listeners, Paul, and we can have a
Okay, Adrian, yep.
we can have a natter.
Righty-ho.
Crocombe. Is it Crocombe? No, it's not. It's Tom Clark again. Apologies. Sorry, distracted by equipment letting us down. 72 for 1. Essex at the moment just working the ball around and picking up the ones and twos. No need really for any heroics at this stage. Clark makes his way in again and bowls and covering up his Benkenstein plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Paul has joined us. Can you hear Paul?
No, well, we've got a loud noise over you, Adrian.
Okay, that's all right.
That's better.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it like that. I'll just do my update and then we can natter away. Crocombe. Not Crocombe, Clark, I apologise. In and bowls. Oh, that kept a bit low. And Benkenstein was right behind it, plays it onto the onside. And there is no run. 72 for 1. If you've just joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Essex. Sussex making 226 for 9 in their 50 overs, having at one stage been 50 for 6. Clark is in bowls, cut away handsomely. That's a lovely looking shot. Good bit of fielding by Archie Lenham, getting around the boundary edge and keeping it just a single. That was good fielding by Archie Lenham. Nonetheless, a single to Benkenstein, who goes to 27. And Essex to 73 for 1. Clark back to his mark. Just 2 runs off the over so far, but it's really wickets that Sussex need. Clark in bowls and driven by Westley into the offside, fielded by the eager Bertie Foreman. And again, there is no run. It's pretty comfortable for Essex at the minute, Paul.
Yes, seems like very much a formality at the moment, doesn't it? Batters are playing that way. No scoreboard pressure at all. No 9 wickets to spare. Run rate isn't an issue.
Clark in bowls. Forward comes Wesley, plays it back down the track. A tidier over from Tom Clark after an indifferent opening over. Just 2 runs come off it. 73 for 1. Benkenstein on 27, Wesley on 31.
Yeah, and I think Robin Dass will be annoyed with himself that he gave his wicket away to a delivery like that.
He did. Poor shot, wasn't it?
Fresh from his 100 not out, and the first ball he cracks for 4 in this innings. And 6 runs later, he was out for 10.
Yeah.
But yeah, that left the way for Wesley to take over.
Yes, at the moment, Essex are on their way to victory here at Hove. They're 73 for 1 after 16 overs, after Sussex made 226. It could have been a whole pile worse for the Sharks. At one stage, they were 50 for 6, rescued really by skipper John Simpson, who made 69, 48 from Bertie Foreman and 43 from Henry Crocombe. But Sussex really need wickets to force their way back into this game. Meanwhile, a really disappointing day for Kent. They've been thrashed at Canterbury today, bowled out for just 82, Northamptonshire getting home for the loss of just 1 wicket. There we go. Okay.
Meanwhile, we've got cricket here still, which is good. Mainly thanks to the fact that the last 4 wickets for Sussex put 136, didn't they?
Yeah.
Tremendous effort.
Let him in bowls, clipped to mid-on by Benkenstein, and there is no run. There's a bit about Luke Benkenstein, obviously comes from good cricketing stock, Paul.
Yes, very promising cricketer. Dad Dale is famous in his coaching capacity, and Luke's rocked up with us.
Let him in bowls to Benkenstein, who plays with the spin through backward point. There's going to be at least 1. There could well be 2 here. Are they going to come back with the same? Yes, they do. 1 for the throw. Good running between the pair. Throw came in from Henry Crocombe, but a couple more runs. Total goes to 75 for 1.
And being promoted up the order for the last couple of games, of this game and on Sunday. But a very talented all-round cricketer. I haven't seen anything of his leg spin bowling in the last couple of games. Just wondered whether he's got a slight injury.
Let him in bowls, a bit too short, lucky to get away with that. Archie Lennon playing against the spin. Benkenstein looking to hammer the ball away through mid-wicket, didn't time it. Fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Sussex have done away with a slip. Still got the 5 men inside the circle, but desperate for wickets. Just trying to force their way back into the game. Let him in bowls, that is too short, and he rather got away with that as well, Archie Lennon. You can tell he looks disappointed. He's got his hands on his hips. 2 deliveries on another day might both have gone before. They didn't. It's the end of the over, and Essex are 75 for 1 at the end of the 17th over. At the same stage, Sussex were 50 for 6.
Yeah, desperately needing a wicket, aren't they? In view of that, rather surprising that John Simpson did take the slip away, because they need fielders in catching positions, don't they? You're not going to restrict Essex, with a run rate.
No, they need to.
Not an issue. No. 9 wickets is not an issue for Essex. But the old saying in cricket, Adrian, isn't it? 2 quick wickets and the scoreboard looks different.
Crocombe in bowls, forward comes Wesley, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Played a couple of test matches for England, didn't he, Tom Wesley? Has he been a little bit unlucky? Well, I mean, I guess the ship's probably sailed now.
Yes,
but,
I think so, yeah. He got a taste of international honours, and thoroughly deserved at the time as well. Was he a bit harshly treated? I suppose you bring a player in and leave him out again after 3 or 4 matches when he hasn't actually failed.
In comes Clark, bowls to Wesley, paid back down the track, no run.
But there's always contenders for every place, aren't there?
Yeah, there are. Yeah. I guess now, actually, under the current England regime, he might have been given a longer trot in the side.
Yeah, because they do seem to have this sort of team ethic about them. You know, they build the squad around 14 or 15 players. Sometimes seems harder to get out of that side than get into it.
Clark in bowls, clipped away by Wesley down towards deep backward square. They've taken 1. I think they'll come back for a comfortable second as the throw comes in from Henry Crocombe. Collected by John Simpson. Not the best throw in the world. I think he might have hurt his side there, Henry Crocombe. No, he's okay. 77 for 1. Yeah, and one of the problems for someone like Tom Wesley or other players coming into that sort of the older regime was you probably felt you had to score runs. If you didn't, you know. Whereas now it seems you get several tests to prove yourself.
Yeah.
And you're told as much. Crocombe in bowls, takes a step down the wicket, does Wesley, and this. Sorry, I keep on saying Crocombe. It's Clark. I do apologise. It's clipped away through wideish mid-on. Henry Crocombe is fielding the ball, but it's 3 comfortable runs. At the moment, Wesley is milking the bowling here. 80 for 1 are Essex, and this stand so far is worth 55 between these 2.
Yeah, and if the team performances aren't getting the right results, unfortunately, players are sacrificed, aren't they?
Yes. Clark in bowl, short, pulled away, and well, it's just a single fielded out down that boundary again by Crocombe. He's not found his line of length here, Tom Clark, at all, has he? He was short and perhaps a little lucky to get away with just a single being scored.
This is the downside of the current test schedule. They don't play the state matches anymore, do they? When they go abroad, it's almost back-to-back test matches.
Clark in, Wesley punches that into the covers. There is no run fielded by Foreman. End of the over, 81 for 1 are Essex at the end of the 18th over. They need to score 4.6 and over to win, and they're currently going on very nicely at 4.5 and over.
Yeah, so players like Tom Wesley, when they got into the side, a winter tour, maybe playing the state matches or the other islands, depending on where they're going, could have stood them in very good stead. Unfortunately, as I say, it's back-to-back test matches, isn't it? So you're either in or you're out, and if you've come in and gone out again, I think it's very, very hard to get back. They've almost as if selectors say, your ship's gone, mate. Essex have just lost their newest recruit, Jordan Cox, to test match calls.
Yes. Now that was a good signing.
Oh, tremendous.
Yes. As was Matt Critchley as well.
Yeah, he's done tremendously well for us. And we were looking obviously for a ready replacement for Dan Lawrence, who went off to Surrey and picked up Jordan Cox, who early part of the season was batting phenomenally for us. Very, very entertaining cricketer as well.
Archie Lenham for his 5th over, 4 overs for 8 runs at the minute. Bowls cut away into the offside by Benkenstein, straight to the cover fielder, who is Ollie Carter, and there is no run. He had a very nasty finger injury last season, didn't he, Jordan Cox? I remember seeing pictures of him in hospital with a horrible looking injury.
Yeah, and it prevented him from keeping wickets until July this year. Well, he has a wicket, but he certainly wasn't going to keep wicket until July because of the damage to the finger injury. I mean, he's a hell of an all-round cricketer, a superb fielder, wicket-keeper, and obviously an outstanding batsman.
In comes Lenham. 3rd ball of the over. Bowls driven down the ground straight to Tier, who shies at the stumps. Poor throw, well wide of the stumps, but a well judged single by Benkenstein, who goes to 31, 82 for 1. I think it was Jordan Cox who, back in the year that Kent won the T20, which I think was 3 years ago, he was part of a brilliant catch on the boundary edge.
Yeah.
And when Kent won the trophy, I think they beat Somerset in the final. In comes Lenham. Bowls Wesley. He looks quite an imposing figure at the crease, Tom Wesley. Plays that away into the offside. There is no run. He's on 36. 82 for 1 are Essex. Lenham looks thoughtfully and comes in from up the hill here at Hove. Bowls gives that plenty of air, and Wesley drives it, well footed by Haynes at mid-wicket. And there is no run. I was just saying, I like to see the leg spinner give the ball some air. I know it's really difficult to do that as a leg spinner.
Yes, and he hasn't got any runs to play with here either.
No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. So he's bowling it reasonably flat. In he comes. Bowls and helped away into the offside by Wesley again. It's good over though from Archie Lenham. He's only conceded the 1 run. 5 overs for 9, which
he's doing a good job, isn't he?
He is doing a good job. He just, I guess from a Sussex point of view, you just want him to take wickets if you can, but he can't do an awful lot more than he's doing.
No,
82 for 1 at the end of the 19th.
But he's getting respect from both batsmen.
He is.
Very well set now. So that's a tribute to the fact that he's making them think and play. As you say, Adrian, it's always interesting when you watch a leg spinner, isn't it?
Oh, I love it.
Always sense that something's about to happen.
Most definitely. In fact, it looks like we're going to spin from both ends, because I think Bertie Foreman, the young off spinner, is going to get an opportunity to bowl from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. I'm glad to see that from John Simpson. Actually, I think the seamers, Sussex have got their 2 opening seamers, Campbell and Crocombe. Really, the other seamers, with all due respect, are more part-time seamers. Tom Clark, Tom Haynes. So I think this is good that he's given Bertie Foreman a good few overs from the perhaps bowling in tandem with.
Well, with the bat, he led that fight back, didn't he?
Well, I think he's good.
176
yeah.
in the last 4 wickets.
I think he's a good cricketer.
Contribution 48, yeah.
And he looks good at the crease.
He was so comfortable when he came in right from the start.
Yep.
We were saying he was using his feet well.
But he's going to come in. There's a very energetic sort of jump at the end of his run as he gets himself warmed up, and he's in right arm over the wicket. Bowls. And that's a nicely flighted off break. It's eased down the ground by Benkenstein, who goes to 32. 83 for 1 are Essex here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Kent, Adrian Harms and Paul Hiscock, Essex cricket journalist, who's Probably seen more Essex cricket than I've had hot dinners, I will imagine, down the years. In comes Foreman, bowls, and down the leg side, and signalled a wide as such by umpire, I think that's us, umpire Casper Viljoen at the far end. The other umpire is James Treadwell. I think umpires should have their names on their backs, Paul.
Yes, everybody else seems to.
I just don't understand. It's so difficult to tell umpires apart. In comes Foreman, bowl, swept, and it's swept away for 4 runs. That's a good shot by Tom Wesley. Low risk shot as well. Just playing with the spin against the off spinner, and the ball just whistling away down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. He goes to 40.
Very strong leg side player, Tom Wesley.
Yeah, just can't afford to bowl there really. 88 for 1. Foreman. He's got his and your fine leg is up inside the circle. Foreman in, bowls. Wesley's going to get 4 more here, but I think it's not entirely. I think that was off an inside edge.
Bowler didn't deserve that.
No, he didn't. It is off an inside edge. He was looking to clip that one away on the leg side as well. It's come off a thick inside edge. Beaten John Simpson, rolled down to the boundary for 4 runs. So 44 to Tom Wesley. And Essex to 92 for 1. Well on their way to the 227 they need to win. Sussex in desperate need of wickets here, but John Simpson not with an awful lot he can call on to change things around. He's brought on his spinners nice and early. Foreman in, bowls. Nice loop from Bertie Foreman, and Wesley plays that into the offside. There is no run.
Well, I thought the early damage, which wrecked the upper order of this Sussex innings, done by Jamie Porter, you could see he was head and shoulders above anything else that was in that Essex attack.
Foreman in, bowls. Oh, that's it. He's going to get another boundary here. I think the ball races away down towards the boundary edge. Yeah, 4 more. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. And that is fine. That's 2 deliveries in this over that have caught the inside edge and run away down to the fine leg boundary. Very fine down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. It's 12 off the over, and it looks 13 off the over, 14 off the over with the wide. But that doesn't really tell the whole story.
No, not at all.
96 for 1. Foreman is in again, bowls, and Wesley's at it again, but this time it's a good bit of fielding on the edge of the circle from Zach Leoncashe. Prevents a run. End of Bertie Foreman's over, 96 for 1. So expensive over, but as I say, it doesn't really do justice to Bertie Foreman. Nonetheless, Essex won't worry too much about that because they are really cruising along here. 48 to Wesley, 32 to Benkenstein. The only wicket to go down there, Robin Duss, who was caught behind by John Simpson off the bowling of Jack Campbell for 10.
Who do you resume your championship campaign against, Adrian?
Yeah, trip to Yorkshire next week to Scarborough.
Oh, lucky you.
Which is a, I mean, it's a really important game because Yorkshire have suddenly run into a bit of form, and I think they're going to be there or thereabouts. And then we're back here at Hove for 2 matches against Derbyshire and then Glamorgan. As Archie Lenham is in, bowls, hammered away down the ground. That's going to be 6 runs. Was just absolutely clubbed down the ground by Luke Benkenstein. Skipped down the wicket, smashed the ball over long off. 100 up for Essex, 102 for 1. And at the moment, this game is only heading one way. Lovely shot by Benkenstein. Yeah, so, you know, Yorkshire game's a big game, then they've got 2 important home games, Derbyshire and Glamorgan, where they would expect to pick up points in those games. Not saying they're going to win. Then they go to Bristol, which is never easy. Lenham in, bowls, Benkenstein drives back to Lenham, no run. And then finishing with a game against Middlesex here at Hove. And I think Sussex will be hoping, if they are going to get promoted, that it's done by then, because if they're not, then that could be a real decider of a game.
Yeah.
And comes Lenham again, bowls, he's hammering it down the ground. It's going to be 6 more. Well, helping himself, he put in the ball thump onto the ball down below us in our effects microphone. Well, it happens with a leg spinner, doesn't it? I'm encouraging Archie Lenham to give the ball air, which he is, and he's immediately hit over his head by 2 6s. Benkenstein goes to 44. And Essex not out of the championship. Where do they go?
No, we've got Hampshire away, Worcestershire at home. So the final game of the season is against Surrey at Chelmsford.
Lenham in, bowls, and that's going to be 4 more. It's just out of the clutches of Tom Haynes in there at mid-wicket, but he was It's difficult for a leg spinner. He's pitched 2 up and been hit for 6. He
Yeah.
puts the other one a little bit shorter, and Benkerstone just rocks back and hammers him away through mid-wicket for 4. 16 off this over, and Essex are stepping on the accelerator here.
We're at Edgbaston as well, which hasn't proven a very profitable ground for us to attend in the last few years, unfortunately.
Let him in bowls, played into the offside by Benkerstone. Good cricket, just picks up the single, goes to 49, 113 for 1. It can go a bit flat at Edgbaston. There's been quite a few draws, haven't there?
Yeah.
Do you go to every game, Paul?
No, don't do all the away games now. Do all the home games. The occasional trip to the away ones.
Let him short, pulled away, 6 more. What? Mind your heads. Well, I'm sorry to say the last ball really did deserve to be hit for 6. So 18, 22, 23 off the over, and Essex are cantering here, 119 for 1 at the end of the 21st.
That's Wesley's 50.
Yeah, in a good way. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you, Paul. So it's a rather demoralised Sussex side at the moment. That was belted away, but not the best delivery really from Archie Lennon, who's standing hands on hips. He bowled really nicely here against Surrey, but part of me thinks you're coming up against a quality player here, or 2 quality players in Benkenstone and Westley, who have had a look at the pitch, had a look at the bowling,
Yeah.
and have now just decided they're going to, really punish the bad ball, and that's exactly what they're doing. This partnership's been very quick as well. Wicket going down on 25, so they've already added Paul 94. This pair. Bertie Foreman in from the Cromwell Road in bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it hits the pad of Benkenstone. He looks to play that way out in the offside, and there is no run. So these two came together pretty much the end of the 6th over. So what have we had? 17 overs since then. No, we haven't. Get it right. In comes Foreman bowls, and an attempted reverse sweep by Benkenstone finds its way to Haynes, who hits the stumps, and he's given out. And that's a very, very good bit of fielding by Tom Haynes. At mid-off, he is a bit of a dead-eye dick, is Tom Haynes. And I think Benkerstone will be furious with himself. He looked for the reverse sweep. It didn't come off. He played it to mid-on. He called Tom Westley through for the single, which he didn't need to do. It went to Tom Haynes, who with 1 stump to aim at, threw down the stump. So a wicket for Sussex, which they probably didn't expect in such circumstances, and Essex 119 for 2.
No, and he'll be under double interrogation from the coaching staff for that. What were you doing playing the reverse sweep when, let's be honest, you didn't need to, and it wasn't very well executed, and then presses the self-destroy button by bracing off for an unlikely single. It was a great throw, wasn't it? Terrific throw.
Yes, it was.
From Tom Haynes, because he probably only had one stump in view, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's quite funny, isn't it, when you see fielders warming up, doing their pre-match warm-ups. One of the drills is to run, get the ball and throw it at one stump. And you sit there and you can count 30, 31, 32 efforts since the stump was hit. They go out there and all of a sudden they're dead-eyed dick.
Who's coming in? Noah Thane. Where will Ferrucci bat? Cushy, rather. Cushy.
Probably, well, we thought on Sunday he would
Doesn't
come
he
in.
normally
This
open?
was the order they had on Sunday.
Right.
And then it was thought that Cushy would be the next one in. Well, the game was nearly over, but when Thane's wicket went down, and they sent Nick Brown in, but that might just have been to have steered Robin Das onto his 100. He was just a couple of runs short at the time.
In comes Foreman, bowls, and Wesley drives without timing into the covers. There's a little bit more of a spring in the step of the Sussex fielders, having picked up that wicket in a very unlikely way. But Tom Westley, the skipper, is still there. 54 or 53 balls. Foreman in again, bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pad. That looks a good shout from Bertie Foreman.
Did look a good shout.
Yeah, Wesley was forward. Not given out.
Help if you're skipper sometimes, do you think, when the umpire's considering a 50-50 decision?
Maybe. You'd like to think not. In comes Foreman again, bowls, and reverse swept from Westley. Oh, he's dived right over the ball down below. It's just going to away for 4 runs. That should not have been 4. That's a little bit sloppy from Charlie Tier. He dived right over the top of the ball. Now, that must have come off a little inside edge because Tom Wesley's gone to 58.
Now, Foreman must think this is a very cruel game.
I agree.
And he's entitled to think so.
In comes Lennon again, bowls, and again he hits Wesley on the pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. I think he's been a bit unfortunate here, Bertie Foreman. 123 for 2 at the end of the 22nd over, by way of comparison, but we shouldn't really compare because it's a nonsense. Sussex was 76 for 6 at the same stage.
But it was good that they got that sort of reinvigoration at towards the end of the innings, wasn't it? And
yes, it was.
To Foreman for that, and also to Henry Crocombe as well, who was 43 not out at the end.
Well, definitely, and as Dick was saying as he walked around the ground at lunchtime, even the Essex supporters were saying, "Well, thank goodness, really, because it's you come down, there's nothing on the game in terms of the group. People just want a nice day out to watch the cricket, and if you come down here, people might be staying the night, making the most of a lovely sunny day down in Brighton. If it's finished by 3 o'clock, as it was at Canterbury, that's a bit miserable." Lenham comes in and bowls, and played by Thane out to the offside. I've not seen anything of Noel Thane. You have to tell us a little bit about him.
Yes, good
Paul.
player. Played for England under-19s this year. Forced his way into he actually forced his way into the championship side for 2 or 3 games earlier on in the season, but more concentrating on T20 when that came round. And as I say, for the England under-19s, very good all-round cricketer. One of those cricketers that sometimes his figures don't do him necessarily justice, but you can see the more he's playing, the more he's getting experience. Certainly with his bowling, he's getting a better bowler, more consistent.
Sorry, I just missed that boundary. Archie Lenham too short and thumped away by Wesley for a boundary through mid-wicket, and now he eases the next one out through the covers and picks up a single. Wesley goes to 63, 129 for 2. And runs required down to 98 for Essex.
Yes, we're spoilt really. I mean, there's four players. Charlie Allison, who's out with an injured hamstring at the moment.
In comes Lenham. Bowls. Thane is forward. Works out to backward point. There is no run.
Yeah. Charlie Allison, Luke Benkenstein, Robin Dass, and Noah Thane. Apart from Robin Dass, the other 3 in the England under-19 party. But they're all pushing for red ball places as well. So team selection is going to be a bit of a headache for Anthony McGrath, I think, over the coming weeks.
In comes Lenham, bowls to Thane, who plays that one with the spin to backward point, footed by Campbell. Again, there is no run. So that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, not that he'll mind that. I mean, coaches love that dilemma, don't they?
Means everyone who's in's got to perform. Lenham again. Bowls too short, pulled away, and he's lucky to get away with that. Pulled straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, who's Bertie Foreman. He looks so disconsolate, Archie, when things aren't going his way, and he's taking his cap and he's stamping away at the crease. End of the over, 130 for 2. He does look disconsolate, doesn't he? But he's just looking at his figures, 7 overs for 39. But he started off really well. His first 5 overs only went for 8. It's only in the last couple of overs when Benkenstein and Wesley got after him a little bit.
I was impressed with Crocombe up front, and I actually think I don't think you can hold him back for much longer. I think you've got to let him go again. Really, they need wickets, don't they?
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, he's only scored runs today. I mean, he would be, in terms of the Sussex Championship side, he will certainly have his eyes on trying to get back in. Or back into the side. I don't think he's played in the Championship this year. In comes Foreman, bowls to Thane, who plays down on the onside. There is no run. That's a good thing to check, actually, because he was a regular member of the Championship side, but with Ollie Robinson back in the side, which no one really expected this summer.
No.
Jayden Seals, who bowled really well the overseas. Nathan McAndrew. In comes Foreman, pulled away onto the onside, picks up a single.
Yeah, we're talking about Noah Thane and his experience of red ball cricket earlier on in the season. Had 3 games, scored 24 at Durham, then 23 and 14 at Taunton, and 18 when we played Warwickshire at Chelmsford. Not mind-blowing scores, but he showed that he could acquit himself.
Foreman in, pulled away by Wesley, and that's going to be 4 runs. Hitting with the spin through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Wesley. He goes to 67, Essex to 135 for 2.
So all part of the learning curve for a 19-year-old, and certainly didn't disgrace himself.
No. I've got an update to do in a minute, Paul, so I'll just... Lenham again. Wesley looking imperious at the minute. 67 on 59. Lenham in bowls. Clipped away onto the onside by Wesley. Picks up a single. He goes to 68, 136 for 2. Foreman in his... What's Bertie Foreman in his 3rd over? 4th over? 3rd over. Makes his way in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. In and bowls, and Thane looks to thump that one over a bit off, but he doesn't time it. Fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Thane rehearses the shot. Foreman back to his mark and is in. Bowls, and a switch hit from Thane. The ball hits him on the thigh pad, bounces down on the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over, 136 for 2 at the end of the 24th over. Wesley is on 68, Thane is on 3, and I think from here Essex will kick themselves all the way back to Chelmsford if they win from here, because they're completely in control of the game. We'll get Paul Hiscock's thoughts on that in a couple of moments' time. We'll just get our update out of the way to the listeners in Kent, Surrey and Sussex. Jack Campbell is coming back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 for 31. He's going to be bowling up the hill from the C end rather than down the hill from the end. So it's a funny noise, isn't it? Campbell is going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Tom Wesley. 68 not out, as in comes Campbell. Bowls, and Wesley just eases that through the covers. Yes, and Essex are easing their way to victory here. They're 137 for 2. We're in the 25th of their 50 overs. The skipper, Tom Wesley, is going on very nicely. He's 69 not out. Earlier on today, Sussex 226 for 9 in their 50 overs. At one stage, 50 for 6, rescued by John Simpson, who made 69, Bertie Foreman 48, and Henry Crocombe 43. But Sussex need wickets. Essex cruising to victory, just needing another 93 ones to win with 8 wickets in hand. Meanwhile, Kent beaten convincingly at Canterbury today, bowled out for just 82 by Northamptonshire, who got to their target with just 1 wicket down. So I'll just finish this over and I'll hand over to Dick. I'll be back in a minute. Campbell round the wicket, in and bowls, pulled away. A good stop by Haynes, I think that is, there at mid-wicket. Lucky to get away with that, really. This will be one of the bowlers who... so Campbell came to Sussex, Paul. He's on a short-term deal to the end of the season. Obviously having a look at him, and this was a game that if you're going to force your way in, because there's not a lot of cricket left now, if you're going to force your way into the coach's reckoning, the feeling is he probably hasn't done enough today. Campbell around the wicket, bowls, clipped away down towards fine leg. They're going to pick up 1. They'll look for the second, but it isn't there. Nice bit of fielding all the way down to the distance. Not sure who that is. Might be Zach Leon Cachet. 139 for 2. Wesley goes to 70, and he's looked in terrific form, who's Tom Wesley. 139 for 2. Campbell again, in and bowls, and just ease down to 3rd man by Noah Thane. Picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 5, and Essex to 140 for 2. Just in terms of this competition, you know, a few people might have expected Essex to be around the top 3. Is it
say that, yeah.
I guess.
I mean, obviously they lost players, as most sides have done.
Yeah. Campbell again in bowls. Short, pulled away. It's going to be 4 runs. You just cannot bowl there. In fact, he didn't even time that properly, Tom Wesley, but he's picked up a boundary. 25 overs gone, so half the overs gone, halfway through. Essex are 144 for 2. They need another, 56 plus 27, what's that, 83 to win. At the same stage, Sussex were 87 for 6, so Essex on top on all counts. I'm going to make way for 20 minutes or so. I'm going to leave it with Paul and with Dick.
Essex still got plenty of batting to come. After Tom Wesley and Noah Thane, there's Nick Brown, Farouz Koushi, with Simon Fernandez, Jamal Richards, Ben Allison, Jamie Porter and Aaron Beard. So plenty of batting there. It really is, at this stage, Essex game to lose here, 144 for 2. Pitch is not actually helping bowlers a lot. In fact, it's given them very little in the way of encouragement. And Essex not having to do anything out of the ordinary, really, are they, Dick?
No, they're not really having to break into too much of a sweat, really, to do this. Having said that, you know, we've all watched enough cricket to know that, you know, they could still lose this. You know, I mean, if they were to lose it from this position, then, well, it doesn't affect anything materially. Of course, they're out of the competition, but I mean, it would be. Yeah, a very poor performance, and questions will be asked in the house and in the dressing room and in the committee rooms, and yeah, no, so.
But they need, I mean, Sussex need wickets, and I was saying
to
Adrian a while ago, they're trying to keep Henry Crocombe back, I think, for some reason. He's bowled 5 overs. They really need to unleash him again, don't they?
Well, they do, really, yes. Yeah, I mean, Essex brought Jamie Porter back, didn't they? Maybe before the very end, because they thought things were possibly, getting away from them a little bit. And yeah, I mean, Essex have only got, well, no, put it another way, Sussex really have only picked up, you know, 1 wicket thanks to their bowlers. I mean, that run out of Benkenstone just came out of nowhere, didn't it? I was watching from upstairs. I just thought it was sort of, I don't know, I don't think he realised that he had to run as quickly as he did to get to the other end. It was all a bit odd.
Well, I think he was possibly even self-admonishing himself for the reverse sweep that didn't come off when he set off down the pitch, not sort of really put his mind in focus that he needed to make his ground at the opposite end.
Yes, quite.
But it was a terrific throw from Haynes, though.
Well, it was, but it was still somewhat careless cricket, I would say.
You're a hard man.
Well, I am, yes.
I'm glad I never played for any of your teams, Dick.
Oh,
wouldn't have lasted it more than a game.
Well, I can assure you wouldn't have lasted long.
No.
No, Hiscock.
And when you saw my subsequent record, you would have said to yourself, congratulated yourself, a fine decision I made there.
Yes. So.
But there's a certain amount of inevitability about this game, isn't there, Dick? So far.
Well, there is, yes. But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of inexperience, and only needs sort of, yeah, Tom Wesley in particular to get out. But no, you can't. I'm not going to tempt fate and finish that sentence, except to say that the break is over, and the action is on again. Act 2 or Act 4, is it? Yes, I suppose Act 4, and it's. Bertie Foreman bowling from the Cromwell Road end, moves in, bowls to Thane, who whips that away off his boots and just for a single down backward of square.
I thought this fella's bowled well, Dick, to be honest with you. I don't think his figures do him justice.
No.
2 or 3 inside edges, which went for 4. Yes, he'll say it's not a fair game at all.
No, it's not. And Wesley leans forward, and they pick up a fairly comfortable single, as the keeper it is who picks up the ball and then hurls it at the bowler's end.
And looking at the bowler's reaction at the non-strikers end. Had that hit, I think Wesley could have been in trouble.
Yes, I think you're right.
He
Yes.
didn't, and he isn't. So
No, you're right. Yeah. Tony emails us. Great commentary as ever, thank you. Great emails as ever. Why are Cushy and Brown not out opening? Assume they are 5 and 6 again, doesn't make sense. What good is Brown down when he plays so slowly? Cushy just being wasted again. Benkenstein is not a top order batsman as the next delivery comes in. And ball's nudged down to wide third man. They go through for one. They'll come back for an easy second, made all the easier by a slight misfield. Uncomfortable opening to me as he looks to survive. Well, this was quite a while ago, Tony, so yeah, it's always easier to be wise after the event. In fact, Benkenstein went on to make 99 before running himself out, so he acquitted himself well and got through the difficult opening overs. That's outside the off stump. Why are Cushy and Brown not opening? Yes, well, I mean, as I've said before about all sorts of aspects, Essex, as with other sides, they're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't, and some people are going to criticise one aspect of their team selection or sequence of batsmen, and others are going to criticise another. So it's all a matter of opinion.
yeah, in the context, yeah, it is all opinion, Nick. But had they opened with Brown and Cushy, and say both of them had scored heavily, and it meant that Benkenstein and Thane or Das didn't get to the crease, you would have said, well, it's an opportunity missed
Yes.
to have given these guys experience. I
That's
think
nudged again down to wide third man, and again they go through for 2 comfortable runs.
I think Brown and Cushy have played enough cricket now to have been included under the heading of experienced players. And you're looking to the next, Cushy's part of it's certainly a younger man, but you are looking to the next generation of players for Essex, aren't you? And the only way you'll
Yes.
make an assessment about them is by giving them opportunities.
Yeah.
But I take the point. I mean, they are both openers, so they should reasonably be expected to be told to go out and face the new ball.
Yep.
I think you summed it up perfectly when you said you're damned if you do and damned if
Well,
you
you
don't.
are, aren't you? Yes.
Coaching
And you only have to
team
read
selection.
social media, and yeah,
Oh dear, yes.
whatever the side does, as the club does, it's going to be somebody who finds faults with it.
Yes.
It's human nature. It's not a
Yes.
criticism. It's just human nature.
Well, I mean, we've all had opinions for years and years and years. It's just in the last few years with social media, these are voiced publicly now,
Yes.
aren't they?
Yes.
Whereas before it was between sort of people over a pint of beer in a pub.
That's right. Sometimes 2, on rare occasions. Well, you've got to buy your round, haven't you?
Absolutely.
That's
That was always
what-
your excuse, was it?
That's worked away on the onside for a single, and it's Campbell bowling up the hill this time, up the slope, and that's just played out defensively on the offside. No addition to the score. I apologise to the emailer that I'm now gone off the email, so I can't remember who it was who sent it, which is a great shame, and it's a bit of an insult to our emailer, so I'll try and get it back. But the gist of it was, apart from one of the players, apart from Zach, that has played on the onside line cachet, it sounds a little bit Victorian. Tom, Charlie, John, Ollie, Henry, Archie, Bertie. Yes, Archie, Bertie. It's all a lot of it is a little sort of Oscar Wilde-ish or or Jane Austen-ish. Yes.
But this is Hove, Dick, I'm
Especially
sure
the
it is.
Bertie. Yes, I mean that's
Yeah.
a wonderful old name.
Yeah.
And that's pushed out on the offside, no addition to the score. I'm sorry, emailer. I will give you credit, because if you've taken the trouble to email us, as I always say, the least we can do is acknowledge that, because I always maintain the lifeblood of the commentaries, or the commentary's lifeblood is the emailers we get, because then you know, we can, when we wander off piste a little bit, we can wander in the direction that you want us to, rather than the direction we want to, which is a bit self-indulgent. That's lofted over the top, hard, high, and six-penneth, as you probably heard it, crashing into the boundary boards, away to our left and at long off. So, yeah, I will resist saying Essex are coasting to victory, because that can easily court disaster, but at the moment they have it, I like to think I'm the master of understatement. At the moment they have it under control.
Yes, as your colleague Mr. Newman would say, the odds are favouring them.
Yes, they are. As that's nudged down to third man by Noah Thane for a single.
He would also add that he'd be glad that they were favouring somebody, because they never favoured him.
Yes. Yes, it was Stuart who pointed out the Victorian nature of the team's names. Yeah, thanks, Stuart, very much.
But in the environment of Hove, it's what you expect.
Well, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Brighton.
Yes,
And you're staying down another night?
Yeah, we're making a few days holiday of it with my
nice too.
lady wife. I use the word lady in inverted commas. Yeah, so we're going to have a look around Brighton tomorrow. It won't be the first time. I mean, we've been down here so many times. We love it. So the shambles. Where are the shops? You know, whenever you go anywhere, the first thing is, oh, where are the shops? Oh, dear Lord. When you get there, that's played out through extra cover. That's absolutely sublime shot from Wesley, because he shuffled down the wicket. Let's stay in, I beg his pardon. He shuffled down the wicket sort of a stride and a half, got to the pitch fit perfectly, and then just stroked it through the offside.
Yeah, but that's useful to note it, because if ever you become detached from each other, you know which direction to go and look for the wife.
Oh, yes.
Down by the shops.
Yes. But so many of the shops in all the towns that's played on the offside are the same. You know, when you've seen companies XYZ wares in one shop, you know, they're going to look much the same in the same company's shop. Anyway, no, I rest my case.
Meanwhile, back to the cricket.
Yeah, we get back to the cricket. It's a bit more interesting than shopping, because that's pushed out in the offside. There must somewhere be some man who enjoys shopping, but I've yet to encounter him. Somewhere there is.
Well, the owners probably enjoy it.
Yes, Foreman moves in from the Cromwell Road end, and that's nudged into the onside. They go through for a comfortable single. So Essex 163 for 2, needing a further 64 to win. And yeah, even Duckworth Lewis, not that we really, I mean, it's not going to, well, no, I don't think it's going to rain, but it's well ahead of the Duckworth Lewis score by more than 60. That's pushed out into the covers. So my question tonight, hopefully it'll be Tom Wesley I speak to. He's always good value and usually willing, and why shouldn't he be? He's already got 76 to his name. But my question to him this evening, that's pushed out to square leg for 2. They went for 2 and was run out off the second. Tom Wesley looks at the umpire and says, I was about to say really, but the umpire says, or indicates, yes, really. So yet another very good throw, if not better, because it was more or less side on, and it was a long way out. And the throw came in. The keeper realised it was a very accurate throw, stepped aside because he thought it might hit the stumps, which it duly did. And Wesley's also run out for 77. So,
depends how embittered he is about that decision as to whether your interview's gone up in smoke now, Nick.
Yeah, well, yes, so he gets over these things. He's been around long enough. So we were talking about Oscar Wilde. I mean, to paraphrase him, to lose one batsman run out might seem as unfortunate, but to lose 2 seems somewhat careless.
Absolutely, yes.
If I paraphrase, I apologise.
And neither were actually making a lot of.
Sussex will be very, very grateful for taking their third wicket. 164 for 3 as Nick Brown makes his way to the crease. Now the situation here is that Nick Brown doesn't have to play anything other than his natural game. They only require, what's it say, 2.9 and over, just under 3 and over. So he doesn't need to do things that wouldn't come naturally. He's not a great hitter of the ball, and he would be among the first to admit that. He's a good, reliable, old-fashioned type of county pro opener. And when I say old-fashioned, I mean that in an entirely complimentary manner. So really, he's got to take over the role from Tom Wesley. Not that he was exactly pedestrian, but
no, but knowing the way Nick's attitude is, I think he'd be happy to play the bit part player to Noah Thane, won't he? And trying to allow Thane, if he can, to stay there and get his 50.
Yeah,
if he can. I know he's 28 off short, but there's runs there for him to do it.
Yeah, give the young colt his chance.
Yes.
As Haynes it is now from the CN moves in, short of a length, played out into the covers for 1. They only go for the 1.
Yeah, well, Nick Brown saw the 2 run outs and he thought,
yes.
no, I'm not going to be a third there. So,
and he's probably aware that he's not the fastest between over 22 yards. Left-hand bat means that Haynes will be bowling round the wicket.
you can see that wicket's just rekindled a bit of enthusiasm amongst the
yes, of course it has.
hasn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah, I've for a long time been observing and commenting on the body language in cricket, and it applies especially to the fielding side. You can almost read what they're thinking at times. And having gone from, we're on a bit of a hiding here, although they'd never admit it to anybody else, they're now thinking, well, maybe we could win the game. That's a super shot out to extra cover for a single. That may have been a bit of hyperbole to describe it as an excellent shot when it goes for 1, but nevertheless the shot was perfectly executed. It just happened to be to a fielder. 166 for 3. Required rate still well under 3. And that's played out into the covers for 1 and only 1. There's a seagull taken up permanent residence to such an extent it's even lying on the outfield now. And it's a young one. It's got brown plumage, so it hasn't learnt the folly of taking up residence on a cricket pitch. Hopefully it won't learn the hard way. That's just played totally defensively by.
It's a bit unfair, really. It's arrived with the as Nick Brown arrived at the crease.
Yes.
He obviously thinks it's safe to preen itself there and
Yes.
do whatever he's doing.
Yes, he's not even looking at the cricket as that bird, so obviously he's very complacent about the whole thing. And Brown plays a splendid shot there, a straight drive. Well, a straight drive with a slight flourish of the wrist. And yes, runs away down the hill for 4 runs. Great stuff. 171 for 3 at the end of that Haynes over. Pretty similar, but not exactly.
Yeah,
171 for 3.
This Essex innings and the latter half of that Sussex innings, I think, just showed up actually it's a good batting track out there, isn't it? And
yes, it is.
The early damage was done by Jamie Porter, an excellent spell of bowling, superb, that wrecked the Sussex upper order.
Yes.
Left them from then on really chasing the game.
Yes, it was those opening, 15 overs that really, however many it was.
Yeah, I think he got 3 his first 3 in an 8-ball spell, and then 4 in 20 balls, and completely destroyed that upper order, didn't it?
Yeah. So Foreman still bowling from the far end. And that's just worked away into the onside by Noah Thane, who has 24 to his name out of 27 deliveries, more or less a run a ball. And this has come down to the boundary at this end now. What it hit, if anything, I don't know. We'll wait to see. a bye, or rather 4 of them. 4 byes, the umpire signals. Moves the score to 175 for 3. So 25 and 27, 52 needed for victory, with all the time in the world. Oh, well, there goes 1 wicket. Oh, a stumping, and he came a long way down the wicket. I think Foreman may have seen him coming and bowled it down the leg side. And
much as I dislike seeing any Essex player dismissed it, Foreman really deserved that.
He did,
wicket.
yes.
He's bowled so well. The number of times he's found the inside edge and it's just gone to the boundary. I mean, at one stage, you could have made out a case for him having a long stop because the ball was beating the bat, beating the wicket keeper, and it was coming downhill. It was on fielders were only ever on a recovery mission for it. But he's got his wicket, and that'll give him tremendous encouragement, fully deserved.
Yes, couldn't agree more. Yes, he's bowled well. And so, yeah, well, quite suddenly, the hosts take 2 wickets, and well, it probably doesn't. It would be an exaggeration to say it totally alters the complexion of the game, but it gives Essex a bit more to think about.
Yeah, it's.
And next on the agenda is Feroz Kushi. So there was somebody who wanted Kushi and Brown together, but they wanted them at the top of the order. They've got them in at effectively numbers 5 and 6.
Yes, the openers have just dropped down.
Right. So Feroz Kushi.
Work to be done still for Essex, isn't
Oh
there?
yes, yes. 75, as I say, another 52 runs needed. Yeah, and 2.5 and over, so that's not a problem. But yeah, don't want to lose too many more wickets and start panicking. But certainly, it'll. Well, it has enlivened the fielding side. That's over pitched and played out into the covers for 4 runs through extra cover. That's the sort of delivery you like to get with your first delivery that you face. Thank you very much. And Feroz Kushi just strokes it away. And although it's up the hill, he didn't put too much effort into it, and but he timed it so well. It sped away into the northeast of the ground.
I'm sure he's not, but our email could be forgiven for sitting there smugly saying, "I told you."
Well, yeah, but yeah, it could be. That's worked away square on the onside. And I think at the end of this over, well, thank you, Paul, for your
Fine.
invaluable contribution, because it's hard work, and it'll time more or less with Adrian, who has to do his 5 o'clock update. I said to him when he took over, "Are you doing a 4 o'clock one?" And he pointed out that was half an hour ago at that stage. So thanks again, Paul, very much, Paul Hiscock, a much respected Essex journalist.
Yes, indeed, and I agree with Paul entirely. Yes, thank you, Paul, for your efforts, and I agree that Bertie Foreman has bowled really well and he deserved that wicket. I'm just looking at some of the other cricket that's going on. I notice it's raining in Southampton.
Is it? Oh.
Which isn't a million miles from here. That's the game in the 100, which has been disrupted by the weather. I mean, it looks okay here for the time being. Tom Haynes is coming running into bowl to Nick Brown, who punches that into the covers, fielded by Tom Clark. And there is no run. So 30 overs gone. Sussex salvaging a bit of pride in the last couple of overs with a run out and then the stumping. Haynes in bowls, driven away. Can't field that cleanly, can Tom Clark, who bangs the ground in frustration. It's a single to Brown, apologies, 180 for 4. Brings Feroz Kushi on strike. I'll just turn my effects mic down a little bit, because we can hear 1 or 2 people just sort of nattering away in the background. We don't want to earwig on their private conversations, or perhaps we do, I don't know.
Yes, you never know.
Haynes, with keeper Simpson standing up to the stumps. is in and bowls, and he just dabs that to backward point. Good bit of fielding there by Bertie Foreman, who always gives 100% whatever he's doing. And I think that's Bertie Foreman. Puts his cap back. I'm just going to turn the effects down even more. I think there's a couple of people right down below us who've had perhaps a nice lunch or something. In comes Haynes, bowls, and played very straight by Cushy to mid-on, fielded by Zach Leon Cachet. And there is no run. Just better get myself ready for the update when it comes. Haynes wanders back to his mark. 47 needed to win for Essex. Haynes in bowls to Cushy, who clips that one away through square leg, fielded by, that's Foreman, who comes running in and fields. Not the best of throws, nonetheless. Single to Cushy. He goes to 5, the total 181 for 4. But, you know, I don't know what a good score would have been on this pitch, and maybe Essex might have gone a little harder had Sussex got more runs, but another 50 runs might have been interesting, you never know. In comes Haynes, bowls to Brown, who just works this into the offside, footed by Clark. There is no run, but I think in truth Essex have gone about their task in a very professional way and have never really looked at any trouble.
No, not really, no. No, I agree. Two run out. I never. Well, in a way, I like seeing run-outs because it's quite fun.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I don't like seeing run-outs because they're nearly always sort of a little bit of a misjudgment by somebody or other.
Yeah. Well, he certainly. Do you mind if I commentate, Dick? Just in case we get this update comes through. Bertie Foreman. He's going to carry on bowling, and I agree with both you and Paul that I think he's been Sussex's best bowler. I think he's bowled really well. Comes in and bowls and clips down the leg side, fielded there by Tier, who comes in. There is no run. I mean, his figures don't reflect it. 6 overs, 1 for 40. You think, oh, he's gone for a few, but he's had a couple of inside edges and he's given the ball air, and he deserved that wicket. And batted very nicely for his 48 as well. In comes Foreman, bowls and just dabbed to short third man, fielded by Jack Campbell, who is a tall man and got down quickly, but not before a run had been taken. 182 for 4. Cushy on 6, Brown on 6. But at least the crowd, I didn't realize, it is a decent crowd here at lunchtime. Wandering around, I thought there's more people here than I thought, actually. That gentleman's making rather a lot of noise down there, isn't he? Let's turn our effects microphone down a little bit more. He probably doesn't realise we've got an effects microphone, which is...
Well, no reason why he should, is there really?
Which is fair enough.
No.
A slip is the only close field. There's a short extra cover, then a ring of 3 saving ones. So Sussex trying to apply some pressure. As in comes Foreman around the wicket, bowls, and stretching forward is Brown. It wasn't a chance, it was edged. Tom Clark diving away at first slip prevented a run, but he's just asking 1 or 2 questions here, Bertie Foreman.
He is.
I don't think it's going to be enough to save Sussex, but at least it's making it interesting. Foreman in again, bowls, and Brown is again solidly forward. And there is no run. Foreman in and bowls, and it turns and just taken by Simpson. It was left by Nick Brown. And there is no run. Sussex flag fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard. Plenty of blue sky around, so hopefully that rain in Southampton is not coming this way. Foreman in bowls. Brown defends, just drops the ball in front of him, and there is no run. So a nice tidy over from Bertie Foreman, just the 1 run coming off of it. At the end of the over, 182 for 4 are Essex, with both Cushy and Brown on 6 runs apiece. So 18 overs left to be bowled. 40. Let's get this sum right. 45 runs needed to win. So really it ought to be a canter here from Essex, with Brown and Cushy at the crease. Tom Haynes is going to carry on bowling from this, the C end of the ground. Running away from us, coming into bowl to throws Cushy. He's in a bowl. Cushy just forward, plays it down the offside of the track And there is no run. Haynes can't complete the fielding on his own. Relies on his good friend Tom Clark to tidy things up. And wanders rather wearily back to his mark, does Tom Haynes. I imagine the Sussex lads might have a couple of days off after today before they're getting ready for that trip to Yorkshire. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Cushy plays to Clark. There is no run. I think such are the demands these days with coach drive. Well, I'll just do this update and I'll... Yes, and Essex cantering towards victory here. They're 182 for 4. We're in the 33rd of the 50 overs. They just need another 45 runs to win, and they've got 17 overs in which to get there. It could have been much worse for Sussex. Earlier on today, they were 50 for 6. They did recover to 226 for 6, largely due to John Simpson, who made 69, Bertie Foreman 48, and Henry Crocombe 43 not out, but they've really struggled to take wickets. Tom Westley, the Essex skipper, leading by example. He made 77. Meanwhile, not a good day for Kent, bowled out for just 82 at Canterbury against Northamptonshire, who got the runs in 14 overs for the loss of just 1 wicket. Haynes away from us in a bowls, and Cushy defends down the onside of the track, fielded by Zach Leon-Kashi, who comes into field, and there is no run. Yeah, I'll tell you, coach drivers, that sort of thing, hours you can drive. I think they have to leave here on the Tuesday. You can get pretty much all the way there before the hours run out, and then a stay, and then I'd imagine up to Scarborough on Wednesday for our practice game. Starts on the Thursday, so it'll be a long week. In comes Haynes, bowls, driven by Cushy down the ground. The ball hits the stumps, but Nick Brown had made certain that his bat was in its ground. Made an over from Tom Haynes. Essex 182 for 4 at the end of the 33rd over. Very good afternoon, wherever you're listening. Adrian Harms and Dick Davis here, as Essex going about their business in a very professional way, and I think it would be a major surprise if they don't score the 45 more runs they need to win here, with 6 wickets remaining and 17 overs still to go.
Yes, and players, you often hear players now lamenting, saying there's too much cricket. I don't know, I'm fairly ambivalent about it. If they say so, then maybe, although a lot of the traditionalists will say, well, it's nothing like it used to be when they played 7 days a week, week in, week out, 2-3 days, or 6 days a week rather. But anyway, it's another story. But I think it might be not actually the playing of the game, but it is the travel. And although they travel from one game to another in very luxurious coaches, it's not like the old days when it's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, when they either had to drive to matches in pairs in cars, or even going further back, go by train. But that is going back a long way. But for some reason that nobody's ever really been able to explain, travelling is tiring.
Yeah.
And that's outside the off stump, in addition to the score.
Sometimes I wonder why they don't travel by train. For example, I went up to York the other week, and from King's Cross, it's 2 hours to York. I mean, it's very good, that East Coast line. And at least you can get up and walk around and...
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, really. Yes, we've been quite a few distant matches this season that I've been to by train. They used to have as it played out on the offside quietly, no addition to the score, used to be a motto of British Rail, that let the train take the strain.
Yeah.
And it was very good, really.
I think provided it all runs on time, it's a good way to get around.
Yes. I noticed that, come back to that in a moment, after this delivery, which is played with immaculate defence by Brown, that the Olympic team, the Great Britain Olympic team, all came back on Eurostar to acclaim when they arrived at St Pancras. As the next delivery is worked way on the onside, just for a single. No, it's not. No, they decide against it. So that was a maiden.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens. In fact, 3 maidens in a row.
Yep.
182 for 4. Yes, I came back on Eurostar on Saturday, but I didn't come back to any acclaim. I was just rushing to get across London, and we thought we might see the odd Olympian on the train, but we didn't, unfortunately.
Which events did you see?
I saw athletics and hockey
Oh, right.
And then we went to the marathon on Saturday and the swim marathon, which was obviously swimming in the River Seine, which was interesting.
Which is a precarious occupation.
Haynes in and driven down the ground by Cushy. I suspect that's going to go for 4 runs. Yeah, once the ball gets past the infield here, it just runs away for runs. Exactly on Cushy, can't quite see where the ball has gone. But nonetheless, it's run away for a boundary. Cushy goes to 10. Total to 186 for 4. Tom Haynes looks a little disconsolate. Sussex just need to keep their professionalism here. Battle to the end. You know, it's very unlikely they're going to win this game, but you know, you don't want to go down in a flurry of boundaries.
No.
If you can avoid it. It's a little click in my ears. I hope we're still connected. Yes, we are. That familiar click, Dick, and you think, oh no. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Cushy just plays that to mid-on. It's a comfortable single fielded on the edge of the 30-yard circle by Zachney and Cachet. And there is no run, 187 for 4. So 40 runs needed for victory here by Essex. Tom Haynes wanders back to his mark. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown. Tall figure is Brown. Simpson standing up to the stumps, bowls, and Brown just defends into the offside, no run. And even for experienced players like Nick Brown, you know, you've got championship cricket around the corner. It's an opportunity to get some time out in the middle. There's no time pressure here. I mean, as we say all the time, Dick, you know, you have all the nets in the world, but you can't beat being out there.
No, exactly. That is one of the benefits of this competition.
Haynes in bowls, and Brown crunches that away through backward point. They've taken one, that's all they'll take. Bertie Foreman very quickly across the ground and gets in a good throw, but not before Brown picks up another run, I should say, not another boundary. He goes to 7, 188 for 4. You just joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Harms and Dick Davis on what has been a lovely day down at Hove after early morning rain. Haynes is in bowls, cut away by Cushy, and a rare misfield by Tom Clark. In fact, it's going to cost 2 runs. That's a very unusual to see Tom Clark misfield. He was running back, in fairness, and then he got a hand on the ball and the ball ran away from him. Tom Haynes doesn't look desperately pleased about it. But it's 2 more to the total. Cushy goes to 13, 190 for 4. 37 needed to win. Haynes in bowls. Cushy drives to mid-off, fielded by Jack Campbell, and there is no run. It is the end of another over. That's 35 overs gone. Essex are 190 for 4. At the same stage, Sussex 130 for 7. So they did pretty well off those last 15 overs to have the best part of 100 runs and get up to 226 for 9. But as we rather feared at the time, it was nowhere near going to be enough, despite the efforts of Simpson, Foreman and Crocombe, who were the principal run scorers for Sussex. Looks like Bertie Foreman's probably going to bowl his overs out here. 8 overs, 1 for 41. Don't see an awful lot of sense in taking him off. I think John Simpson's quite right to give Bertie Foreman a long bowl here. And I think he's bowled for... Oh, they've got 2 slips in place. So that's good captaincy as well.
Well, yes,
a bit of pressure on.
As you say, they've got to take wickets now. Yeah. Foreman moves in and bowls to Brown, who goes forward, gets a thick inside edge, and it goes through for a single. Yes, and for those who weren't listening to the latter stages of the Sussex innings and don't know, there was a bit of a bizarre incident when the ball was lobbed up in the air, not particularly high, and it was one of the easiest potential caught and bowls that you're ever likely to see, and for some reason the bowler, we won't name him at the time, I'm feeling in a charitable mood, just sort of didn't appear to see it, and it bounced on the ground only about 2 yards in front of him, and to acute embarrassment to him and amusement to the crowd. Now that's worked away on the onside, nearly wakes up that seagull, and goes through for a single. That was, I didn't make a note of the exact score, but it was 160 something, so it accommodated the scoring either directly or indirectly of another 50 or 60 runs. I think it was 165 when that happened.
Yeah, it was a bizarre incident, wasn't it?
Yes. One of the most bizarre I've seen for a long time. That's well, aiming to nudge that down the leg side, finished up getting an outside edge. So Brown hasn't looked all that secure. Rob, we'll come on to your email. in a moment, but it's not that easy when there's a slow bowler bowling, because he doesn't leave you much time. And Brown just works that away on the onside. They go through for a single. Yes, there were, this ably endorses my comment that it's a very personal thing as to selection and sequence of batsmen. One man's meat is another man's poison. Somebody was objecting quite vociferously, I think, that Cushy and Brown didn't open the innings. Rob says, I think that the two openers are referring to those two are struggling, as that performance they both gave in Scarborough when they played terrible shots to get out. That's just played quietly by Cushy, and I think the management are right to change the order. Yeah, thanks, Rob. Yeah, I don't question management. Especially at home, because I know who the manager is and it's not me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
As Foreman moves in and bowls, and Cushy gets right to the pitch of the ball and then tries to turn it on the leg side, which he does, but only straight to the fielder. Tony emails us again. Brown and Cushy got 150 between them in 6 matches. Essex lost 5 of them, so a good call to look elsewhere. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if both are in Essex shirt for the final time. Always sad, but others now waiting in the wings, from Tony. Thanks for your opinion.
Thank you, Tony. Two batters have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. Elsewhere in this group, it's all about who's going to win the group and go through to a home semi-final. It's between Warwickshire and Glamorgan. Warwickshire were out for 182 at Rugby School. Notts in real trouble in reply, 83 for 5. And Glamorgan look as though they're going to win. 230 for 9 they made. Yorkshire 117 for 6. That's clearly going to go down to run rate. They both had 11 points at the start. And whoever the third side is going to be, it's either going to be Leicestershire or Gloucestershire. Leicestershire, the holders, 77 for 3, needing another 119 in 19 overs. That was a match that was disrupted by rain, as indeed it's still raining in Southampton in the game in the 100s, so the rain can stay there. Archie Lenham is going to come back into the attack, so John Simpson giving his young spinners a good long bowl here. 193 for 4, and Archie Lenham with a slip in place and a very attacking field. He's got 7 men inside the circle. Doesn't need to have that many at this stage. And Lenham is in, bowls, and Brown is forward, hits Brown on the pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. Brown on 9, Cushy on 14, Tom Wesley making 77, Luke Benkenstein 49, and really it was never in doubt when those two were batting. Lenham in, bowls, Brown heaves away onto the leg side and takes a single out to the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary, who's Henry Crocombe, gets in the throw. One more to Brown, he goes to 11, no, it's 10, I do apologise, 164 for 4.
Yeah, some strokes
194 for 4,
some strokes look elegant and effortless. Others look like Brown just played then, which looked like anything but effortless.
It did.
And it still only went for a single.
Yes, he looked like he was a bit of a heave,
yes,
didn't it?
Yes, it was, yes.
Lenham tosses the ball from hand to hand. What was a change in the field as Archie Lenham,
who conceded a lot of runs in his previous over when he was taken off. So it's a good captaincy move to put him back on, otherwise he'd remember that bad one.
Lenham in, bowls, and Cushy plays forward to look suspiciously at the pitch. Maybe a bit of gentle turn from Archie Lenham. Yeah, he's bowling with a 6-3 field. He's got a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket and a mid-on. But he's got a slip in place on the offside. Backward point, cover, extra cover. Lenham in, bowls, and he's protecting that offside field for the right-hander. For the that's why the right-hander is playing with the spin through the offside. I wonder if we'll see the googly here from Archie. He's on his way, bowls and cut away nicely through the offside. It's going to be at least 1 to Cushy. They think about 2, but it's not there. Henry Crocombe's got a good arm and gets in a good throw on the bounce over the top of the stumps to John Simpson. 1 more to the total, 195 for 4, 32 needed to win for Essex, and loads of time left. Another 13 overs after this. Lenham in, bowls, and Brown again looks to heave that way on the leg side. Looks a little bit awkward, doesn't it? But he plays it to mid-wicket. There is no run, just the 2 runs coming off the over in the 37th over. So 195 for 4. 32 needed to win. There are 13 overs remaining. And I'm sure if it was any more challenging a target than this, I'm sure we would see these two Essex batters looking to step on the accelerator, but they're just quite happy to pick up the ones and twos and just ease Essex towards the finishing line.
Yes, the board, which is full of useful information, tells us that the required run rate is only 2.5 and over. So, yeah, that's well within their compass. There's a slight hold up while Simpson helps the bowler set his field. So Tony emails it. Another Tony. This is Tony E, who first of all emailed lamenting the fact that Brown and Cushy were not higher up the order. He says, thanks for reading that out. Well, we read them all out. With the championship matches coming up, it would have made sense giving those two batting time, as both could play in the championship. Indeed, they could. As Foreman moves in and bowls. That's worked away on the onside, but only straight to the fielder at square leg.
He's in his last over here, Bertie Foreman, because of 1 for 44 so far.
Richard emails. Again, it's entitled Cushy and Brown. It really fires people's thoughts. This that's worked out to mid-off in addition to the score. Following on from your previous correspondent, I think it's pretty clear why the batting order's changed based on the last 5 matches, which I'll then elucidate shortly. As Foreman moves in and bowls, and Cushy goes on the back foot, but it tucks him up for space, and he, in the end, is just grateful to keep it out and nudge it down on the offside, but only a few yards, picked up by the keeper, Simpson. So 3 dot balls so far, showing up as 3 green dots on the scoreboard. As that's another green dot, as it's played out to mid-off.
The bowls are maiden here. It'd be the 3rd consecutive maiden that Archie Lennon Bertie Foreman has bowled.
Excellent stuff.
Yeah.
Foreman in again. Bowls.
Sure.
And it's not going to be a maiden, as that's played out to long on for a single. But it's still a very good spell of bowling.
Yes, it is, and he's bowled with good control. I think in these latter overs, Essex are quite happy just to work the ball around. But nonetheless, he picked up a well-deserved wicket, Bertie Foreman. He batted well today, and he's always good in the field. So he's had a good day. Maybe if not many have for Sussex, but he's been a bright spot, no question.
Yes, he moves in and bowls, and Brown gets the pitch to the bat and just trickles out. So Richard, clarifying or identifying exactly what how the opening has gone recently. 3 games with Brown and Cushy opening. Essex 85 for 3 against Surrey, 27 for 3 against Yorkshire, 21 for 3 against Glamorgan, and with Das and Benkenstein opening, 214 for 3 against Nottinghamshire, 164 for 3 against Sussex. With Brown and Cushy opening, the top order often collapses early on. Das and Benkenstein seem to have brought some more stability. Kind regards, Richard. Well, thank you very much, Richard, for your email. Thanks indeed for all of them.
It is going to be Archie Lennon who's going to carry on. 8 overs, no wicket for 41 at the moment from the sea end of the ground. In comes Lennon bowls and played into the offside. I couldn't remember whose over it is, Dick.
It's yours. You're going uphill. I'm coming downhill.
Yeah, I'm going uphill.
I've got the easy ones.
Lennon tosses the ball from hand to hand and is in over the wicket, bowls and is played by Cushy to backward point, and there is no run, playing with the spin. 196 for 4. 31 needed to win for Essex. There are 11 overs left after this one as Lennon is in again. Bowls. Cushy plays back down the track. Lennon fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. First, Cushy has a look towards the leg side boundaries, as if to say, I'm a bit fed up playing like this. I might play a big shot in a minute.
Still got to play on each ball on its merits, though. Don't need to turn good deliveries into bad ones.
Let him in bowls. And he's bowled. Well, I did think he was looking towards the leg side boundary. And he's pulled the ball, it kept a bit low. And he's dragged the ball onto his stumps. He just looked a bit frustrated, the ball before that did, for Cushy. And he's paid with his wicket. Dick saying wisely, you need to play every ball on his merits. And I think he was rather looking to hit a big shot there. You could see it coming. I think Archie Lennon probably could as well. And Essex lose their 5th wicket. They're now 196 for 5. And Archie Lennon picks up his first wicket of the day.
Yes, well, in a way it amplifies what I've been saying most of the day and most of the last few weeks when this competition's been going on. Required run rate 2.7 per over. It's not, it should be simple. Don't make it hard work by giving your wicket away. And Cushy will probably be contrite now, realising that it was imprudent at best. That's what it does for you, really, the shorter version of the game.
So, Sussex have taken 5 wickets. To restore some pride after not a great batting performance. Difficult to see there's going to be any. It'd be something remarkable if something were to happen from here.
Well, you keep saying that, but you know we've all watched enough cricket
We have.
to know that stranger things have happened and could happen again.
So the scoreboard hasn't told us who's the new man coming out. I'm sure it will.
It looks to me a bit like Allison.
Ben Allison. Well, let's see.
But don't take my word for it.
I think
it is indeed.
Well spotted.
I knew I was bound to get one right
Is that
eventually.
up the order a little, Ben Allison?
Yeah. Oh yes, quite a bit, I think.
Okay. Has he been sent in with an instruction of let's not fiddle around anymore, or?
Well, I don't know, and I hope not. No, I think he's been sent in because he is a pretty useful batsman.
In comes Lennon bowls, and Allison plays onto the onside. Well, there's some real hesitancy there. Played onto the onside, and eventually they decide to go through for a single. Nick Brown doesn't look as if he's the quickest between the stumps.
No.
With due respect, Allison picks up a single, and he's probably got some instructions here for Nick Brown. Brown on 10, 197 for 5, so 30 needed to win for Essex. I'll have an update to do in a mo, but not just yet, Dick.
No, I very much doubt if any batsman under these circumstances is going to be.
Lennon in. Brown turns with the spin onto the leg side, and that's a nice tidy over from Archie Lennon, just conceding the 1 run and picking up the wicket of Feroz Cushy, and 197 for 5 at the end of the 39th over.
I think it's unlikely that any batsman is being sent in under these circumstances saying, go for it, because 2.7 and over, and Tom Wesley is an experienced skipper, Anthony McGrath an even more experienced head coach, and they'll say just keep, it says you need 3 and over more or less. Don't be greedy. Don't try and take shortcuts.
Yeah, this is interesting. Zach Leon Cachet, who bowled a couple of overs on Sunday with his off spin, is coming into the attack. 2 overs, 1 for 10. He took on Sunday against Surrey. So John Simpson persevering with the spinners.
Yes. Well, I think with young inexperienced batsmen in particular, it's more the slow bowlers that they have trouble with, because they're less accustomed to facing slow bowling, I think. At top level of club cricket, it's largely a diet of pace. You don't see too many really good spin bowlers in club cricket because it's something that only comes with time and experience. So they take a step up to county cricket, and there it's the slow bowlers that do pose the problems. As Allison tries to work that away to through mid-on, but doesn't, just hits it more or less straight to him. So it's Leon Cachet bowling from the far end, the Cromwell Road end, and that's just pushed out in the covers, no addition to the score, and which is 197 for 5, so 30 needed for victory at 2.8. So it's still under that magic 3. And Allison goes in the back foot, and this time does play it out to mid-on, or deepish mid-on, and they do go through for a single. 198 for 5. Yes. Still a good crowd here. Well, why wouldn't there be? The sun's shining, blue sky predominantly. No threat of rain. Any threat that did exist a couple of hours ago has long since gone. Leon Cachet moves in, bowls. And slightly over pitch, played out through the covers for 1. They'll come back for a second. So that's it. That's their 3 and over. No need to do anything rash. If a bad ball comes along, hit it. But if a good ball comes along, don't try and turn it into a bad ball. It's not necessary under these circumstances. Sometimes it is. And Brown goes on the back foot, just plays it defensively. No addition to the score of 200 for 5. Greeted again with almost funereal silence.
Just listening out for my cue. You keep going, Dick.
Oh yes, right. That's played out into the covers for another single. End of the over. So that over conceded 4, which will suit Essex down to the ground, and brings the required rate down to 2.6. And the overall score, 201 for 5, 26 needed for victory.
As the sun comes out in all its glory.
Yes, indeed.
And we enter the final power play of the day with Essex nudging their way towards victory, but it's been pretty comfortable really. They have lost wickets. 205 for 5. Wonder whether they will try to win it in a blaze of glory. We shall see. Foreman waits. Well, that's a full toss, and Brown wristily clips that into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's sunny as it has been for most of the day, to be honest.
Yes.
So clearly that rain isn't coming here, which is good news. Foreman in again. Well, not Foreman, Lenham in again. Bowls, hits Brown on the pad. It looks entirely comfortable, Nick Brown, as he's faced, is that 32 or 52 delivery? 32.
32, but he still hasn't looked too comfortable with any of them. Well, no, it's a slight exaggeration, but
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't looked totally at ease, it has to be admitted.
In comes Lenham. Bowls tucked away by Brown onto the onside, and there is no run. Lenham again. Swept away by Brown, not too convincing. It's gone through the fielder at backward square leg, who's Jack Campbell, and he's conceded 2 runs. No, just the single. 202 for 5, so 25 needed to win. Could be disappointed with that bit of fielding, Jack Campbell. Lenham waits. He's just brought up Bertie Foreman into a mid-wicket 1 saving position. Lenham in bowls. Well, that gets a bit low. Punched around to the onside, fielded by Charlie Tier, who runs to his right at mid-on. Can't prevent a single. 203 for 5. 24 needed to win. We can't quite see the runs to win there. We can see the 2, but not the rest of it.
No, so we have to do some arithmetic.
Yeah. Lenham gives that plenty of air, and Brown drives again really unconvincingly down the ground.
Yeah.
Just the 2 runs coming off of the over. 203 for 5. I'll just do this update. Oh no, we've got some travel first. Do you mind if I take over, Dick?
Of course not.
We're into the travel news. So, Archie Lenham, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 44. So both he and Bertie Foreman have bowled very nicely. Foreman 10 overs, one made, one for 45. So the two spinners in their 20 overs have just conceded 90 runs, 4.5 and over. I think for a spinner you'd certainly accept that. And coming on to bowl at the Cromwell Road end is exactly on Cachet is going to carry on. Just waiting, tossing the ball from hand to hand. And he's coming in now. Bowls and driven by Allison back down the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. Seems like one of these pitches is perhaps becoming increasingly difficult to hit boundaries. Leon Cachet in again. Bowls. Yes, Essex on their way to victory here. They're 203 for 5. We're in the 42nd of their 50 overs, so just 24 runs needed to win. Sussex have made a game of it here with their bowling, particularly Bertie Foreman, the spinner, and Archie Lemon, who have bowled particularly well, but really they never had enough runs. At one stage, they were 50 for 6. Eventually made 226, largely due to John Simpson, the skipper, who made 69, Bertie Foreman 48, and Henry Crocombe 43. So Essex on the verge of victory here. Disappointing day for Kent today down at Canterbury, bowled out for just 82 in their game against Northants, who cruised to victory, losing just 1 wicket in so doing. Kushi punches the ball through the offside. Picks up a single. 205 for 5. 22 needed to win. Well, at least the crowd are getting their money's worth.
Oh, they certainly are, yes, which didn't seem inevitable at one stage.
Leon Cachet in bowls, and forward comes Allison, plays down the track, and there is no run. Leon Cachet in bowls. Played into the offside by Allison, so just 2 runs conceded, 203 for 5. Allison 4, Brown on 15, so 22 needed to win in 8 overs.
Yes, at a rate of 2.8, still below 3. It's a bit of a conflab between 4 of the fielders and 1 of the umpires. Not quite sure what that's about, but maybe it's none of my business. But the fielders are still having a summit conference. Oh, discussing field placing, I think. Bit of arm waving around. Anyway, the net result of that is that Tom Haynes is continuing to bowl from the C end of the ground at the delightful county ground at Hove. Does it have a name of a sponsor built into the name of the ground this year?
It probably does, and I ought to know.
Well, no, it's probably better not to. Tis the BBC after all. They come through for a quick single, shy at the stumps, but well, it wasn't sort of. It wasn't. Although the fielder had all 3 stumps to aim at, it wasn't nearly as good a throw as the 2 run-outs, which in each case the fielder was side on to the stumps and only had 1 to aim at. But he was off balance, so we'll in mitigation. So Haynes moves in, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Allison, who clips that to square leg, and they go through for a comfortable single. Just picking up or picking off the runs as the ball merits, which to my mind is the way to do it. Maybe when they get to within fewer than 10 needed, maybe they'll bat with a little bit more aggression, but at the moment they're doing what to my mind is the right thing. And that's just played down to wide third man. It's all about learning to build innings and learning to win cricket matches. And Brown faces up to Haynes again and plays immaculately and defensively, pushes it back to the bowler. 2 more deliveries of the over remaining, assuming they're all valid, or they're both valid. And Brown flicks that away down to deepish mid-wicket, and they go through for a comfortable single. And the one penguin that has been taking up residence all afternoon is now joined by his or her chum. So they're both there. And next delivery is pushed out to mid-on. They go through for a quick-ish single, shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. It was Allison running towards the end in question, so I think he was probably going to make his ground anyway. So that's the end of the over, and needing 227 to win. Essex are just 18 short of that at 209 for 5, requiring to pick those runs off at a rate of 2.6 per over.
Well, at 30 overs, they were 179, Essex. So they've added 21 plus, they've added 30 runs in the last 13 overs.
Yeah.
And, you know, who cares? They're going to win the game. They're making sure they're going to win the game. But at least Sussex will feel they've made Essex work a little bit.
And they have, yes. I mean, yeah, they've come back very well from that parlous situation from 50 for 5. They've come back well both with bat, ball, fielding.
Well, Zach Leon Cachet is coming in to bowl to Allison, who stretches forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no one. Leon Cachet rattling through his overs. In again, bowls down the leg side. I think that probably came off a bit of thigh pad. No signal from the umpire, so it's another dot ball. Waits again. Leon Cachet in again. Bowls, and this time Allison does decide to open his shoulders and swings the ball away down towards Cow Corner. Henry Crocombe in hot pursuit, and I'm sure normally they'd have come back for 3 runs there, but they settled on 2. I think Allison fancies the strike here. 211 for 5. So 16 more needed to win. The game in Southampton, I'm pretty sure it's in Southampton, has been abandoned.
Oh dear.
So perhaps we've been quite lucky here today.
Well, yes, it does seem to have gone all round.
Yep.
It being the bad weather, or the ominous weather anyway.
Yes. Leon Cachet in short, pulled away, and that's going to be 4 runs. No, it's not. Henry Crocombe. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, bad. He's fielded really well, Henry Crocombe, diving around on that boundary, and in his hurry to get the ball and throw it in, he rather missed it, and it went over the boundary out for 4 runs, but it wasn't a great delivery from Leon Cachet, in fairness.
No, it wasn't.
215 for 5, 12 runs needed to win.
And the rate comes down to just under 2, 1.9 the board tells us.
Yeah. And he comes again. Bowls. That's short as well. He's lucky to get away with that. It's pulled straight to mid-on. And there is no run. So the sun is out. It's a lovely end to the day. And another 12 runs needed by Essex to wrap things up. Leon Cachet in. Bowls. Brown pulls. Sorry. Allison pulls that away, and that is 4 runs. 2 short, and I think he rather fancied bringing things to a close. Does Ben Allison, who bowled very nicely. He goes to 16. 219 for 5 at the end of the 44th over. So just 8 runs needed for Essex to win. We've still got 6 overs remaining, so it's more of a case of when rather than if.
Yes, I think so. Yes, we're going to have a few overs to spare. And it's now being quarter to 6, or just coming up to, so it'll be over before 6 o'clock. Probably.
Oh yes, I would imagine so.
Yes, it's going to be pretty tedious if it's not. Haynes moves in, bowls, that's nudged away for a couple of runs here to Brown, backward of square on the onside. They move on to 221 for 5. There are 2 boards here, and at one part of the day it was easy to see the scoreboard.
Yes, with the light on the scoreboard.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, totally.
But now the one that I have been looking at is now getting the sun setting on it, and it's less easy to read, so that means that the other one comes into all its glory. On the other side,
Oh, there we go.
lobbed away for 4 runs, bounces once, bounces twice, goes over the rope to 225, so just 2 more needed for victory.
Yeah, I think he rather fancies finishing in this over, does Nick
Yes.
Brown. So you better stay on commentary here, Dick. And see, do Essex call themselves the Eagles in the 50 over
I don't
competition?
think, no, certainly not in the 50 overs competition, no.
Okay.
And Haynes moves in, bowls to Brown. Brown just puts a defensive bat to the ball, and it trickles out on the onside.
Well, Nick Brown might feel he's had a useful net here.
Yes.
Championship cricket to come. 23 or 43 balls.
Yes, and he must be aware that he hasn't had the best of seasons by any means, as he strokes that, but only, well, it would be exaggeration to say straight to the man at short extra cover. Had to dive away to his left a little bit to prevent any runs being scored. And Haynes moves in now, so this will be Essex's 3rd victory of the season.
Oh.
And that bounced just in front of the man at mid-on. And, well, that would have delayed things a little bit.
We would have done. Yeah, we just 2 needed to win. I think Tom Haynes thought that Leon Cachet should have caught that, actually.
Haynes moves in again, bowls to Brown, who has nudged that away just for a single, brings the scores level. And
So we are going to get another over.
we are going to get another over. So how many overs have gone now?
45.
45. So it's almost bound to be in the 46th point, in the 46th over.
Yeah.
And just for that, they're going to play out a maiden, I expect, just to prove me wrong.
Just to keep us on our toes.
Yes.
So Leon Cachet is going to bowl the final over. I don't think we're going to see anybody else bowling. Henry Crocombe bowled 5 overs and a wicket for 17, but Dick, this could be the final action of the game.
Yes. As that's worked away from into the mid-wicket area by Nick Brown. No addition to the score. The field all clustered around as you would expect, because a single will do. And indeed, there it is, a reverse sweep, quite a characteristic, out of character shot from Nick Brown. It doesn't cross the boundary, but they did complete the 1 run, which was all they needed to do. So off 45.2 overs, so I mean, in other words, with 4 overs and 4 deliveries in hand, Essex win this game, their 3rd win of the season, which is useful and will encourage them for all practical purposes. It doesn't sort of alter the fact that they're not through to the knockout stages, but it's achieved its aim. It's given a lot of the younger players some experience. Now I don't know, but I would imagine the coaching staff now get together and discuss in a rather clinical way after these 8 matches that they've played, and I expect all other counties do the same, or those for whom this is the end of the road this year in this competition. They probably do the same thing, and they probably have a list of names, and they put ticks, crosses or question marks beside them, and well, yeah, there are several players who certainly enhanced their chances of staying on the Essex books for quite a while as a result of this competition. There are others who haven't really seized the opportunity, and others around whom there's still a question mark, so which is inevitable. But it's been a very splendid day. I always enjoy